On the day of the apocalypse, everyone faces hardships, but no one has had a fate as unlucky as this young man. His parents disappeared. His younger sister also suffered a critical hit. His best friend and lover secretly betrayed him behind his back. In the end, he met the most tragic fate, being gutted alive by his best friend. His only wish was to turn back time. He would redo his life wielding unbeatable power. Everything started when the apocalypse broke out 15 years ago. Everywhere was a battlefield. Doong Pham was the only one left standing to fight the level 8 butcher zombie who had killed countless soldiers here. Doong Pham, a level 8 berserker, could only hold the butcher zombie back so that his sister Than Tweet could escape. But he couldn't hold on long and was pushed to the ground. The butcher zombie raised his huge blade to strike Than Tweet. Suddenly, someone lunged forward to take the blow for Doong Pham. Blood sprayed like a stream. Than Tweet was an ordinary person, and the critical hit caused her to die instantly. Doong Pham unleashed his power, beheading the butcher zombie and picking up a jade pendant that fell out. Than Tweet, hang in there. I'll go find holy water to revive and save you. He carried the dying Than Tweet on his back to the 3rd Division base, Thien Lun. As soon as he opened the door, a scene of betrayal by the two scumbags hit Van Dong's eyes. Tieu Ngao, what are you two doing? That Tieu Ngao is the base leader here. He never expected Doong Pham to escape the hands of the level 8 butcher zombie. Doong Pham didn't know how he got the information at that time. But Than Tweet behind him was in unbearable pain. He didn't care what they did. He just wanted the holy water to revive his sister. Tieu Ngao sneered. The healing value of the holy water is worth over 1,000 lamb stars. But Doong Pham was dirt poor. He took out a ring that gave him unbeatable strength in exchange. If he reached the highest level, he could become the lord of all living things. Tieu Ngao had long had his eyes on this legendary ring. But he wasn't in a hurry to trade because if Doong Pham died, the ring would belong to him. It was just a pity that such a little beauty had to become a zombie. Facing his shamelessness, Doong Pham was determined not to let him breed offspring. The two charged at each other, but Doong Pham was immediately pushed back. Trash like you got seriously injured. How dare you fight me? Tieu Ngao stepped forward to snatch the ring from him. Doong Pham pulled it back, determined not to let it fall into his hands. He swallowed it straight into his stomach to see what he could do. Tieu Ngao cold-bloodedly used Doong Pham's own blade to cut open his belly to get it. The ring inside Doong Pham's stomach suddenly lit up. I thought he had turned into a real firefly. Doong Pham opened his eyes. His body was intact, lying on the bed. He pinched his face, feeling sharp pain, proving this wasn't a dream. Moreover, Van Dong was lying next to him. After a night of full activity seeing this disgusting person, now he didn't know whether to kill or thank her. If it weren't for her and that Tieu Ngao conspiring to harm his family, Doong Pham wouldn't have been able to turn back time in this life. He would definitely protect his loved ones. Suddenly, two thugs kicked down the door and rushed in. They claimed to be men of Long Ka or something. Long Ka likes her, but she refuses to respond because of this boyfriend, right? I'll break his third leg immediately. Though Van Dong said she was scared, her expression was stiff. Such terrible acting skills, and Doong Pham didn't notice. Love has blinded him early. One thug attacked Doong Pham with a wooden club. He dodged to the side, then pressed the thug's head hard against the wall with one hand. The wall cracked wide. Surely the thug's skull was no longer intact. Next was the fat guy. In his past life, he was beaten badly by them and lost the chance to accumulate early strength. In this life, he would pay them back. Seeing Doong Pham suddenly leave, Van Dong spoke up to hold him back. He gave her a contemptuous look. Trio Van Dong, don't make me sick anymore. We're done here. Van Dong cursed silently in her heart. This was the first time she had been kicked out by someone after already getting into bed. Outside, the sky was gloomy and dark spores were drifting in the air. Doong Pham realized that now was the moment the apocalypse truly began. He immediately called Than Tweet with a hurried and urgent voice. Listen to me, lock all the doors in your room right now. Don't open them for anyone. Wait until I get back to talk about everything. Than Tweet didn't understand why her brother suddenly sounded paranoid. What, the dorm is very safe? She went to the window to observe. Unexpectedly, there were several people staggering below, even eating other people. Just as Than Tweet was speaking, the signal was cut off. Doong Pham had foreseen this, but in his previous life, Than Tweet's dorm was indeed quite safe. Now, if he rushed there, it would still be in time. The ring on Doong Pham's hand glowed again. Recently, someone had been trading. He had been waiting a long time for that person to appear. Doong Pham followed the ring to the school's female bathroom. It was his first time entering. It didn't seem much different from the male bathroom. Inside, a girl was bowing her head doing something. When she looked up, her eyes were bloodshot, and her pale skin had completely turned into a zombie. It lunged straight at Duong Pham, still fresh. This zombie had a decent build, but unfortunately, he had a grudge against girls. Duong Pham grabbed the emergency axe and chopped off the zombie's head. He picked up the lowest level core. Now nothing could be wasted. He had to accumulate quickly to increase his strength. In the corner of the room, a trader in a gray coat appeared. In his previous life, Duong Pham only discovered their existence 3 months in. This life, he met one so quickly. Traders appeared once the apocalypse began. They were also ranked by their colors from low to high gray, white, red, orange, yellow, green, teal, blue, and purple. They could trade with humans to provide evolution drugs and special equipment. Duong Pham approached. The trade automatically started just like before. As long as he carried core seeds, he could access the trader's virtual store with countless items by level. The discount function of this ring was still visible to Duong Pham. Additionally, it could help Duong Pham once a week to exchange low-priced items for high-grade ones. He tried it to see if it still worked. Duong Pham scanned the gun card and surprisingly obtained a premium hammer card worth 500 cores discounted to only 600 cores. But currently Duong Pham didn't have enough cores, so the trading time ended. He needed evolutionary drugs to boost his strength and go rob cores in the apocalypse. The adjacent bathroom made a noise. There, a female student who had turned into a zombie was attacking the others. The red-haired girl grabbed the knife that the timid girl wearing glasses was holding. Then she waved it at the zombie to chase it away. These girls were too slow, so Duong Pham helped them with one axe blow right to the zombie's head. They were stunned to see Duong Pham strike a human. He told her to shut her mouth. Their classmates had turned into mutated zombies. How could they blame him for saving them? The red-haired girl seemed to grasp the situation faster. No wonder Vuong Duet wanted to bite us. Luckily, you appeared. Thank you for saving us. I'm Nan Nguyen, and this is Don Mokdi. Duong Pham had some doubts earlier, but hearing their names, he was sure now. Nhan Nguyen was the Golden Badge Iron Hand, a divine spear master. Doan Mokdi was a PhD researcher of mutated creatures at the Crimson Rose base. Suddenly, a zombie rushed out from somewhere trying to bite Duong Pham's neck. The knife in Nan Nguyen's hand flew and stabbed the zombie's chest like lightning, but it quickly stood up again as if it felt no pain. To eliminate these guys completely, you have to smash their heads. Duong Pham demonstrated once for the two of them. After he struck, he sat down carefully observing the zombie. Nhan Nguyen thought you were a eunuch in your past life. Nhan Nguyen and Don Mokdi are the strongest combat duo in Crimson Rose. Nhan Nguyen is a level 8 marksman with the ability to assassinate from a distance. Don Mokdi can control mutated animals of Crimson Rose and the Thien Luan base. The third member of TU now is a formidable rival. Moreover, you once fought a battle with these two. Unexpectedly, you meet again this life. When Nan Nguyen saw Duong Pham searching for something, she ran over to check. She picked up a core of essence from somewhere and gave it to you. Duong Pham kept searching on top, but the core was actually inside its body. Doan Mokdi, having a perfect score in anatomy, discovered it. Nhan Nguyen didn't want to miss out on a strong factor like Duong Pham, so she invited him to face the apocalypse together. Doan Mokdi agreed too. She saw that your gaze was pure, definitely a good person. But Mokdi didn't know this life Duong Pham's goal was only to avenge Tiun Gao. To take down the leader of the Thien Luan base like him, you also need your own protected team. So should we change clothes first or not? This kid benefits from watching so long. Understanding this, Duong Pham went outside to check if there were more zombies. After the other two changed clothes, you also patrolled the outer area. There were still zombies. Nan Nguyen felt everything was starting to resemble those South Korean zombie apocalypse movies. In this case, the best thing is to find a safe place and call for backup. Duong Pham didn't think so. In this city, there are zombies everywhere. They reproduce like machines and keep evolving non-stop. Nhan Nguyen, fearless of heaven or earth, said zombies can evolve, but humanity can't. They went outside. At this time, Duong Pham introduced himself, saying he could help the two become stronger. But they must follow 3 of his conditions. First, obey his orders. Second, help him collect all the zombie cores. And finally, betrayal means death. Nan Nguyen turned to ask Mokdi's opinion. Mokdi saw Duong Pham wasn't bluffing. Moreover, her penetrating gaze guessed he had already evolved. So the 3-person team was formed and began to conquer the apocalypse. At teaching building number 1, a bunch of zombies were disco dancing in the schoolyard. Nhan Nguyen didn't know where Duong Pham intended to lead them. Could it be they were going to reincarnate together? Duong Pham said they just needed to follow and pick up the cores. He would handle the rest. Duong Pham charged out alone to challenge the zombies. He swung his axe down on the zombies like chopping firewood. As cores dropped, Mokdi quickly picked them up curiously, examining them like crystals formed from some chemical reaction in the nervous system. Maybe this is the reason they turned into zombies. Theoretically, these cores could also cause people like Nan Nguyen to become zombies. But Mok D needed to analyze their composition in the lab to know for sure. If the cores were that risky, Nan Nguyen wondered why Duong Pham insisted on collecting them. Nhan Nguyen was still stunned by Duong Pham's strength when she didn't notice a zombie charging from behind. A supercar rammed straight into it, flattening it instantly. The person getting out of the car was Lam Thien Nhan Nguyen's biggest fangirl. Nhan Nguyen, we truly are destined to meet. Under these circumstances, I even got to see you. Get in the car, I'll take you away from this hellhole. Meanwhile, Duong Pham had to fight off zombies while watching out so none of them took his 2 wives. Nhan Nguyen tattled that a little punk kept chasing her to kill her. Lam Thien then approached Duong Pham wanting to hire him as a personal bodyguard. He handed Duong Pham a blank check telling him to fill in whatever amount he wanted. When he mentioned money, Duong Pham remembered they needed to stockpile supplies for the long battle ahead. Zombies kept coming in larger numbers. Duong Pham alone couldn't handle them all, so he pulled Nan Nguyen and Mok D to leave. Lam Thien was visibly angry when Duong Pham ignored him. On top of that, you took his crush along. Not only Duong Pham, the zombies didn't even bother with Lam Thien. Damn, this young master is taking on 10 guys alone. If you're tough, don't run. I don't understand why the zombies are only focusing on surrounding Yang Fan's group. Mok Dui Ting noticed that the flower ahead seemed a little different. That's a level 2 mutated plant. They appeared earlier than in the last life and evolved faster than Duong Pham. The mutated flower released pollen toward Kaohsiung. Duong Pham immediately warned Nhan Nguyen and Mok Di. Its pollen can control the zombies to attack a specific target. The zombies inhaled the pollen deeply and then charged at Duong Pham. These zombies are low level, so they move very slowly. Duong Pham leads the way. Nhan Nguyen supports from behind. No wonder Nan Nguyen is the strongest fighter. The Crimson Rose fights zombies barehanded and doesn't fall behind. The bright yellow sports car sped forward. Lam Thien sat inside, stepping on the gas, rushing past zombies that he alone was surrounded by. Thanks to Lam Thien stealing the spotlight, Duong Pham's group had some time. He signaled the 2 girls to run up to the teaching building to block the entrance. Unexpectedly, Lam Thien got inside first. One door was locked. The other he held tightly, preventing it from opening. Ha ha, just agree to be my girlfriend and I'll let you in here. Being opportunistic beats being skilled. But that's why Nan Nguyen can't stand him. Lam Thien came to the school looking for her, but she followed Duong Pham instead. Being dirt poor embarrassed him. The zombies were closing in, but Nan Nguyen firmly refused to be Lam Thien's girlfriend and instead asked Duong Pham what to do. Duong Pham said they should run to the back door of the cafeteria. The 2 girls went ahead. Duong Pham stayed behind playing idle and fan with the zombies. The more pollen the mutated flower released, the more zombies swarmed in. Duong Pham tried to make a path to attack the mutated flower. That was the only way to solve the problem. The mutated flower swung its petals so hard that even Duong Pham's wood chopping axe couldn't cut through. Your current strength can only scratch its outer skin. In the last life level 2, mutated flowers only appeared after a week. Could it be because Duong Pham came back to life that everything is upside down? The mutated flower's intoxication caused the zombies to target Duong Pham. Even if you are a regressor, you don't have the strength to fight 1,000 zombies alone yet. Just then, a zombie attacked from behind. A kitchen knife stabbed straight into its forehead. Nhan Nguyen and Mok Di came back with weapons. After all, Duong Pham doesn't want useless teammates, so they will try to help. Duong Pham's fighting spirit surged. Unexpectedly in this life, he fights alongside his enemy from the last life. Only then did he notice the scratch on Nan Nguyen's hand. Earlier, she was scratched by them carelessly, but didn't mutate at all. For now, just focus on dealing with the mutated flower. Mok Di carried a large can of oil from the cafeteria. This should be enough to make some stir-fried human meat with flowers. Nhan Nguyen supported the 2. Duong Pham approached, poured cooking oil into the mutated flower's mouth, then lit a fire. The mutated flower caught fire. Luckily, it's only level 2, so the fire still works. Although the mutated flower was destroyed, the pollen remained. Duong Pham suddenly remembered that inhaling it causes nerve paralysis. Even the zombies collapsed onto the ground. A moment after Duong Pham's group left, Lam Thien finally appeared. Seeing the zombies motionless on the ground, he couldn't believe the 3 had handled them. The burnt mutated flower's body had a leftover bud underneath. Lam Thien curiously looked at the bud. Suddenly it shot straight up, piercing through his belly. The consequence of curiosity. After running around for a while, Nan Nguyen suddenly felt dizzy. Sure enough, she was infected by the virus from the scratch earlier. After hearing this, Nan Nguyen told Duong Pham to just behead her. She didn't want to become an ugly zombie. What's the rush? She can still be saved. Once she really turns into a zombie, I won't hold back. Nyun Nguyen's condition is critical, and Dung Pham hasn't evolved to level 1 yet. You have to go back to the bathroom to find the dealer to save her. Duong Pham carried Nan Nguyet and ran ahead. Mok Di hurriedly ran after them. Fortunately, there were no more Tang Thi in the bathroom. Mok Di was so worried she almost cried. Nan Nguyet, are you still alive? Sob, give me the spirit stone you just got. Nyun Nguyet didn't know what Duong Pham wanted the spirit stone for. Did he want to stuff it into her stomach? Only then did she notice the person in the gray cloak in the corner of the bathroom. Duong Pham went over to start the transaction. Outside, if he entered the trading room, he would disappear. Nyun Nguyet was restless, fearing she was about to turn into a zombie. So Duong Pham took the spirit stone and ran ahead. Inside was the trading space. Duong Pham complained that the apocalypse had come to the point where a bottle of water costs 10 koi tin. Luckily, his ring helped reduce the price. Now, a bottle of evolution medicine worth 100 koi tin only costs 40. A bottle of water costs 4 koi tin. Duong Pham drank an evolution medicine and successfully leveled up to level 1. In his past life, he missed the early developmental phase and had to work hard for Tiun Ngao. This life, no one is allowed to evolve before him. Do and Mok Di and Nan Nguyet still didn't fully trust him, so Duong Pham hadn't told them about the power of the ring yet. After finishing the transaction, he suddenly reappeared, which confused Mok Di, but she was more worried about Nan Nguyet. At this point, Nan Nguyet had fallen into a coma. She was about to become a Tang Thi. There was no more time. Duong Pham had no choice but to feed Nan Nguyet the medicine by mouth. A good amount of purified water flowed out. Hopefully it wouldn't lose its effect. Nyun Nguyet's mutated arm slowly returned to normal. She opened her eyes, saw her comfort taken, and pushed him away in a hurry. Duong Pham, you saved me like this. What else could I do? You were unconscious just now and couldn't take the medicine yourself. You can drink the rest by yourself. Mok Di saw Nan Nguyet was okay and rushed over to hug her, overwhelmed with joy. Nyun Nguyet immediately asked about Duong Pham suddenly disappearing after going to the person in the gray cloak. Duong Pham then explained about the trader. Seeing he spent spirit stones to buy medicine to save her Nan Nguyet, said she would defeat more Tang Thi later to repay him. Duong Pham said no need to return the spirit stones, it wasn't costly. The only cost was his time. They ran outside. The Tang Thi were still unconscious except for one that was still moving, Lam Thien. Duong Pham immediately stood in front of the two girls, sensing something was off here. The flower bud had just jumped out from the ground to ambush Nan Nguyet. Duong Pham pulled her away to another spot. The plant monster's attack was strong but limited in range, so they could still dodge. Duong Pham only managed to save Nan Nguyet. Mok Di was caught. This was a level 1 mutated flower spore from the level 2 flower demon from earlier, definitely seeking revenge. Duong Pham ran over and cut the vine tying Mok Di. He signaled for her to run elsewhere and not get in the way. The spore sprayed toxic pollen bullets. Duong Pham covered his nose and mouth. Inhaling them would turn you into a zombie. Duong Pham couldn't close his eyes in time, so now he couldn't open them, and the spores took the chance to attack from behind. The ring on his hand lit up and neutralized the toxin. Duong Pham opened his eyes again and sliced the spore's body in half. A branch cracked nearby, revealing a spirit stone white like a pearl. It was the spirit stone of the level 2 flower demon from before, probably not swallowed by the spore yet. These mutants could improve their rank and abilities by consuming human flesh and other mutants. At the same time, another branch grew below, but this was not a spore. It was an essence inheriting part of the flower demon's attributes. Nyun Nguyet wanted to ask for more details, but Duong Pham said she would understand soon. Duong Pham returned to the bathroom. Nyun Nguyet immediately guessed he wanted to trade again. Although a bai tin costs 1,000 koi tin after exchanging for a quality axe, he didn't have much koi tin left. Inside the trading space, Duong Pham bought a rare axe card plus 2 level 1 evolution medicines and a gun for the two girls. This shopping trip cost exactly 1,000 koi tin. After working hard all night, the money was gone in an instant. After going outside, Duong Pham handed them 2 bottles of medicine and gave the gun to Nan Nguyet to use. Seeing the only gun handed to her, Nan Nguyet asked, "I have a gun, what about you?" Duong Pham held up the hot item card. How could I forget my own share? He crushed the card in his hand. Duong Pham was caught in a glowing formation. After a while of anger, nothing happened except the ring in his hand started to glow. With the craftsman profession and the ring, it looks like this life is luckier than the last. Nyun Nguyet chuckled. Putting on a big show, but Duong Pham looks no different from a mother. 5 minutes earlier, Duong Pham stepped forward to grab the axe to clear her mind. With the craftsman profession, he could modify weapons and create complete equipment. He transformed the axe in Duong Fam's hand like a versatile liquid. Then in his hand was a sharp sword. The magic trick succeeded, impressing the two girls. Not stopping there, Duong Fam upgraded it by absorbing mutant essence. A powerful lightning bolt shot from the sword, turning it into the second-level Dak Nguyet Han Wild Blade. By absorbing essence, the sword gained an attribute that makes opponents unconscious, which sounds really powerful. Mok Dai only carried a basic surgical knife and couldn't fight, so she asked him to transform it. Duong Fam picked up a shower head as material and successfully crafted 2 level 1 short knives. Holding the hot items in her hand, Mok Di felt that crafting weapons by hand was truly unscientific. Nyunwit gave Mok Di the evolution medicine to drink. So can we evolve to get superpowers too? The answer is no way. First-level evolution can only enhance human body potential, but to have powers like Duong Fam, you have to be the main character. Mok Di looked at the medicine bottle in her hand. She wanted to go to the lab to analyze its ingredients, but thought she could buy it later, so she drank it right away. After evolving, the two girls felt full of vitality and could fight 100 rounds without resting. With his teammates fully armed, Duong Fam could now head to the dormitory to rescue his sister. Duong Fam stole a car from a guy who had turned into a zombie. Although he didn't have a license in the apocalypse, even Pikachu wouldn't have time to hunt. At the women's dormitory, the zombies were doing aerobic exercises. Seeing their car, they rushed over. Duong Fam parked the car, blocking the stairs to Than Tweet's room on the 5th floor. There weren't many zombies on the way, but Than Tweet's room door was wide open. Inside the room was a mess with shattered glass everywhere. Nyunwit saw signs of a struggle by the window. "Don't tell me your sister fell down there already." "Shut up, that can't be true!" Duong Fam refused to believe it. Mok Di rummaged and found Than Tweet's phone, the screen showing the wristwatch had disconnected 15 minutes ago. They immediately went to search. On the 7th floor in the gym, some young men were holding female students captive, including Than Tuyet. "Step aside or my brother won't spare you." The shameless bunch of thugs naturally ignored him. They were sure nobody could find them in this apocalypse. Than Tweet was tearful, regretting not listening. Duong Fam kicked open the door for the pitiful pretenders and saw the scumbag with his hand on Than Tweet. Duong Fam's blood boiled. He used his new weapon to slash the bully's big belly in half. Unexpectedly, that guy was the leader. His henchmen charged to avenge their boss. Duong Fam caressed his thundersword. "Anyone who touches your sister Than Tweet will get a bitter end." He rushed forward, slashing the nearest guy. Another pulled out a knife. While Duong Fam was distracted, attacking Nan Nguyen threw a knife into the attacker's forehead, saving Duong Fam's life. The only survivor fearfully bowed 3 times before him. "Please spare me, brother. Don't kill me. I won't do it again." Than Tweet was untied and fearfully ran to hug Duong Fam. Seeing Duong Fam save them, the two girls asked to follow him for protection. "I refuse." He coldly pointed toward the window. "This is the apocalypse. Duong Fam isn't a hero responsible for the lives of the whole country. If they don't get stronger, the outcome will be like the people lying on the ground." After everything was settled, Mok Di caught up with them, and Duong Fam left immediately. The two girls just now were doused with a cold splash of water by him, glaring bitterly as they watched him go. "Talking big like that, acting as if those 3 girls aren't useless." Duong Fam stood on the 2nd floor watching the group of zombies surrounding their car. He planned to go down and deal with them, taking the opportunity to collect some spirit cores for profit. With good weapons in hand, Duong Fam cleaned them out in 3 moves, and they drove past the group of zombies. Than Tweet had been locked up all day, and her stomach was growling like a hot pot. Just then, they passed by a supermarket, but it was surrounded by many zombies. In this situation, stocking up on food and drinks was essential. Large supermarkets usually have quiet backstores to clear out inventory. Mok Dai saw this and suggested they enter through the back door, where there was only one zombie wandering around looking for its group. Duong Fam was expected to fight alongside her, but in the end he sent it off to reincarnate. The group went inside the supermarket. Fortunately, no zombies had gotten in here. Than Tweet saw her favorite chips and soda and agreed with Nan Nguyet to stay here and rest for a few days. Mok Dai felt something was off. The population density here was high, so there should have been many more zombies. But those outside seemed unusually focused here, as if attracted by something. "Hey, there's blood here!" Than Tweet noticed a large pool of blood on the floor, probably the reason the zombies were drawn here. Mok Di approached to check and confirmed it was human blood. Duong Fam immediately switched to combat mode and signaled them to fall back and gather supplies. He approached the door and discovered someone had placed a large piece of meat there as bait. A clever defense. This place had food and drink and could block both outsiders and zombies from entering. Nhan Nguyen and Then Tweet had filled 2 backpacks with supplies, but Duong Pham feared that wasn't enough. His ring also had the ability to store items. Suddenly, Duong Pham sensed something. Their images were being recorded by a camera on the 2nd floor. Is the boy downstairs the ex-boyfriend of your Duong Pham? Van Dung flatly denied that Duong Pham forced himself on her. The man she was serving was Vuong Dech Long, the security captain of the supermarket. He was a strange man, talking about the apocalypse early in the morning. Vuong Dech Long squeezed her face, threatening her. Are you sure that guy talks about the apocalypse? Don't try to fool me. An Long, you're hurting me. Van Dung gritted her teeth and looked at Duong Pham on the camera, hating him for leaving her behind at the hotel, so now she was forced to serve Dech Long. Seeing the glowing gun in Nhan Nguyet's hand, she got the idea to snatch it. Van Dung didn't want to suffer humiliation alone and came up with a plan. An Long, those 3 girls are very beautiful too. Dech Long ordered his men to capture them. 2 men who were beaten to a pulp by Duong Pham in the morning now finally had a chance for revenge. Duong Pham noticed the huge camera in front of him was still working and told the 3 girls to wait here for him. After passing Nhan Nguyet, he whispered, "Someone is watching us here." They split up to act. That was all they needed to do. Then Duong Pham wandered alone, searching for valuables. A bottle of clean water would definitely skyrocket in value. A soda bottle could sell for 20 koi stars. Duong Pham's ring only had 10 lamars of storage space. He needed to level up quickly to expand the space to hold more items. Duong Pham threw a water bottle toward the camera to avoid being watched. Once he was sure no one knew about the ring, he grabbed everything off the shelves. A dagger suddenly flew at him. "Damn, where's my stuff?" Duong Pham tilted his head and easily dodged the dagger. Vuong Dech Long arrived with his men. In his past life, he was the tormentor who prevented Duong Pham from joining the early days of the apocalypse, almost turning him into a cripple. "Your An Long is here. You're pretty bold, running into my territory bragging." His men carried iron rods ready to gang up on Duong Pham. Duong Pham gave the first 2 men an elbow to the chin each. The others hesitated, not understanding why Duong Pham suddenly seemed superhumanly strong. Dech Long, desperate, resorted to trickery instead of force, playing dirty. "Don't be arrogant. My men have already captured those 3 girls. If you mess with me, you know what will happen." Nhan Nguyet grabbed 2 of his men's heads and dragged them over. Those punks were no match for the big boss at all. "I'm done for." Dech Long grimaced, threw down the iron rod, knelt and pleaded for peace, blaming everything on Van Dung. Unexpectedly, when he got close to Duong Pham again, he picked up the rod to strike secretly. Duong Pham blocked the iron rod with his sword, then transformed it into a hook with a sharp point on the other end that pierced through Dech Long's hand. He crawled on the ground, groaning in pain. "What kind of magic did you use? Let me go quickly or I'll make you regret it." The others, seeing Duong Pham had magic, tucked their tails and ran away. Nhan Nguyet didn't expect Duong Pham to apply weapon modification to this. As Duong Pham cleared his throat, a guy named Dech Long panicked. "Big brother, please spare me. It was that bitch Tru Van Dung who caused the trouble. Just consider me blind and careless this once and I'll let you go." Duong Pham modified the material again. The iron rod extended and pierced through his neck. He died on the spot. Watching this miracle of supernatural power, Nhan Nguyet wondered when she would have such abilities. Back to the 2 who just fled. Nhan Nguyet saw that although they were vicious, they were under Dech Long's orders and failed to ambush. "Well then, let's give them a way out." As Duong Pham said this, the 2 turned around and left. You frowned and said to someone you still wanted to listen here for how long. Trio Van Jung was discovered standing on the 2nd floor. She ran into the control room. Even if crippled, she must take Duong Pham with her. She opened the automatic sensor door. The large door swung open. The starving zombies charged in. "Welcome, dear guests." Duong Pham hated it but couldn't do anything. He signaled Nhan Nguyet to go upstairs and find a way to close the automatic door. Duan Mukdi and Tang Tweet ran out from behind, also chased by zombies. Duong Pham was out of options and handed Than Tweet to Mukdi while fighting the undead himself. Mok Dui held a trembling knife, looking unreliable. Nhan Nguyet went up to the 2nd floor to the control room. As she opened the door, a scream was heard. "You bitch, go to hell!" Van Dung rushed out with an iron rod to attack. Nhan Nguyet knew she would try to ambush. She immediately grabbed her and tied her up. Then she sat at the computer to find a way to close the automatic door. The supermarket door got stuck because too many zombies were pushing each other inside. Duong Pham was still busy handling the situation. Nhan Nguyet dragged Van Dung down. She even pleaded, "Enfant, save me. This woman is truly evil." Is her head crushed by the door already? Opening the door harmed us. Now she's crying for help. Van Dung shamelessly lied, claiming she wanted to help them deal with Dich Long. Jung Pham stepped forward, pretending to stroke her cheek. You say you want to help us. That's right. Ang Pham people love you the most. She offered 2 pomelos to Jung Pham. Jung Pham immediately sent her straight to hell to help him get revenge on Dich Long. Van Dung was pushed outside. The zombies instantly tore her apart. Thanks to Van Dung as bait, the zombies stopped rushing into the supermarket. The automatic door successfully closed. Than Tweet breathed a sigh of relief. She had disliked Van Dung even before the apocalypse happened. Yun Tweet picked up the core and asked Dung Pham, though a bit cruel, it was satisfying. Is she your ex-girlfriend? Yes. Just now, Non Tweet scouted on the 2nd floor and found the staff dormitory. They could stay overnight to arrange their belongings. The girls ran around all day. Finally, they could shower and relax. Duan Mukjui evolved to level 1, so she no longer needed glasses. Meanwhile, Dung Pham was downstairs in the supermarket storing items into his ring. All the shelves full of apps were now completely empty. Early the next morning, 3 young men ran to the supermarket, but inside there was nothing. They wasted effort running like they were being chased by ghosts. One of them saw the stairs to the 2nd floor. The group walked on nervously because the space was completely silent. If any zombie jumped out to scare them, it would be over. Fat Guy Tu Nam led the way. As he opened the door, Dung Pham pressed a knife to his neck. Big brother, don't be rash. I'm not a zombie. Now the other 2 understood why downstairs was empty. Just then Non Nguyen also opened the door and came out. Tu Nam immediately called for help. He only came to find canned food for the cat and food for himself. Jung Pham sheathed the knife. You guys go. There's no food left here. Who's he fooling? Doesn't she have a big bag behind her? These guys were blinded by food. They grabbed knives, wanting to attack Non Nguyen. Before they could act, she was 1 step ahead. Threw the knife between the faces of the 2 guys. This is your food and you still want to steal it. Such delusion. The guy in the green shirt immediately grabbed the arm of the guy in black to pull him back. Beauty, don't intervene. It's just a misunderstanding. This brother of mine has some issues. We'll leave right now. Watched Dung Pham and the group leave. The guy in black was bitter no food and getting threatened. The leader, of course, wouldn't give up the food that easily. He would follow and then look for a chance to snatch it. Meanwhile, Tu Nam, the chubby, still stood stunned at the door. Turns out he wasn't with those 2. He just got caught up with them on the way. Tu Nam just wanted a box of cat food. In exchange, he had information about a survivor's base with a military guard. Is there nothing left downstairs? Non Nguyen hadn't answered when something super fast brushed past her back. Tay-T, don't cause trouble. Quickly give it back to everyone. It was Tu Nam's 3-colored cat. It teared up when the sausage it just got was snatched away. Tu Nam went out to find a box of food for Tay-T. Not sure why, since yesterday it's been eating more, but still refuses cat food. She still didn't know why downstairs was empty and nothing was left. Dung Pham cleared his throat and said, maybe someone took things last night. Than Tweet's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the kitten wanting to hug it. Dung Pham immediately stopped her because it was already mutated. Tu Nam irritably argued, you can touch me, but not my kitten. Than Tweet pleaded with Dung Pham, look how cute and gentle Tay-T is. Can I just pet it a little? No means no, no matter what Dung Pham said. Than Tweet hugged Tay-T and stuck out her tongue, teasing, you're so good. Such soft fur. Let me share some snacks with you. After going outside, Dung Pham didn't follow Tu Nam to the base he mentioned. Thang Tweet sadly said goodbye to Tay-T, pleading for its life. The 2 guys just rode motorbikes charging in. Behind them came a pack of Tang Shi dogs as numerous as Mongol troops. Jung Pham chased those 2 away. They immediately looked remorseful. We know we were wrong. Please save us! Non Nguyen covered them behind herself. The 2 looked at each other and laughed. All these bitches here make food for those dogs. They rushed to snatch Than Tweet's food backpack. The guy in black was stabbing Non Tweet covertly. His arm was tightly gripped by Dung Pham. Knew you guys wouldn't settle down. On the other side, a guy was struggling over a backpack with 3 others. Suddenly he panicked and shouted, Tangsha dogs! They were distracted. He quickly grabbed Than Tweet's backpack. He jumped on his motorbike. Goodbye, black shirt. Good luck to the good brothers staying behind. I'm going ahead. You fools. Thanks for holding off those Tang Shu dogs for me. Ha ha ha! A Tangsha dog rushed over. Dung Pham threw the guy in black as bait. Everyone get on the bike, don't slow down. Non. Nguyen handed the backpack to Mok Dai, then fought alongside Dung Pham. These dogs aren't that tough. Though they aren't strong, they fight in packs. Their speed is fast. Dung Pham advised her not to get greedy for a fight. Tu Nam had driven up to help. The two of them ran up. Just when they thought they escaped, a level 2 mutated Tangsha dog appeared. Jung Pham habitually stayed behind to hold it off so they could go first. Nyang Huit wanted to jump down to help. Dung Pham was always left alone. "You're the fighter." Mokdi grabbed her arm to stop her. "Listen to Dung Pham. He's way stronger than us. It'll be fine." Over there, Dung Pham was pinned under it. "But if it wants to bite you, it has to ask if your level 2 berserker blade agrees first." Dung Pham transformed his blade and sliced across the neck of the level 2 mutated dog. Worth staying behind. He picked up a white star. After handling the big one, the smaller ones came. The smell of blood would attract more Tangsha dogs. Fighting wouldn't be the best option then. The car turned around. Nhan Huit opened the door and pulled Dung Pham into the car. He immediately signaled Tu Nam to drive around to shake off the dogs. Thang Tweet just noticed a fresh pool of blood where Dung Pham was sitting. "Brother, are you injured?" Dung Pham proudly put his arm around the zombie dogs that weren't even old enough yet. It turned out the one bleeding was Nhan Guiet. She had a small stab wound from that guy earlier. Then she fought fiercely with the zombie dogs, so the wound opened up again. Thang Tweet anxiously said, "You're bleeding a lot. You've been like this and didn't say anything." Jung Pham immediately pulled back her clothes to check the wound. The wound was torn open, so the blood was flowing like it was her period. The only treatment was to trade medicine with the traders. Jung Pham gave his shirt to Mukdi to stop Nyang Huit's bleeding. He told Tu Nam to go to the pharmacy, but on the way he passed several pharmacies, all of which had been robbed. However, the base Tu Nam mentioned had both medicine and a doctor. Jung Pham decided to head there. Luckily, they were close to the base. It was established in the largest shopping center building in this area. Nyang Huit was supported by Mukdi and Than Tweet, but she could still endure the wound. Tu Nam ran tow. The two guards, "Two big brothers, please open the door, we have someone injured." The two couldn't confirm if the injured person had been bitten, so they refused to open, even though they had bone eyes outside. Nhan Huit couldn't take it anymore. "My brother just got bitten by a zombie." "Open your eyes wide, this is a stab wound." The red-haired guy brushed off his hands, refusing to let them in. The guy in orange had an idea. "Each of you has to pay 100 koi tin. Nyang Huit alone pays mot kalnen koi ting." Jung Pham handed over a bag full of koi ting and a bak ting worth mot kan koi ting to them. Their eyes lit up at the prospect of wealth. "If I'd known, I would have said just 200 koi tin." Jung Pham smirked. "If you want to rob me, you have to dodge this blade first." The leader, distracted by the koi tin, was easily defeated by Dung Pham. The other guy rushed forward recklessly to avenge his boss. Nyang Huit stabbed him through the stomach from behind. "Not so fast. Let me in. I'll make sure you never see the light of day again." Nya Tweet moved too violently, causing the wound to tear open again. Jung Pham caught her, blaming her for being aggressive despite being injured. Thang Tweet searched the backpacks of the two guys. They were even poorer than them with only 3 pills. Tu Nam started to worry. Following Dung Pham's group looks peaceful, but they kill like crazy. After finishing, Dung Pham looked up to the second floor. "Friend over there, you can come down now." Applause broke out. A group in black suits like bodyguards came down, each holding a handgun. "Not bad, kid. Decisive and capable. What's your name?" He introduced himself as Bao Tong. He used to work in security and now was in charge of this base. "By the way, this place is short one bodyguard." Bao Tong recruited Dung Pham. Dung Pham wanted to discuss that later. First, he had to treat Nhan Huit's wound. Bao Tong immediately ordered the bodyguards to take them to find the doctor. He saw Dung Pham as a rare talent. He wanted to recruit him as a subordinate to strengthen the base. If he refused, they'd throw the whole group to the zombies as food. The bald bodyguard led them to a shopfront. Dung Pham stepped forward, holding a dagger for defense. "Is anyone here? We need to see a doctor." "I'm the doctor here. Bring the patient over." An older man wearing glasses sat at a desk writing something. Dung Pham thought they would meet that person, but apparently she hadn't arrived at the base yet. Dr. Tran guessed a few things and told them to pay 5,000 koi tin for treatment. Tu Nam, watching, felt indignant. "Do you think koi tin grows on trees? You guys are too cruel wanting treatment without koi tin. Don't ruin my business, get lost." Someone behind the curtain spoke. "Who's injured? If he won't treat, I will." Dung Pham recognized the familiar face. This female doctor had saved his life in a past life. He didn't expect her to arrive at the base so early. The old man who lost customers didn't want to give up. "Lam Diushuan, what do you think you're doing? Treating people without permission and not charging money. Do you know how precious these medical supplies are? Diushuan's professional ethics won't allow her to stand by and watch someone die without saving them." If he wants to file a complaint, he can go over there and report it. The boss gets angry as soon as you mention the boss. He thinks he owns the clinic and wants to trap Dio Xuan. Duong Pham grabbed the old man's hand. If you try to touch Dio Xuan, this arm will disable you. Then he played the victim and ran off to tell the boss. Duong Pham owed Dio Xuan a lot in a past life. In this life, he won't let her leave unfairly. He immediately asked if she wanted to work for him. Everyone present heard Duong Pham's words as a bad boy's confession. Dio Xuan thought to herself, what kind of guy is he to randomly confess to a girl he just met? We're not that familiar yet. Why don't you come with me so you can understand better? Dio Xuan blurted out that he was shameless. Then she kicked Duong Pham out to continue treatment. A while later, Dio Xuan finished the surgery. During this time, Nhan Guit must not move vigorously. 5 days later, it's time to remove the stitches. Outside, an old man's voice rang out. The boss said they treated her but didn't pay the core stones. The boss brought people to pick a fight, accusing Duong Pham of not paying the core stones. Duong Pham didn't say he wouldn't pay, but they charged 5,000 core stones for just treating a minor wound who could afford that. Or maybe you guys were already working together to set me up. A bodyguard who admired the boss saw Duong Pham's evasive words and immediately raised his gun to attack him. Duong Pham quickly modified the gun, making it bend and twist. The boss clapped, praising Duong Pham's talent. If you join my team, I'll treat Nhan Guit for free. But if you break the rules, you'll be punished. Following the boss were No Mai, a level 1 fire-type power user, and Chao Luong, also a level 1 fire-type power user. They combined to attack the nearest person, Dio Xuan. She was in danger. Grab my hand! Duong Pham reached out and pulled Dio Xuan toward him. He breathed a sigh of relief, nearly letting her sacrifice herself right in front of him. However, in the last life, that base had many power users. Now there are probably more than just those two. If he risked it, he might not even get out alive, not to mention the people following. Duong Pham changed his terms as long as the boss spared Dio Xuan. He would use his power to upgrade the boss's base. The boss could spare Dio Xuan, but was curious how Duong Pham could upgrade his base. Looks like this guy still doesn't fully understand Duong Pham's powers. He could take advantage of this to make a big profit. Duong Pham's powers not only allow him to transform weapons, but also create them. If he reaches level 2, he can craft level 2 weapons to equip the boss's entire army. However, they have to provide the necessary materials, including core stones, refined metals, and flora and fauna. But the total price for each item will be 80% cheaper than what the traders charge. The 80% discount pleased the boss. He was ready to supply everything Duong Pham needed. As long as the first 100 weapons he produced were of good quality, the boss would gift him a level 2 evolution serum. Someone go arrange their accommodations. Mukdi felt that boss was definitely a lowlife. Why would they have to stay at this base? Duong Pham, of course, knew, but Nhan Guit just had her wound stitched and couldn't go to the battlefield yet. He casually took some of their core stones and materials. In the meeting room, with 2 power users, the boss ordered them to monitor Duong Pham 24/7. If he really could craft weapons, they would hold his followers hostage to keep him here forever as their tool. Boss Bao is still so devious, haha. The bald guy led them to their quarters. Kowloon then blocked Duong Pham's way, telling him to go craft weapons. Duong Pham saw through their plan to separate him from the others. Unfortunately, he had done this dirty trick many times in a past life. Then Tweet also wanted to follow. Kowloon naturally wouldn't allow her to go anywhere. Our warehouse is full of treasures. Do you think you can just come and go as you please? Duong Pham patted Than Tweet's head to comfort her, saying he would come back later. Cao Luong led him to a warehouse with a safe among many others containing 5,000 koi tin. If you can't do it, everything will be thrown out to feed the zombies. Just instructing him to try and report her boss already gave so many koi tin. It seems they have quite a bit of heavy firepower to get so many cores in such a short time. Cao Luong pointed to a pile of rubble in the distance. The other materials for Duong Pham were all mementos the brothers picked up after battles. Hearing him talk made him laugh. With these, Duong Pham could craft a bunch of special equipment. Duong Pham told him to stand guard outside because he didn't like people watching while he crafted. Cao Luong went outside and warned Duong Pham to be careful. This place is a level 4 ammunition bank that even artillery can't break. Duong Pham inspected the pile of white-grade mutated bullhorn materials, level 1 spatial attribute cores, and rare level 1 ductile metal. Apparently, those guys didn't know the value of these materials. This small spatial core, if made into a cubic pendant, shouldn't be a problem. The other materials are enough to create special equipment for others to boost strength for future escapes. Duong Pham started gathering materials to craft 10 Kai Shan greatswords, a protective bracelet, scanning glasses, a bulletproof silk shirt, a spatial pendant, and a gun. all level 1. Crafting so many items at once completely drained Duong Fam's labor power. He put all the newly crafted items into the pendant and took more koi tin, left the rest to make a big batch to fool them. Outside, the bodyguard was still doubtful whether Duong Fam could craft weapons from their junk. Kowloon saw that his powers were just rare, but he still had to work hard for them. But the girls with that guy were quite attractive. If there's a chance, I must try. Just as he finished, the door burst open. Duong Fam grabbed his sword and warned him if he dared touch his friend, even as a fake power user, he would tear him apart. Did you dare touch me? Kowloon was annoyed but couldn't do anything for now. As long as the weapons don't meet the standard, he'll have a chance to openly deal with him. Inside, Duong Fam casually crafted a few swords and surprisingly fooled Kowloon. He only used 3 600 koi tin and some useless materials to make 10 level 1 Kaishan greatswords. If bought from a dealer, this would cost at least 6,000 koi tin. With my current power level, I can only craft 10 weapons a day. Kowloon tried the sword on wood. It cut smoothly like tofu. He saw Duong Fam was useful, so he couldn't touch him, but he definitely wouldn't let his sister off. Duong Fam had crafted effective weapons for them. As promised, they had to let him meet his friends to show goodwill. Kowloon ordered his underling to take him to the girls. You just made 10 items. Reporter boss will probably give you evolution pills to craft more. The door opened, and the sight of them changing clothes hit his eyes. The girls screamed loudly, covering their chests with their hands. Duong Fam's face was cold as ice, not even blushing. This is the gear I made for everyone. Thang Tweet only noticed the pendant that could hold lots of stuff and quickly grabbed it to try. Come here quickly, where's the treasure, Duong? Pham patted his little sister's head and explained this is just a 1M2 spatial storage. Thang Tweet was thrilled. She'd put all her snacks in there. Duong Pham handed the Desert Eagle to Nan Tweet. The scanning glasses for item analysis were reserved for Mu D. The level 2 gun came with countless bullets, so no worries later. Just then, Nam returned, and Duong Pham gave him a level 1 shield, large and expandable for defense and offense. Du Xuan's share was a level 1 bulletproof vest that could defend against attacks from level 1 and below mutants. Though not very concealing, she still appreciated it. Duong Pham was in Reporter Boss's room. He tried each sword Duong Pham made and easily sliced the stone table in half with one strike. Not bad. The sharpness is similar to my level 1 dagger. He ordered Chao Luong to lead the team tomorrow to find spirit cores for Duong Pham to craft weapons. However, Kowloon had his eyes on the girls accompanying you and asked Chief Bao about it. Chief Bao was smug. He believed you wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. Early the next morning, Chao Luong led the troops armed with firepower and weapons into battle. They all carried the greatswords that Duong Pham had crafted. Firearms will eventually run out of ammo, only cold weapons remain supreme. Duong Pham silently observed from above, wondering where they got all those heavy American weapons. No wonder they collected so many rare materials. Now they're probably out hunting mutants, showing that Chief Bao was very satisfied with your achievements yesterday and ordered them to gather materials for him. Since Chief Bao has goodwill, Duong Pham has to accept it. Suddenly someone knocked on the door looking for Duong Pham. Dio Xuan reported that Ngo Mai Kowloon's lover was waiting for you in the living room. She was sitting provocatively on the chair, saying she had been waiting for you a long time. The materials for today were ready. She wondered if she could have the honor of watching you craft those powerful weapons. Duong Pham made an excuse that his supernatural power hadn't fully recovered and arranged to meet in the afternoon. That Chief Bao is really greedy. He sends people to find materials but pressures you at home to craft. Ngo Mai begged Duong Pham to let her tag along to wait for him, impatient to have him make some weapons for her. Duong Pham coldly waved his hand. I have to go out this morning. Where are you going? Let me go with you. Ngo Mai didn't expect you to have no reaction to her charm. Looks like I'll need to add some more drugs. This base is so big, Duong Pham wants to find a dealer. There is one, but each use requires a fee of 3,000 koi tin. 3,000 koi ting. No wonder those merchants are notorious. But compared to what Duong Pham has, it's just pocket change. Take me there, I need to exchange some medicines. Outside the guard post were 4 armed guards. Thanks to Ngo Mai, you were allowed inside. The dealer wore a white coat. Duong Pham gave 3,000 koi tin as usage fee. He checked the quality and warned you that you could only stay 5 minutes inside. After 5 minutes, they would forcibly escort you out. Duong Pham started trading. Inside, there were only a few odds and ends evolution medicines, and the good stuff had all been bought by Chief Bao. No wonder they let you in here. There was also a ticket for a random-level robot Bao Hung Arena challenge. Only one challenge opportunity left. Looks like that Chief Bao guy has already failed twice. Rare dealers own arena challenge tickets. In the past life, this was a contested area among bases. Everyone wants to enter to build strength and gear. Now it's your turn. Hopefully, the level 2 dealer won't randomly select a battlefield that's too high level. Duong Pham bets on one side. If successful, the gains might exceed expectations. Duong Pham was teleported inside. Time in the arena runs about 10 times slower than real life. You'll have nearly 50 minutes to fight. The robot Bao Hong is a huge bear wearing armor that's very hard to break. It's starting. I have to strike first. Duong Pham clashed with it. This strength combined with the red spirit core on its head is a level 3 robot Bao Hong damn strong. The robot swung its arm, throwing Duong Pham flying out. Its strength, speed, and defense are all several times better than yours. The odds of winning are very low. But in this world, nothing is without weaknesses. You've fought level 7 and level 9 monsters before. Duong Pham dodged its blow, then aimed for its unprotected belly and stabbed. The whole robot Bao Hong's body was paralyzed by the sword's effect. It could only move slower, but that was enough. Duong Pham jumped up, aiming for its neck, successfully destroyed it. Around, many voices shouted, "This kid is interesting. He will be mine, ha." While Duong Pham was still looking for who was there, he was rewarded with a promotion in rank. 5 seconds left before they forcibly escort him out. No need for them to intervene. Duong Pham came out on his own. They immediately surrounded you to search. Duong Pham threatened, "How dare you? I am the 3rd brother of the base personally appointed by Chief Bao. Don't want to live anymore." They said this is the rule. 3,000 koi ting is just a knocking fee. Half of what you buy must be handed over. Ngo Mai said, "Let Duong Pham be searched. If you make noise and it reaches Chief Bao, your friends will be doomed." Duong Pham hated people who used his friends to threaten him. But you're not trading anything. The evolution drug has expired. Everyone who came out said that. Unfortunately, it was all lies. If they don't find anything, they let Duong Pham kick them in the head. You were in there for 5 minutes. They don't believe you couldn't exchange anything. Duong Pham spread his arms, letting them search as they pleased. Don't skip anywhere. Even underwear must be checked. After searching almost to the point of stripping Duong Pham, all they found were 4 koi tin pills. Duong Pham snatched the gun and shot straight at the leader's head. "Keep your promises." Duong Pham then looked at Ngo Mai. By then, she was sweating so much her makeup was running. "If you dare threaten me again, I'll take your head too." Ngo Mai chased after him, wrapping an arm around Duong Pham, wanting him to craft weapons for her. Duong Pham brushed her off. "I'm not interested in used women." Ngo Mai's face darkened like a burnt pot from being rejected. Later, she would definitely force him to willingly become her slave. Just 2 days later, Nan Nguyen's wound had healed more than half. The recovery was much faster than normal people. Maybe because she was a level 1 evolution, her healing ability increased. Thang Tweet sat waiting all day for Duong Pham to return. Their biggest problem now was that Chief Bao kept them locked up here without water or food. Did he want to starve them? Thang Tweet puffed her cheeks and looked at Tu Nam. And Tu Nam had also been forced to drastically reduce his rations lately. "Don't worry about this." Duong Pham came back, took out a bunch of food from his ring, and said it was given by Chief Bao. Mok Dui sighed. "Looks like she's just overthinking." Duong Pham told them to eat slowly. He would guard the door to keep others out. He would try his level 2 ability to see if it was different from level 1. Thang Tweet ate while speaking in a slurred, unclear voice. Then she brought some in for Nan Nguyen and Jiu Xuan. Still didn't. "Stop it, Da." In his room, Duong Pham was deep in thought about how the craftsman profession was divided into 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are beginner. Levels 4 to 6 are intermediate. The rest are advanced. In his past life, only one person became an advanced craftsman. The bunker he created was incredibly sturdy. Even other level-equivalent fake abilities couldn't compete. Because of that, he held a special position among the super base leaders. This life, Duong Pham would follow his example and learn. A level 1 craftsman needs rare materials to add special attributes to weapons. But a level 2 craftsman can create special attributes even with normal materials. Adding rare materials will create advanced elemental attributes. In Duong Pham's hand was a level 2 mutated red crystal. He found it among the materials the other day and fused them together. If successful, his great sword would not only break through, but also gain a completely new attribute. The result was a red lotus branch martial blade, but without any special attributes. Don't say Duong Pham failed. He tried swinging the sword. A strong flame burst out. Unexpectedly, it was a fire element mutated weapon. 1 in 10,000 gets this. In his past life, this sword would have been worth hundreds of thousands of Bak Tin. Looks like Duong Pham was very lucky. In the meeting room, Chief Bao was very pleased with the weapon Duong Pham made today. When they run out of hot weapons, they will use yours. The Gaoliang men are waiting for that kid to make 100 of them. Do we really have to give him a level 2 evolution drug worth 100 Bak Tin? Of course not. In Chief Bao's hand was the last tube reserved for Gaoliang. Wait until Duong Pham crafts 99 pieces, then say they don't meet the standards. 7 days later, Duong Pham was just one batch short of 100 bars. With the materials ready, you craft a soft Kim Tai armor set. The weekly sale of premium items at a discount on the ring is here again. Last time you got a sculptor profession card? I wonder what it will be today. As Duong Pham arrived, the two others obediently called him Big Brother. You gave them 3,000 Spirit Core transaction fees. The name Big Brother is just an empty title. Wait until tomorrow when the evolution drug arrives, you'll leave. Duong Pham entered the trading space. He shone the ring hoping it wouldn't disappoint this time. As expected, the ring didn't let Duong Pham down. He actually pulled out a rare Sage Profession card. An 8th level Sage can turn the living into dry bones. Looks like Duong Pham definitely has to persuade Diao Xuan to go. In my opinion, this card only suits her. As soon as he stepped outside, Ngo Mai blocked Duong Pham's way. Meanwhile, there was knocking on the door from inside Than Tweet's room. Thang Tweet happily ran out, but the person who appeared was that despicable Gao Luong. Tie up these women for me. I must favor each one individually. Nhan Nguyen regained her strength, itching for action, then pulled out her gun. They also had guns. The fight switched from hand to hand to firearms. Gao Luong sneered, not expecting Nhan Nguyen to know how to use a gun. Nhan Nguyen immediately shot him in the shoulder to assert dominance. Never underestimate others. You two have guts. The crack on Gao Luong's hand spread. He didn't expect Duong Pham to secretly stash level 2 weapons. Go Lung charged forward, knocking Nhan Nguyen's gun away. He grabbed her by the throat. The rest surrounded Mok Di. Mok Da used her glasses to see through their weak points. But she wasn't brave enough and let Diao Xuan act first. Tu Nam Tang Tuit quickly find Duong Pham. Tang Tuit was held back. Tu Nam had Tay Thi rush forward to cozy up to him. Tay Thi angrily scratched that guy's face. Damn it, stop. If you dare move, I'll crush these two heads. Gao Lung squeezed Nhan Nguyen and Diao Xuan's necks, pinning them to the ground. The others just stood there cursing. The two remaining grabbed Mok Di and Tu Nam. That guy faced Tay Thi. Seeing her red eyes, he dared not charge. We just fear she's been mutated. Gao Luong grabbed the level 2 gun and ordered his men to escort them away. Ngo Mai brought good news to Duong Pham. Just now, Gao Lung brought a group to your room to capture that person. Duong Pham knew the informant wasn't a good guy, but didn't expect him to act so quickly. Seeing you leave, Ngo Mai grabbed your hand to hold you back. Let's make a deal. I'll help you save your friend. You just need to give me the level 2 evolution drug, and I'll arrange the informant for you. Duong Pham brushed her hand away. He wasn't even sure he had the evolution drug yet. On the way, he accidentally bumped into a group searching everywhere for him. Looks like Ngo Mai didn't lie. Nhan Nguyen's group must have been captured already. However, in the previous life, after Duong Pham was saved by Diao Xuan, he was always locked in the underground prison, forced to work. If the informant acted first, you don't have to pretend to be grateful. Previous life and this life today, we settle everything. In the underground prison, guards with guns patrolled back and forth. Duong Pham fused soft armor to enhance his defense. After a while, Nhan Nguyen's group was indeed thrown into a cell. Mok Di scanned a few thin ropes on Nhan Nguyen's wrists with her glasses. Tu Nam signaled Tay Thi to bite through the ropes for her. Nhan Nguyen moved closer to Mok Di so she could use a shard to cut the ropes. Light reflected off the shard flashed outside. That guy burst in. Seeing the two girls actively working, he kicked Mok Di straight in the leg. How dare you mess around? Damn skirt-wearing bastard hitting a girl. Nhan Nguyen kicked him back. Tay Thi had untied Tu Nam. You used your body to pin him down, making that guy choke. A guy outside heard the noise and rushed in, pointing a gun to threaten Tu Nam. The guy being pinned immediately fought back. He fought so hard his face was unrecognizable even by Face ID. Tay Thi angrily charged forward, meowing. The other guy was filled with rage. He had long stolen his friend's gun and aimed it at Tay Thi. Tu Nam immediately threw himself to shield him from the bullet. Seeing the servant and the master so close, he would send both of them to the afterlife. Suddenly, a shoe from outside hit his face, stopping him. Duong Pham charged in with a sword. He had planned to come after finishing his business. Unexpectedly, they acted first. Two guys outside rushed in. Duong Pham was surrounded from all sides. The girls screamed in fear, yelling not to come here. Hurry, go! They kept firing continuously. Duong Pham swung his blade a few times, slicing a bullet in half. The other guys ran out of ammo after shooting for a while and started yelling loudly. "The monster can't shoot it down!" Duong Pham used his sword to finish off the two guys at the door. The guy inside immediately grabbed Than Tweet as a hostage. Du Xuan angrily rushed from behind and kicked his leg. Thang Tweet ran toward Duong Pham. He lay on the ground aiming his gun at her, but before he could pull the trigger, he lost his arm. Next, his whole head was gone too. Now they openly confronted the leader Duong Pham, the family head. Let them prepare to escape the base. It's not that easy to leave. The leader called his men to surround them using the excuse that Duong Pham attacked his brothers. "Boss, why talk so much?" One slashed to take revenge for the brothers. They all pulled out their weapons to defend. The leader still calmly lit a cigarette. "Duong Pham Wine, respect you as a talented man. I'll give you one more chance. Just agree to hand over any one person from your team to me. You'll still be the third brother here. Everything will be in the past." Duong Pham thought his suggestion was pretty reasonable. They have heavy weapons and also psychics. On your side, there are only girls who can't even tie up a chicken bare-handed, plus a fat guy Nan Nguyen who volunteered to go first. After all, her life was saved by you. Tu Nam initially tricked them to come here. Even the most useless one wanted to step forward and sacrifice himself. Du Xuan is from this base and the newest member of the team, so she volunteered to go ahead. Duong Pham smirked. "Why compete? I'm just saying it's a suggestion." Mokdi scanned for a weak spot in the wall behind. You swung your sword, smashing the wall and opening a path for them to escape. The leader fired his gun. If they can't capture them alive, they must leave bodies. Tu Nam stayed to cover with his shield. Cao Luong jumped to attack him. Duong Pham jumped out to block the move. "Well done. Let me show you my power." He manipulated the ground to create explosions. Duong Pham dodged while attacking with his blade, slicing a line across his neck. "How did you break my level 1 petrification psychic power?" Duong Pham breathed fire onto his sword and jumped up, cutting him in half. "If you want to know, go ask the King of Hell." Nan Nguyen's gun dropped. Looks like Cao Luong hasn't handed him over to the leader yet. Wants to keep him for himself. They had already gone outside. Only Duong Pham was left. The leader sent someone to assassinate him to avenge Cao Luong. Tu Nam used his shield to protect Duong Pham, but actually held the shield so Tu Nam could run ahead. A guy wielded a cannon and fired rockets boom, boom, boom. Rocks and dirt fell from the ceiling, about to seal off their escape hole. Duong Pham jumped out just as the hole got blocked up. Duong Pham threw the gun back to Nan Nguyen. The group prepared to escape. A thunderous roar came from the pile of rubble. The leader had transformed into a real panther. "You guys won't escape today. I'm extremely angry right now." Nan Nguyen opened fire. The leader bent his body and dodged easily. "Is that all? I'm a level 2 psychic?" Duong Pham stepped forward to duel him one-on-one. He signaled the others to run first. This leader is a beast-transformed psychic, so he's stronger than an ordinary psychic. Outside, the zombies were also surrounding them. The leopard guard was disturbed and let out a growl that split the group of Tang Thi in two. Duong Pham held up his shield. They hid behind him. Mok Dai found a nearby vehicle. The group ran toward the car. "You all go ahead. I'll hold him back." The leopard general summoned some kind of orb in his hand that crackled with thunder. "Today he will cut off Duong Pham's leg. He'll keep you locked inside the weapons manufacturing base for life. If you don't listen to me, I'll have the guys in the base bring prostitutes right in front of you." The leopard general increased his strength in his limbs and leapt to pounce on Duong Pham. Duong Pham's sword flared up with fire on the plateau. "Let's see who dies first. A low-level trash like you wants to challenge me." Duong Pham swung his sword to help the leopard guard cut off some useless long claws. "Anyway, you have to thank him for providing rare materials that allowed you to craft this blade." Duong Pham's level isn't as high as the leopard general's. He has no choice but to rely on this sword to scare him and buy time. The leopard general didn't believe Duong Pham could create such a powerful weapon from scrap metal. He discarded it. "Besides, you said you could only make level 1 weapons. How naive." "I said I can only make level 1 weapons, and you actually believed that." The leopard general began to suspect that the blade in Duong Pham's hand might actually be level 2 or 3. He was waiting for the Nyo Mai group to bring heavy weapons to subdue Duong Pham. At that moment, the car arrived. Duong Pham took advantage of his stunned face to rush forward. Duong Pham got into the car and gave a foolish, useless gesture. "You fell for it." The leopard guard then realized Duong Pham was just bluffing to buy time. He retracted his leg and chased after them, not letting them escape. Nhan Nguyen fired from the car but didn't hit a single shot. How strong can a beast-transformed mutant really be? The leopard general was about to catch up. Duong Pham signaled towards the city center where the most Tang Thi gathered. Tu Nam looked out the window and saw the leopard guard's face getting closer. Level 1 zombies still couldn't break their car and held off the leopard guard. The zombies charged at the car. The leopard guard was swarmed by a group of Tang Thi like ants on honey. "Get lost, all of you!" The leopard general roared, destroying them all in an instant. He used several buildings as leverage and quickly caught up with them. Thang Tweet sat anxiously in the car. Mok Dui sister, speed up. "That guy is about to catch us!" Mok Dui suddenly slammed on the brakes. His face turned pale. Something was ahead. A huge, muscular Tang Thi with a spiky body was advancing toward them. It was a level 3 zombie. No wonder the city center is densely populated. In just over 10 days, there was a corpse king. This level 3 Tang Thi had some special mutant abilities, even more so than the leopard general. Something that only knows how to massacre yet is immortal, like it is even scarier. Duong Pham fought alone against a side of level 3 Tang Thi. The other side was the leopard guard. Than Tweet, and everyone wanted Duong Pham to get in the car and leave. No need to sacrifice yourself. But unexpectedly, the level 3 Tang Thi grabbed the leopard guard. Duong Pham took the chance to slip into the car and speed away. Looks like these level 3 Tang Thi know how to choose their prey high-level mutants. Higher levels can supply more evolution energy, so that's how it is. So the higher the level, the more dangerous they are. High-level mutants require high-level nuclei to strengthen them. High-level Tang Thi are also their prey. It's just a matter of who is stronger. Du Xuan thought they shouldn't talk about this anymore. The important thing is where to go next. Duong Pham decided to head to Hai Thien City. That's where the army is stationed, and where his parents are. Nyun Nguyen looked sad but didn't say anything. Mok Dui spoke on her behalf, saying she wanted to go to Dia Shuyen because her parents were there. In the previous life, Dia Shuyen City was the most chaotic place but also had the most mutants. Moreover, that Tu Niao guy also came from Dia Shuyen. Duong Pham went there to settle the score. His parents in Hai Thien City were the safest. "It's okay to be late." Than Tweet puffed her cheeks in a sulk. Duong Pham patted her head. He had already called his parents earlier. "We can meet later." In past lives, they always stayed in Hai Thien for half a year. Nyun Nguyen saw that Duong Pham changed his route for her and even gave her a level 2 weapon. Could he possibly have feelings for her? But he once said he wanted Du Xuan to be his, yet never told her that. Right, I almost forgot this. Duong Pham gave Du Xuan the Saint Sage profession card. This suits her best. They really need a psychic healer. Done. Nyun Nguyen felt sad seeing Duong Pham give Du Xuan such a valuable profession card. Duong Pham pressed the card to Du Xuan's head and opened it for her. After receiving all the information, Du Xuan understood her profession. Tu Nam saw Du Xuan muttering, "I am the Saint Sage," thought she had lost her mind. Duong Pham said this was just the merging process with the profession card. To prove Du Xuan's ability, Duong Pham deliberately cut her hand. Using her power to heal the wound on him, healed as if nothing happened. Thang Tweet felt she was incredibly awesome. From now on, we won't fear getting hurt anymore. Right after using it, Du Xuan felt exhausted because this power drained her spirit. And since her level was too low, her body couldn't handle it. Duong Pham warned Than Tweet not to get hurt because his sister had the potential to cause some serious trouble. Du Xuan found using her power really troublesome. She'd rather just use medicine to heal it faster. Of course, psychics aren't born to have an advanced Saint Sage profession, which can even resurrect someone from dry bones. Normal medicine just can't do that. That's great then. Du Xuan felt that as long as she didn't slow everyone down, it was fine. Nyun Nguyen also wanted a profession card to increase her own strength. Seems like she needs to save up spirit stones to exchange for a watchdog card. Right now it seems very hard to return to the base. The others are just small fry now. Duong Pham suddenly wanted to get off the vehicle to return to the city center and check the situation. Thang Tweet didn't want to be separated from her brother, but he needed to go there to find what he wanted. Nyun Nguyen wanted to follow, but Mok Di immediately stopped her. Following Duong Pham now would only slow him down. "You're right, I'm too weak." Nyun Nguyen sadly had to accept going to Dia Shuin first. Duong Pham returned to where they had just escaped. This hole was a shortcut into Bao Tong's warehouse. "Look, it's Duong Pham." The others immediately opened fire. Duong Pham sent both of them to hell. This steel door was nothing compared to his weapons. Duong Pham entered and cleared out Bao Tu's warehouse. Surprisingly, he found 2 level 1 healing potions. This time, he really hit the jackpot. This Bao Tu built his own army in a short time and stored so many items and spirit cores. Maybe he got lucky hitting a contact who shared a lot of info. Duong Pham put all the stuff from the warehouse into his ring. He also needed to level up quickly to increase his storage space. He used some materials to upgrade and craft a TNT bomb with an added attribute that weakens physical defense. Duong Pham said, "Why do you still dare to come back here?" Bao Tu, severely wounded, returned. His blood boiled seeing his warehouse empty. So fast he came back. Seems he's not bad after all. You bastard, give me back my stuff, Bao Tu charged despite his injuries. Jung Pham blew fire onto his sword. The elders say a master never misses an opportunity. This is the chance to wipe out this Bao. His words are bold. Though I'm injured, I'll teach you a lesson. Jung Pham was now fighting seriously. Bao Thu's wounds worsened by the minute. His claws were cut off. He had no choice but to flee. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Next time I'll finish you off. Jung Pham immediately chased after him, not giving him a chance to reproduce. He stabbed the blade straight through Bao Thu's heart, finishing him off. That was good, saved Jung Pham a bullet from the newly crafted explosive round. A level 2 evolution potion fell from Bao Thu's body. Unexpectedly, he always carried it with him. No wonder the sixth brother searched the whole warehouse and couldn't find it. Duong Pham didn't wait any longer and drank it all. Power was pouring out. He felt his secondary body strength could now rival a top martial arts master. Duong Pham went outside to meet up with the non-Nguyen group. Coincidentally, he found the big motorcycle that those guys often used. In these chaotic times, even traffic police have disappeared. He jumped on the bike without even putting on a helmet. Duong Pham sped off on a different route. His mind was calculating all sorts of things, but that was when rules got buried. People became violent, revealing their true nature. While riding, the ring flashed. It showed that someone had recently made a deal. There was also a tire track on the road. Could it be someone got there before him? Regardless of whether anyone had arrived, Duong Pham couldn't ignore the deal. If there was something valuable, he would gain another card to overthrow Tune Gao. Unexpectedly on the way, Duong Pham saw the non-Nguyen group's bike. Duong Pham followed their scattered footsteps to find them. The motorcycle engine was too noisy, so he had to walk. Deep inside was a town. Tu Nam was tied to a pole. A group of gaunt, skeletal people surrounded him. Duong Pham worried this group might be so starving, they'd resort to cannibalism, like in his past life. He immediately attacked to rescue Tu Nam. Tu Nam shouted urgently, "Pham, don't attack, they're good people!" A man named Lai Dine Gu said he was also forced here. Their new village chief said if Tu Nam wasn't tied up, he would order the sacred tree to turn them all into zombies. Duong Pham untied Tu Nam, not caring about the sacred tree or divine powers, only wanting to know where Than Tuit was. Tu Nam led him away. They were being taken to the village chief's room, definitely for some dirty scheme. Duong Pham had only been gone a moment and trouble had already started. Just after he left, a girl suddenly rushed out, nearly getting hit by them. She clutched Tu Nam's leg, looking pitiful and urgently begging, "My father is dying, please save him." Nguyen Nguyen said she should go back. They didn't have time to waste, but the girl stubbornly refused to leave. Than Tuit felt sorry for the girl, and Du Xuan had healing abilities. Besides, since they crashed into her, they owed her compensation. Nguyen Nguyen sighed and agreed. They followed the girl to a village with a huge, ancient pink tree. "My home is on this mountain, thank you all." A villager smirked when he saw the group brought in. Li Dine Gu's daughter's really proving herself, bringing back a few girls this time. I must quickly inform the new village chief. The girl led them to a shabby one-story house. Inside, coughing echoed out as if deliberately meant for them to hear. Nguyen Nguyen looked around cautiously. There were no zombies here, but the place felt unsettling. "Dad, I'm home!" The girl rushed inside, her father lying in bed, still coughing harshly. Du Xuan used her healing power on him. Seeing the light, he knew they weren't ordinary people. Slowly, he sat up, no longer coughing. Du Xuan's supernatural power drained her strength a bit. She wished she had a healthy body like Nan Nguyen. She wanted to leave immediately. The old man's illness was cured. Suddenly, a group of young men armed with machetes burst in, saying they heard a newcomer had arrived in the village. The old man snapped awake, shouting at the new village chief to spare them, saying they were good people. "We tricked others into coming. Now that they realize the trap, it's too late." The young men here had been starved of women for so long, how could they let them leave peacefully? The old man rushed forward to stop them, but even people from the same village turned violent. Nguyen Nguyen grabbed a gun and pressed it to the head of a fat guy. They immediately froze, not daring to move. One man sneaked in and grabbed Than Tuit as a hostage. "Put down your gun if you don't want this girl to only come home twice a month." The fat guy quickly dropped his shield. With no defense left, they were beaten to a pulp. The new village chief praised them for successfully controlling the group. Once he finishes butchering the girls, he will leave them some leftover broth to suck on. The old man knelt down, begging him, "Sir, you can't do this. They have done me a favor, besides they are doctors who can save the seriously ill villagers in our village. That mouth of yours, just relying on it, dares to order me around." The village chief kicked the old man away, then tied up his daughter and took her inside the sacred tree. "If after I'm done here, you still haven't roasted this fat guy into a roasted meat dish, your daughter won't survive to return to Tu Nam." He ran all the way. and then remembered he didn't know the location of that village chief. I know, let me lead the way. Li Dainiu is chasing them. At first, he trapped the non-Nwet group, but because Jiushuan has cured me and besides his daughter is still being held hostage, Li Dainiu urged them to hurry and follow him. The village chief can manipulate the sacred tree. If they miss the timing, there will be no chance to save anyone. The sacred tree is a 1,000-year-old trunk that has protected the village for generations. If anyone is ill, they come here to pray and can be cured. But recently, the sacred tree suddenly went mad and attacked everyone, turning villagers into ashes. But when facing the new village chief, the sacred tree stopped immediately. Since then, everyone regarded him as the chief, believing he could control the sacred tree to protect them. That so-called sacred tree is probably a dark seed triggered to mutate into a distorted plant. However, ordinary people can't control such mutated plants. Perhaps that village chief is a psychic with the occupation of a spirit master. Li Dainiu led them to the village chief's house. Duongfam immediately kicked the door open and rushed in, startling him. Hey guys, don't be reckless. He has many bodyguards protecting him. All 4 of them were stripped and locked in his room. Non-Nwit, the most aggressive, was exactly his type. He would prioritize butchering her first. At that moment, Duongfam kicked the door open and rushed in. They were overjoyed to have protected Mang Torin. Where are all his bodyguards? They're scattered all over the yard. Duongfam charged forward and kicked him straight in the face. Daring to touch him was asking for death. Duongfam untied them so they could quickly get dressed. There were still many people outside who hadn't been dealt with yet. Duongfam pointed his sword at the village chief, who knelt on the ground, begging him not to harm him. Someone like you could never be a psychic with the occupation of a spirit master. You're just deceiving the villagers, aren't you? He pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Duongfam's face, but Duongfam's sword was faster, cutting off the arm holding the firearm. Li Dainiu saw Duongfam killing people like swatting mosquitoes and quickly stopped him. Duongfam knew very well that he wasn't afraid of the sacred tree, only afraid his daughter would be harmed. Just then, a patrolman returned and grabbed Li Dainiu's daughter as a hostage. The village chief, despite losing an arm, was still smug. Lu Tin said it was worth treating you well. Well done, Li Dainiu. Then he turned to beg Duongfam, but Duongfam didn't care and insisted on chopping off the village chief's head. Lu Tin didn't expect Duongfam to act rashly and showed no mercy. Duongfam finished off the village chief while Lu Tin stabbed the girl in the back at the same moment. Fortunately, Jiushuan has healing abilities. Duongfam told Li Dainiu to hand his daughter over to her, and he must quickly gather the villagers to the sacred tree. Got it, thank you all, I'm on my way. The village chief lay motionless on the ground in a pool of blood. Duongfam called to wake him. You haven't even struck his vital spot yet. Didn't you say you could manipulate the sacred tree? Hurry and lead Tu Nam away. After pushing him this far, he's still trying to be sly. The village chief led them to a tall, pink-colored tree. In front of the tree root stood a level 2 trader. It seemed this was the person the ring had sensed. Mok Dai used a lens and discovered this was the original seed of the Sephora tree. The tree was tall and deformed, apparently living for 3,000 years. The legendary 1,000-year-old Sephora tree can produce the sacred Sephora wood spirit. Research notes recorded some strange observations that science has yet to explain. Under the Sephora tree stood a person who wasn't attacked. The village chief pointed at the trader boss, saying it was that man who ordered me to do bad things. He thought they didn't know about the trader, but Non-Nguyen explained. At that moment, the important thing was that the trader had no thoughts, let alone control others. Li Dainiu led the villagers over. When the villagers saw their sacred tree glowing, they were about to run away because the new village chief was manipulating the sacred tree. Everyone run quickly. The village chief can't be blamed. Is he going to use the borrowed authority trick again? See how powerful I am. If you don't let me go, I'll tell the sacred tree to bury you all underground. Is that so? Then go in there and manipulate it for me. Duongfam immediately pushed him toward the tree. The others watching thought his actions were reckless. It was like letting a tiger back into the forest. Unexpectedly, the sacred tree attacked and pierced through his body. Duongfam gestured with his hand, saying the village chief didn't know how to manipulate anything at all. Only you can stop it from going berserk. Li Dainiu then stopped him, fearing the sacred tree would attack Duongfam. Duongfam created something with his ring. He hoped the dark seed hadn't yet infiltrated the roots. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to purify it. Nyanwit wanted to rush in to help him, but Mok Di pulled her back, saying the best way was to assist from outside the market. Duongfam approached the sacred tree, which immediately launched an attack. He used his sword to chop off its attack. Unexpectedly, it circled behind him, causing Duong Pham to spit blood. What an embarrassment. Duong Pham didn't know how mutated this tree was because even his supernatural weapon couldn't cut it. Duong Pham continued to be surrounded. A bullet pierced through, causing it to recoil. Nhan Tweet just fired the trigger, but it only pushed the branch back. What level of monster is this? 6 branches attacked Duong Pham consecutively. He jumped to dodge and tried to get close to the trunk to water it. As soon as the water touched the trunk, smoke rose. It hissed as if about to explode. Duong Pham initiated a trade with the trader, not sure if his purifying water would work. Taking advantage of the sacred tree's chaos to trade, sure enough, after a while the sacred tree calmed down. Mok Dai approached mourning for it. Finally, it could escape the pain of being controlled. The villagers were speechless when Duong Pham managed to calm the sacred tree, but he then disappeared inside the trading space. Duong Pham saw many good items. It seemed the sacred tree's protection prevented anyone from reaching the trader. The prices were also quite high. Luckily, he grabbed more than 40,000 koi tin for bok tin from Bao Thu's place. Duong Pham bought some items and 2 profession cards. The control profession could only manipulate special types like air and space, which could protect Tan Tweet. The spirit profession was just right for Mok Di to use. After shopping for a while, Duong Pham was left with 4 bok tin and 30 koi tin. Looks like he has to go to Dia Shuyen to train everyone to earn energy cores. Next, go outside to deal with the ancient sacred tree. Duong Pham drank a level 2 evolution potion and went outside to continue fighting. The villagers bowed 3 times to the immortal incarnation when they saw him. Everyone bow down quickly. He saved our village. Even Mok Di said he calmed the sacred tree. While Duong Pham was still thinking he had to fight one more battle, Thang Tweet saw Duong Pham disappear for a moment and asked if he went to trade. Conveniently, he was about to give them items. Duong Pham gave to Nam Dio Xuan and Than Tweet each a level 1 evolution potion. Nhan Nguyet got a level 2 evolution potion. As soon as Nan Nguyet drank it, she felt a surge of power and exhilaration. Dio Xuan also felt her fatigue vanish after using her power. Only Than Tweet felt nothing at all. Duong Pham then gave Than Tweet the control profession card. Afterwards, she could blink through space and even fly without fear of being caught. Mok Dai received the spirit profession card, which helped her communicate with animals and plants, even mutants. Both evolved and gained professions, couldn't be better. As soon as Mok Di gained a position, he could hear the voice of the divine tree. Previously, its consciousness was chaotic and uncontrollable in attacks. But later, when it became a bit clearer, it discovered that the principal was using his name to harm the villagers. And Duong Pham was also like him, wanting to control it. It was furious and fought back. Luckily, you were unharmed and helped it separate from the mutation to form a new life form. Gave it a pagoda tree branch, which became that new life form. For Mok Di, it was a level 3 pagoda tree mutation, and the branch of the divine tree was extremely sturdy. It told her to take it to craft weapons. Than Tweet admired Mok Di greatly. Now she can understand 3 languages: human, animal, and plant languages. Mok Di skillfully relayed the divine tree's message to Duong Pham. He gave the branch to him to use as material to craft the mutated pagoda tree life form. According to Mok Di, it's level 3, so the divine tree must be level 3 or above. No wonder you couldn't fight back. Duong Pham instructed Mok Di to take good care of the mutated tree cat. When it grows up, it will help you a lot. The others gathered some branches to prepare for the journey. Li Daingu ran out and said, "Don't go yet, you are the benefactors of our village. Stay and have a meal before you leave." Hearing about delicious food, Than Tweet and Tu Nam drooled. They had been eating instant noodles all along and were really craving a proper meal. That night, the group lit a campfire and danced happily. If only the apocalypse hadn't happened, things would be great. Jujuan hoped they would always keep such optimism. Duong Pham watched the scene thoughtfully because their next stop was Dia Xuyn City, where the real difficulties would begin. Half a month later, they arrived at Dia Xuyn. The air was thick with dust, and even the vegetation was sparse. They rode on the vehicle, which now ran out of gas, so they had to get down and travel on foot. The road they took was perilous and endless. Fortunately, with Duong Pham's training, they managed to survive. Nhan Nguyet was very determined. She had become much stronger over the past half-month. Today, she must reach to meet her parents. Than Tweet saw a Tong Thi rushing towards her. She immediately teleported to Kaohsiung. "You can't catch me," she teased. Nhan Nguyet killed one from a distance with her gun. Mok Di was protecting Jujuan nearby, so there was no need to worry. She asked little Tiu Hui to extend his long arm through the chest of a zombie near Tu Nam. Worse luck, they encountered a level 2 Tang Thi. They'd only just reached the city's edge and already level 2 zombies appeared. Wonder how many levels there are inside Dia Xuyn. Nam raised his shield for defense. It had been upgraded to level 2, so he wasn't afraid of the level 2 zombies anymore. Everyone prepared to fight. Only Than Tweet prepared a plan to escape. Little Hua attacked first, controlling the Tang Thi. Then Non Nguyen fired 3 shots. Luckily, one hit its head. Dung Pham clapped enthusiastically as he watched his wives fight in perfect coordination. In just half a month, their teamwork had become much smoother and no longer a dead weight like before. Thang Tweet teleported to pick up Bak Tin and then brought her back to Dung Pham. Suddenly, something rushed toward Dung Pham. Seems like an ambush. Than Tweet teleported again, pulling him far away. Just arrived and already targeting the General No Way. Mok Dai used binoculars to locate the enemy, then signaled Non Nguyen to shoot. The bullet hit a girl who was sniping them from a distance. Thang Tweet immediately approached and pressed the gun to her forehead. The girl clutched her wound, showing clear hostility. If you want to fight, then fight. You're just a bunch of thieves stealing from others. Thang Tweet found it hard to understand. This was their first meeting, but they were already accused of robbery. The girl pointed at Dung Pham, saying he had stolen Bak Tin from her. I've been tracking that Tang Thi for 5 days now. Today, when I was about to take action, you stole it from me. This is the course she took to exchange medicine for her sister. But she couldn't get it. The girl burst into tears. If my sister can't live, then neither do I need to exist in this world. Non Nguyen recognized the local accent. It seems that girl is someone from here. She immediately advised Duong Pham to spare her. He gave her some purity crystals so she could lead the way. Duong Pham wasn't an idiot either. He realized they were the Hua Sao sisters. In their past life, they were a formidable duo in Dia Shuyen. Both were powerful elemental pseudo-abilities. To be sure, he asked the girl's name. She patted her chest. If you want to fight, come to Su Tiu Uyen. I won't back down, Duong Pham guessed randomly. And surprisingly, he was right. He then asked if Tiu Uyen's older sister was Su Tiu Van. Tiu Uyen nodded. She seemed unfamiliar with Duong Pham, but he knew her sister's name. Young Nguyen wondered how many more secrets he was hiding. In their past life, the Hua sisters were extremely powerful in battle. Although only level 8 combined, they were hard to handle even for level 9. This was a golden opportunity for him. Not recruiting them would truly be a waste. Lead me to meet your sisters. There's a saintly pseudo-ability user on my team. Maybe they can cure your sister's illness. Tiu Yuyen was far from willing to lead a thief like him to her sister. Even if he had a pseudo-ability to cure all diseases, she didn't trust him. Duong Pham threw her the white crystal he just had as a deposit. He bluntly said he wanted to find someone in this city to cooperate with. So it's cooperation. But are you really giving me this white crystal? One of these can hire 5 level 1 evolution escorts here. Duong Pham has a whole pile of white crystals. This one is just a grain of sand. Non Nguyen encouraged Tiu Uyen. If you can save your sister, you too can earn many more spirit cores. Tiu Uyen nodded. Sounds reasonable. After all, she's a local here. I'll handle the guidance and rescue. Along the way, she kept reminding them not to cause trouble. There were many experts in the base. However, they didn't know that Tiu Uyen was thinking, even if they are bad guys, as long as they can cure my sister's illness, handling them would be as easy as turning my hand. They arrived at Tiu Uyen's underground base. Tang Thi couldn't enter, so it was very safe. The girl knocked on the door to call her teammates. Duong Pham's ring lit up again. Looks like there's a chance to meet the traitor here. A girl and 2 others came out to open the door for Tiu Uyen. She didn't know where Tiu Uyen had gone, who had been missing for 5 days. Seeing someone following the girl, 2 young men raised their guns. Are the people she brought friends or enemies? Nam immediately used a level 2 shield to protect. The whole team switched to combat mode. Just by looking, she guessed Tiu Uyen had been captured by them. Tiu Uyen explained that she was helped by Duong Pham's group and was even given spirit cores. The other girl agreed to let them in. In her heart, she was scheming. If Duong Pham's group had any dark intentions, they wouldn't let them escape. There's hope for my sister's illness now. Tiu Uyen happily said that Duong Pham's team had a saintly pseudo-ability that could heal her. Tiu Van laughed because a level 1 saintly ability couldn't cure her. Tiu Uyen said it was okay because they also had white crystals to trade with the dealer for medicine. Tiu Van patted Tiu Uyen's head. Your wound is nothing. Let's put these white crystals away, why not? But I was wounded by a level 2 Tang Thi. Even a pseudo-ability user couldn't hold out for long. The young man with them took responsibility. Because he was useless. He got injured hunting Tang Thi outside. The leader gave up all the white crystals to get medicine to save him. So now there are no white crystals left to save Tiu Van. Duong Pham felt something was off after hearing this. Does the trader nowadays even sell purification medicine? I'll pay for whatever you're short of. But I have one condition to use this trader. Tu Van coldly said she was short 4 white crystals equivalent to 4,000 core crystals. Duong Pham thought she didn't have it, but immediately gave her 4 white crystals easily. Tu Van didn't expect him to give them so easily. So kind, it made her suspicious. They didn't know each other, but were so willing to help. There must be an ulterior motive. I want you and your sister. One sentence that froze everyone. Only Nan Nguyen got so angry she wanted to chop his head off right then and there. Duong Pham heard that the powers of the 2 cousins are elemental, and their team is short on members, so they want to recruit him. Besides, they need a guide. Xiao Yun can help show the way but refuses to join Team 5. Currently, Diashuyan City has more than 20 organizations, big and small. There are plenty of strong people. It's not that no one tries to recruit them, but they prefer to stay independent. Xiao Yun led Duong Pham to the dealer. However, she asked him not to reveal that they have a dealer. Although it's their lucky charm, it's also a death warrant. Duong Pham entered as just a level 2 dealer, but they said they had an antidote. What's that about? He immediately went inside to check the truth. Inside there were also power cards and evolution drugs. Looks like the people at this base are so broke they haven't looted much yet. He also saw the antidote and put it in his cart to let Mu Di scan and analyze it. Additionally, Duong Pham bought a profession card to help those 2 sisters' path to becoming strong flourish like a kite in the wind. If they refuse to join, he'd rather throw this card to Tay Thai. The essence cores he accumulated in half a month are almost all used up. But now getting essence cores is pretty easy. That guy Tiong Ao can just wait for him to come take his life. As Duong Pham came out, everything outside was a mess. The guy who was bitten the other day just took the antidote and already turned into a zombie. Tu Nam had to shove him into a shield so he wouldn't bite others. But he's not transforming normally. He's evolving into a level 2 zombie already. Nyan Nguyệt kicked out her gun to signal Tu Nam to remove the shield and kill it. Bullets did nothing to him and he switched targets to the So cousins struggling on the ground. Thanh Tuyết immediately blinked away to save them, but she wasn't fast enough. That mutant already had a strong physical foundation, so he was very strong. A slash made him pull back. Duong Pham instantly killed him in the blink of an eye. He warned Thanh Tuyết not to risk her life next time. Having powers doesn't mean you're unbeatable. Duong Pham said this just because he didn't want to lose his little sister again. Thanh Tuyết, held in his arms, looked dazed and confused. Could it be because last time she was taken away and now she's back to reality? Duong Pham handed the bottle to Mu Di for analysis. Then he turned to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was crying, afraid her sister would turn into a zombie like that guy. The antidote they bought was useless. Xiao Yun felt like she was losing consciousness. She begged Xiao Yun to free her. Xiao Yun, of course, couldn't do it. She turned to beg Diu Zhuan to use her sage power. Mu Di finished the analysis. This antidote can only treat normal clinical poisoning, not mutations. It can only slow the process. No wonder that guy took it but still hasn't mutated. The dealer from the previous life didn't have this drug either. On the other side, Xiao Yun went crazy and wanted to attack Xiao Yun. She still had a bit of awareness, crying and begging her sister to run away quickly. Sis, it's okay, I'm coming with you. Duong Pham didn't want to ruin this emotional moment, but if the cousins kept crying like that, Xiao Yun would really turn into a zombie. Drink this. It might save your life. Xiao Yun went berserk and growled. Xiao Yuan signaled Duong Pham's group to leave first. Fearing the medicine wouldn't work, Duong Pham coldly shoved Xiao Yuan aside gently. She didn't like it, but wanted to be forceful. He squeezed her mouth and poured the medicine straight down her throat. Xiao Yuan screamed in pain, then the mutation marks on her body disappeared. Xiao Yuan staggered and fell to the ground. Duong Pham signaled Tu Nam to retract the shield. Everything was stable now. Xiao Yuan immediately asked Han for the situation, but it seemed Xiao Yun didn't remember much about turning into a zombie just now. Xiao Yun said Duong Pham gave Xiao Yun the antidote to save their lives. The dealer's antidote here only slows the mutation process. The medicine Duong Pham gave her was the purification drug he traded for before. The slow-acting medicine was extremely precious, but Duong Pham gave Xiao Van the antidote to completely remove it. It must be even more expensive. I owe you a favor and don't know how to repay you. Just then, one of Xiao Van's subordinates rushed over to report that Trin Trung was leading people to attack. They are currently gathering in the base hall. Most of the brothers have been taken down. Xiao Van immediately went out to fight. That Trin Trung must have heard that she was injured and took the opportunity to attack. Xiao Yuan stopped her sister because Xiao Van had just recovered and was still weak. Nyan Nguyệt asked Duong Pham if they should go help. He said to follow and observe the situation. The 2 sisters Suo can still fight. Outside there was continuous gunfire. Trin Trung's gang wanted to capture the dealer to become ability users. What kind of flies dare come here and cause chaos? Xiaovan used her fire ability alone to take down the whole group. Trin Trung panicked and cursed the informant for giving wrong information. Isn't that Tan Tuan Bao, so is Xiaovan about to be killed by him? How can she still use her ability? Xiaovan's subordinates rejoiced seeing her return. They reported that Trin Trung was bullying them. Xiaovan used her ability a little and her wounds flared up again. Trin Trung realized the problem and immediately ordered his men to charge. Brothers, capture Suo Xiaovan. This place will be ours. Trin Trung's larger group quickly overwhelmed them, and Xiaovan was controlled underfoot by him. She will shoot a hole in his skull. Sister, come here. He wouldn't dare die with you. Sister Trung raised both hands in surrender and released Xiaovan, but he signaled a subordinate behind to shoot down Xiao Yuan's gun. Xiao Yuan's arm was shot. All their people were surrounded. Xiao Yuan helplessly screamed and cried, "Duong Pham, please save us!" Who called I'm here? A bullet hit the head of one of Trin Trung's men. The three of them all gaped in surprise. Trin Trung furiously threatened to find the shooter. Duong Pham put both hands in his pockets, cocky. I'm coming out now. Then what happened next? Teacher Duong Pham arrived, and somehow Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Trung softened her tone and said, "Brother, you don't look like an underling of the Suo sisters. If you're just passing through, I'll do my job and you do yours." In fact, he was secretly afraid Duong Pham had others with him. Duong Pham muttered to someone. Finished analyzing yet. A voice inside replied that there were a total of 6 people left. The strongest one just evolved to level 1. Hearing others, Sister Trung immediately pointed her gun at him. The subordinate saw they couldn't let Duong Pham go. If he heard about this dealer, he might rob them. Suddenly, 2 hands from the shadows behind Duong Pham opened fire continuously. Both sides unleashed firepower. Than Tuit teleported instantly with 2 Nam and a shield. Don't be afraid, we're here. When did you see me scared? The guy standing next to Trin Trung dropped like flies. He got shot through the temple and groaned in pain, plus the ability user pain was unbearable. Nguyen Nguyen held a smoking gun. This is the gun I just got. As long as I know the position, I can shoot with my eyes closed. Diu Xuan thought it was just talent. For example, an ordinary person like her couldn't even hold a gun. Diu Xuan ran off to treat the others. Xiao Yan happily hugged Xiaovan. They've finally been saved. Trin Trung crawled on the ground with a dumbfounded deer-like expression. Why are these strong people helping you? Because we're lucky. Xiao Yuan asked who spoke told Trin Trung about their dealer, and that Xiaovan was seriously injured. If you tell, you'll smoothly go to heaven. Sister Trung heard from the informant that the guy just evolved into a level 2 Tang Thi. He also said she used Bak Tin to buy a level 2 antidote for him. Haha, ridiculous nonsense. Xiaovan angrily shot him in the head. Yet just now she said she'd send him to heaven peacefully. After the matter, Xiaovan bowed 90 degrees to thank Duong Pham. This time you didn't just save me and my sister. You also saved my brothers in arms. I don't know how to repay you. Xiao Yuan also ran back. Sorry, I was in a rush just now. The girl didn't understand why he called his name, but luckily he responded to her call for help. Duong Pham didn't want to be a hero. He just wanted to keep the locals familiar with this place. Xiaovan understood his intention. She wouldn't refuse to help find people. However, after this battle, their base only had 10 people left. She immediately asked to join Duong Pham's team. She hoped Duong Pham would agree. Although he had previously invited her and her sister if she wanted to bring more people, would he refuse? But from now on, everyone must listen to me. Duong Pham agreed as quickly as lightning, surprising even Nan Nguyen. This time, he broke the rule by accepting many people because they were all locals familiar with the area, and he could also recruit the 2 sisters from the Su family. Xiaovan gave up her leadership and told the others, from now on, you must listen to the big brother Duong Pham. Anyone who disagrees can leave right now. The brothers from this base just escaped from danger, were full of gratitude and loudly thanked big brother Duong Pham for saving their lives. They shouted his name. Big brother Duong Pham. Big brother Duong Pham. Duong Thentuit happily waved to them and said, from now on, we will be comrades in arms. Teach us more, okay? Duong Pham put his hand into his jacket pocket and told the Su sisters that since they were now part of the family, he had a small gift for them. He pulled out the profession card, thinking that giving this card to her would unleash the true power of the 2 sisters. Duong Pham handed this card to Su Xiaoyuan. On the deep blue card appeared an image of an ice drop. It clearly stated Level 1 Ice Soul Profession Card. Original price, 2,000 spirit crystals, discounted price for the ring, 800 spirit crystals. She was so surprised she was speechless. This is the Ice Soul Profession card. Why are you giving it to me? Doesn't it cost 2,000 spirit crystals? Su Mok looked at Xiao Yuan, who was staring at the card with her mouth open, and calmly replied, "It's for you." She couldn't hold back. Her emotion ran over, kissed his cheek, and said, "Thank you, Duong." Nyun Nguyen and Duong Thanh Tuy behind froze for a few seconds at the scene. Brother Tuyet angrily thought how annoying she dares to shamelessly kiss my brother. Does she want to be my sister-in-law? I don't agree. Meanwhile, Nan Nguyen thought, why do I kind of admire that girl? The Ice Soul Profession card activated, vibrating. A blue light ring immediately appeared, transmitting spiritual power into Su Xiaoyuan's body. Suspended in midair, white smoke gathered beneath her feet. Su Xiaovan looked at the male lead with gratitude and thought, because he contributed spirit stones to buy the antidote for me, my sister didn't dare use a single piece of pure spirit. She had wanted that for a long time, but unexpectedly Duong Pham gave it to Xiao Yuan. We really didn't follow the wrong person. After Ice Soul finished merging, Su Xiaoyuan's whole body was full of energy, emitting sparkling lights. Eager to show her strength, she said to Duong Pham, "Big brother Duong, I want to test my power." Duong Pham crossed his arms and replied, "Up to you. Too bad for that guy Trin Trung. He's dead, but can't rest in peace. His spirit still has to endure a powerful attack from Xiao Yuan." She attacked while excitedly shouting, "Bring it on! He's the one who bullied us earlier." Trin Trung's soul somewhere is probably crying silently, mourning his body frozen by Su Xiao Yuan inside a thick block of ice like a dead fish. She felt the power of the strike and couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "So strong. This is the power of the Ice Soul, right, Nun Nguyen?" She exclaimed again, "Another power. Now in our team only, I am still normal." Duong Pham stood with crossed arms from afar, advising Xiao Yuan not to use her power recklessly. "So your body still hasn't evolved to level 1. You used it only a few times and you're already exhausted." She stuck out her tongue playfully and said she knew, then looked at Lam Diu Xuan treating Su Xiaovan. He said Su Xiaovan arranged for someone to take me for a walk. The male lead thought silently, I have to get used to the environment quickly. Nyun Nguyen's parents still hadn't had any news. We have to make the most of our time. So Tilvan has been healed by Dio Xuan. She immediately happily agreed to let me go with him. Sister Lum's special ability has almost fully restored me. Besides, I'm the most familiar person around here. It's tough for Sister Lum. Dr. Lum looked at her gently and replied, "It's nothing. This is what a doctor should do." Duong Thanh Tuy approached Duong Pham and said she also wanted to go. "Please let me go with you." Duong Pham turned his back and headed toward the base, refusing Duong Thanh Tuy, saying no. "Right now, I need to investigate the dangers around. Don't go. I have other tasks for you." The male lead turned around and seriously looked at his younger sister, instructing her to check the base's food supplies. If there's none left, take food from the conveyor belt to distribute to everyone. "Now we're on the same team, listen to me." So Tiween and her subordinates' eyes turned into shining stars, almost drooling. She excitedly said, "You guys have food? Our base is most lacking food. Since the apocalypse happened, we haven't been able to enter the city center. All edible plants around have long been gone." The starving subordinates silently thought Big Brother Duong Pham actually has food. Duong Thanh Tuy poured a pile of food from the conveyor belt. They saw it and got extremely excited. On the ground were a variety of instant foods, diverse and abundant. They shouted instant noodles, wow, and even spicy chicken feet. Someone sighed, saying they had forgotten how long it had been since they last ate meat. Duong Pham smiled, watching them walk toward the pile of food stacked on the ground. So Tu Vun held her stomach and said, "Food, gulp, gulp." Her younger sister shouted, "Sis, I'm hungry." The image of the proud beauty was long gone. The male lead declared, "Eat up, everyone, eat to your heart's content." So, Tu Vun, you come too. After eating, we set off again. Hearing that was like opening her heart. At this point, no shame. The whole group rushed in to grab the delicious, fragrant instant foods. "Please help yourself." Duong Pham thought to himself, in the apocalypse, food is the best way to win people over. The trading post also has food, but the prices are too expensive, and they're controlled by organizations. Ordinary people can't reach them. He recalled a scene from his past life, a woman being tightly lifted up by a lecherous-faced man, a skinny, weak young man carrying a bag several times his size. Duong Pham sighed that in his past life, ordinary people became slaves for a piece of food if male. If female, they could only sell their bodies. After So Tu Vun had eaten enough and wiped her mouth, she cut off Duong Pham's thoughts. She happily said, "Boss, we can set off now. I'm full." While watching her run over, Duong Pham suddenly noticed something. A small chocolate bar was sticking out of Tu Vun's pants pocket. He thought to himself, this really is the apocalypse. Even a chocolate bar is considered a treasure. He turned his back and said to So Tu-Vun running after him, "Let's go." "And that jerk Tu now is in the first route." He asked her what about the first route. Tu-Vun replied, "I don't know about that. I've only ever scouted near the third route." Suddenly, a rude monster rushed at him from somewhere. Before he could react, she jumped up to block it. With a gentle move, she blew the monster away. Looking at the burning monster, she continued, "Around this fifth route are mostly level 1 zombies. Occasionally, level 2 zombies appear, and the deeper into the inner routes, the higher the chance of high-level zombies." She bent down to pick up a white jade from the unlucky monster. "At the third line, level 2 zombies will be as numerous as level 1 zombies are here. There might even be level 3 zombies." Doong Pham thought silently, remembering Non Nguyen once said her parents were at the third line. "While that jerk Tu now is at the first line." He asked her, "What about the first line?" Tu-Vun replied, "I don't know about that. I only scouted near the third line. I don't dare go further." She frowned, "But near the third line I once saw a human organization." Tu-Vun turned back to face him. "That organization isn't scattered like ours. They operate with organization and discipline. Dealing with level 2 zombies is also very easy and simple." He tilted his head curiously, wondering how she would handle a level 2 zombie. A stupid monster suddenly jumped at them from above. "Yeah," Xiaoyun honestly admitted, "even I'm having some trouble." Flames blazed from her hands. Duong Viem Nhang Nguyet shot fire at the monster, but it suddenly changed direction. It dodged behind and attacked Duong Pham. She reminded the boss to duck quickly. He grabbed her hand again, guiding her fighting style. "Not precise superpowers can't be used recklessly like that. Just stand still and it's fine." He held her hand aimed at the monster, then ordered her to release her power. Xiaoyun unleashed the Duong Viem move. An explosion erupted, the monster's whole body engulfed in flames, but it showed no sign of pain. Yeah, Xiaoyun was stunned, completely amazed. Just like that, it hit. Duong Pham finally drew his sword and stabbed through the monster's head. Level 1 power is still too weak. It let out a cry, then shot a red pearl from its head. He threw the pearl to her for safekeeping. She needed to level up quickly. "We're about to enter the third front line. Catch it," she silently thought. Is this really Duong Pham's true power? One move and a level 2 zombie is down. The two of them returned to the group. Thang Tweet sat across and asked her brother if special training was necessary. "We want to go out and chill. Killing 2 zombies to get some essence isn't bad either." He refused, firmly saying Daishuyan City is unlike anywhere we've been before. This place is extremely dangerous. If we want to find Non Nguyet's parents quickly, we must prepare well for battle. Then he explained to everyone the content of the special training divided into 3 steps. Step 1. Master your superpower skillfully. Know yourself and your opponent, and you will win every battle. This is the most basic and essential thing. Thang Tweet responded quickly and cheerfully, "I know this. My power is space traversal, the ability to magically pass through space to escape. It can help the bros. I already understand it very, very well. So I don't need special training anymore." Duong Pham interrupted her. "Okay then." He asked, "What is the longest distance you can pass through? How many times can you use your power in a short period? How many teammates can you bring with you through space at once?" Thang Tweet immediately replied, "We haven't researched that yet." Nyun Nguyet observed everyone, thinking these little Tuet's powers seem never to have considered that. If they only discover it during a real fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. She blinked, realizing only she doesn't have any power. Even Tunam doesn't have one. Duong Pham calmly explained, "It's not that you're not allowed, just that there isn't one suitable for you yet. Not yet." Hearing this, Non Nguyet thought quietly, so he still remembers me after all. I'll definitely have the power later. But immediately after, she shook her head, quickly denying it. Nyun Nguyet, what are you thinking right now? Everyone came here to help you save your parents, and you're just sulking and discouraged. You're not the last powerless person. Nyun Nguyet still encouraged herself to cheer up. You are the one and only gun god Non Nguyet. Even without powers, you're already very strong. Next, everyone listened as Duong Pham lectured on the second of 8 points, risk everything to sharpen and train your physical ability. Don't just rely on the physical quality upgrades brought by evolution drugs. Normal physical ability can level up. In dangerous moments, you can take an extra step. The chance to survive increases. Duong Pham continued while raising 3 fingers third, cooperate and team up in real combat. Doan Mok Dai suddenly interjected, "Didn't we already train this very well before? Still need training?" Duong Pham replied, "No. This team cooperation is different from before. Every day, 3 people from any team will be selected to go out to hunt and kill zombies. Just putting in your best effort can get you close to the inner circle. What I want to train is not strength, but everyone working together in coordination. Even if only 2 or 3 people remain, they can still unleash incredibly strong cooperative power. Based on combining different abilities, ordinary people will coordinate and form various adaptable strategies. Otherwise, the unusual ones will scatter, running in all directions. But Dung Pham used a less formal argument than Lum Jiusun and said, "What is the point of this? How do we divide up the actions?" Dung Pham admitted exactly. "It's about dividing up the actions. I can't just use up the team's trump card all at once. We must always keep some kindling for the organization to have hope to keep growing. Otherwise, it's over." Lum Jiusun shared the same thought. Dung Pham is right. Because we really don't know what kind of opponents we'll face. But with the Army Corps, there's hope. The So sisters had no objections. On the contrary, they admired Dung Pham. Big Brother Dung thought things through carefully. It seems that just listening to him will keep us surviving on this front. Dung Pham spoke to finalize the plan, then started dividing up the tasks. If there are no objections, the first special training will begin tonight. Đoàn Mộc Duyệt Tư Nam and So Tiểu Uyên in one group, Lâm Diệu Xuân and Dương Thanh Tuyết in another. So Tu Vân stays behind to watch the base and check the weapons inventory. Report the personnel list back to me. Everyone nodded and agreed in unison. But Dung Thanh Tuyết wondered, why doesn't Dung Pham have to meet a deadline? "What are you planning to do?" he answered. "I'll have my own business to attend to, specifically wandering through the night over the sky." Dung Pham and the deserted path had no one else in sight but his shadow. He walked while thinking that they had already started special training. He should also handle his own matters. During the day, he carefully memorized the route. This path is the shortcut directly into the innermost circle. Ordinary people would be watching reviews now and then sleeping. But Dung Pham slipped into the outer third circle. It was like a horror movie scene. Dung Pham looked at the mindless zombies before him and thought, inside the third circle there will be level 3 corpse zombies. Surely there must also be mutated creatures. Although he got some stuff at the report base, they were all low-level materials. To upgrade the equipment for Team 5, he needed to hunt some high-level mutated creatures. While preparing to deal with the gatekeeper boss, Dung Pham detected the presence of a strange power. Of course, it wasn't the rise of monkeys, but a boar head with electric currents like a child of thunder. It fiercely charged at the crowd of corpse zombies. Passing by, Dung Pham quickly grabbed his sword, jumped down towards the wild boar. Need some blood energy. The tusks of wild boars make excellent forging materials. But this boar is the strongest boss in today's episode. It glanced its unblinking blue eyes at Dung Pham. Then it charged full force at him. Dung Pham had about 5 seconds in slow motion to think. At least a level 3 mutated creature. Even so, he had to be extra careful. He grasped his sword tightly as it began to glow. Preparing for close combat with the boar, determined to find out where his level 2 body, combined with his level 4 mutated weapon limit, really was, Dung Pham raised his sword high and struck down at the giant beast. His power nearly reached the top level of Tier 3, almost level 4. This creature has already eaten plenty of its kind. While thinking this, the giant beast suddenly lunged forward, but he still managed to dodge. This one wanted to use gravity to ram into his body. Looks like it has killed many opponents this way. Its intelligence has evolved to level 4. It's probably not that simple. He sneered at the beast and said, "It's a pity you have no more chances left." As soon as he finished speaking, he surged forward, raised his sword, and struck down at it. The sword stabbed straight into its eye, causing it pain and making it scream. Yeah, I'm mocking it. Attacks like this are useless against me. Small moves to dodge attacks like this I practiced countless times in my past life. I asked its opinion, but in reality that question was just an announcement. "I'll take your core." Then Dung Pham pushed the sword deeper into its eye. It roared angrily, turning sharply with a look like it wanted to kill him. He immediately stepped back in time to avoid it. He said that near death but still having the strength to wrestle with me shows real skill. But level 3 is still just level 3. Suddenly something surprised him greatly. It roared, then a round aura of energy surrounded it. Seeing this, he stammered, "This is the light of evolution. This beast is about to evolve to level 4. I heard before that mutated creatures can rely on anger and will to survive to mutate and evolve during battle. Didn't expect to see it right now." Looking at the huge evolving creature, he felt a bit worried. This thing has already evolved to level 4. Successful evolution makes the body's abilities much stronger. There's a high chance a mutated attribute will appear. When that happens, even I will be drawn into a fierce battle. But for now, chopping it will only get 1 red core. If we wait until it finishes evolving to act, we'll get an orange core worth thousands of red cores. Plus, its fangs can make higher-grade equipment. Suddenly, part of the huge creature's body exploded, making Dung Pham shield his eyes. Rocket launcher. Someone's coming. In a corner above, two tall men were talking. The tall, red-haired man crossed his arms confidently, looking at the big creature, and said, "Boss, today's haul is great. This red core alone can get us a lot of stuff." Duong Pham looked up at the two men on the building, unhappy, and said, "I should be the one who gets it. I nearly killed this beast myself. You guys took advantage of the chance to kill it and want to freeload." The big guy, holding a gun, aimed at him, laughing mockingly while shooting arrows. "Ha, the red core is yours? Then let's see if you have the skill to leave here alive." "Enough!" Duong Pham stood still, watching the sharp guy charging at him. Waiting for the guy to get close, he raised his sword and swung hard with a sharp expression. He uttered two words, "Want to die." Behind him, another rocket exploded. The two big guys no longer had smug faces now, just stunned. They quickly waved their hands, explaining, "It's a misunderstanding, sorry." "He's my younger brother. The kid has a rough personality. Sorry, but this mutated level 3 beast was really killed by us. If not, let's split 4-6. The guy who just shot panicked and said to the red-haired man, "Boss, are you crazy? Why do you want to give this kid 4 parts? He's alone. If we team up, we can definitely kill him." The red-haired man quickly covered his brother's mouth. "Shut up. Didn't you see how skilled he was just now? I think he must be a master recently trained by some organization. If we mess with him, we're doomed." Duong Pham felt their terms were unreasonable and calmly proposed, "No way. I take 80%, you two old guys get 20%. The shooter angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Giving you 40% is already generous and you want 80%. The red-haired man spoke more gently. "Brother, this is too much." Duong Pham smirked. "You steal my prey and still want to take it away. Besides, who's being unreasonable here? Actually, his earlier move was just a feint to test these two. I've drawn this out, but no one else appeared. Seems like it's only these two." If so, the guy with the bow arrogantly stepped forward. "Damn, you stole my stuff. I'll blow you to pieces. I don't believe you can even block my second rocket." Duong Pham took a ready stance to fight. Duong Pham's sword struck down, breaking the big guy's weapon in half. The guy with the bow was stunned. "Ah, this kid's weapon isn't ordinary." The red-haired guy hearing that could only scream in fear. "I know no need to remind me." Duong Pham raised his sword, prepared to strike down hard with his finishing words. The red-haired guy suddenly broke into a strange smile. He unleashed an iron sand shield. Duong Pham suspected it might block his blade. "You're a level 3 psychic iron sand." The red-haired guy proudly smirked, correct. "If you already know, then why don't you kneel and beg? No one dares to mess with me in this outer third ring area." He unleashed the iron sand finger again. He continued, "But it's useless even if you beg. Normally, I hate bullies who pick on my little brother the most. Even if you're a rookie nurtured by some big organization today, you'll die here." He charged to attack, but Duong Pham realized this was a spearhead tactic in the city's outer third ring. Why do these two have some skill? But when I unleashed my sword to break the red-haired guy's shield, it felt like it was splitting apart, surprising him. Duong Pham's face remained handsome and sharp. The red-haired guy started to panic, willing to risk his life. "I'm not afraid of you." They charged at each other. His sword pierced through the red-haired guy while the red-haired guy's finger stabbed into him. The red-haired guy laughed unfairly. "You're not afraid, so you're wearing protective gear. But too bad my heart can also become iron sand. You can't kill me. Besides, you have to die." Duong Pham mocked him. Knowing the opponent's weapons and skills is a crucial lesson in the apocalypse. Clumsy psychics like you surviving until now is just luck. After saying that, he swung his sword and cut him in half. "Too bad your luck hit me, so it ends here. My weapon is way stronger than you think." The red-haired guy screamed in pain. "Ah!" He fell, and at that moment Duong Pham raised his sword to tell him it was time to say goodbye. The younger brother outside shouted in fear, seeing his brother attacked so brutally. Duong Pham was confidently triumphant when suddenly a hand fired multiple shots at him, catching him off guard. So it turned out the red-haired guy had fallen, but hadn't given up yet. He said, "Damn, after my blood shoots out of my body, it can turn into iron sand. You're finished." Just as he finished speaking, he took his last breath. The younger brother standing nearby called out to him in pain. The angry guy pointed a gun at Duong Pham. "Angry that you killed my brother. Damn it, I'll blow your head apart." The bald guy fired at him. Duong Pham's face didn't change. He didn't even dodge. He swung his weapon to split the bullet in half, then teleported right in front of the guy and slashed a knife through him. He took a hit and it was either broken or wasted. He pulled out healing medicine from the ring on his hand, took a sip, and said, "Didn't expect someone in the third ring to use psychic powers so skillfully. Looks like to get into the inner ring of the city, I'll need to get stronger." He reminded himself he only had one healing medicine left. Next time he met a dealer, he must buy more. The night sky had not a single star. He knocked on the door with a click-clack. So Xiaoyun opened the door but looked very annoyed, you guys. Then she saw it was him. She worriedly asked Han Duangfam, "You're back. Your clothes. What level Tang Thi did you encounter?" He sighed and replied, "Not Tang Thi, a level 3 psychic." She held him back. "Fighting a level 3. Psychic and only your clothes got dirty." Duangfam asked her, "Have those on special training returned yet?" She avoided his gaze again. "Go check for yourself." He stepped inside and was surprised by the scene before him. Tu Nam was covered in countless wounds and had an iron rod piercing through him. He was stunned. "What the hell is this? Where's Lam Xuandu?" Xiaoyun replied from behind, "They haven't returned yet." So Xiao Uyan cried and admitted fault. "Sob Duong Pham, Tu Nam got hurt protecting us because I was useless." Doan Mok Di, sitting nearby, spoke up. "We fought 2 level 2. Tong Thi barely won after a tough fight, but Tu Nam got seriously injured protecting us. And you're still smiling without a care. I'm really disappointed in you, fam." I didn't disappoint your expectations, did I? He praised you for doing well and then took out the last healing potion to give to Mok Di. "Don Mok Di, take this healing potion." Tu Nam still hadn't shed a tear over the coffin. He wasn't worried for himself, but for the healing potion. "It must be very expensive. Everyone thinks I'm a burden, that I'm fat, that I'm stupid. Only Pham treats me so well. For the rest of my life, I will follow him." Dung Pham held the iron shard on Tu Nam. "I'll pull this out and then you give him the medicine. It can save his life." Mok Di nodded and reminded Tu Nam, "You have to endure it." Tu Nam frowned and tried. "Okay." Then he didn't hesitate and pulled the iron shard out in one go. Mok Di quickly approached and poured the healing potion into Tu Nam's mouth. Coughing, he collapsed, exhausted, onto the floor. Dung Pham reassured everyone he's temporarily okay. But to fully recover, we need Lam Dioxuan to come back. Mok Di looked at him and said, "They're not on our path. They went northeast. But it's already midnight. They should have come back by now." Dung Pham frowned and guessed, "I'm afraid something happened to them." He turned and left. "I'll go find everyone. Stay here and take care of Tu Nam." Mok Di nodded. "Okay." As he grabbed his sword and headed that way, 2 ugly monsters rushed out to confront him. Swinging his sword, he sent one straight to the afterlife. He thought Nan Nguyen is strong, but with help from my sister's powers, and Lam Xuandiu, the 3 of them forming a group to escape isn't difficult. If the 3 team up, escaping wouldn't be hard. There was only one possibility, and he suddenly realized something. Dung Pham's nose sharp as a dog's, scenting blood. This place was where they fought. On this side, Dung Tien Tweet and Lam Ju-sun had left the fight unconscious, only Nhan Nguyen was still standing. "You vile scum dare poison us while we were fighting Tang Thi!" The rabbit-toothed punk brat retorted. "That's not a fault, that's a feature my Mei Diep Hung power." They only fainted, not asleep. The scar-faced guy next to him added, "Sis, I advise you to stop resisting. You and those 2 girls come with me." He grinned slyly. "The 3 white crystals in your hand and the gun count as your dowry. Later on, I'll definitely treat you well, ha ha ha." Nyunwit fired dream on Uncle. "I will never team up with despicable scumbags like you." But her bullet was blocked by his protective shield. The scar-faced guy angrily ordered Shoot to hit the hedgehog for me. The situation was critical. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "What now? I can dodge bullets normally, but they can't." If I hadn't recklessly chased after those 3 Tang Thi level 2s into the 3rd ring area, I wouldn't have encountered these people. Now, if I'm reckless, death is the only way down. She dared to speak up boldly. "Mate, I want to bet with you." She proposed, "Let's duel without any weapons, no one allowed to interfere. If I win, you let my friends go. If you win, we'll leave it to you to deal with us. You can shoot and kill my friends, but my subordinates will risk their lives to kill him," hesitating as expected. Dung Pham was hiding nearby with his sword ready in hand. Nhan Nguyen was once an unparalleled expert in her previous life. This was a good chance for her to train. "I can't make a move." The guys with that jerk laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, deaf and dumb, daring to challenge our boss." The guy next to him said following her is like carrying a lantern in the dark forest heading early to the shrine to eat sticky rice. The scar-faced guy grinned. "This girl is interesting. I agree to this duel." So Nhan Nguyen and he stood facing each other. The others not involved stepped aside. He cracked his knuckles and sneered, "Ready? I'm too excited." She clenched her fist and charged. "Come on." He also clenched his fist to counter. In this area, he's second best. No one dares to be first. Dai Shi jumped back to dodge the blow and didn't forget to taunt, "So weak. Monday is a sure thing." Then throw a punch to his ribs, but her strength isn't enough to faze him. "Are you scratching my itch?" Then he punches her once. Nhan Nguyen narrowly avoids the hit. She falls to the ground in pain. Scar-faced Vin crosses his arms and watches little sister just admit defeat. Even though we're both level 2, there's still a difference in strength. She secretly admits he's too strong. He takes advantage and overwhelms her. Everyone's physical constitution is different. The evolutionary drug boosts growth rate multiples compared to my body strength at least 3 times more than hers. Just then Duong Pham appears. Yan Wit risks it. She can't beat his body strength, but she has her own advantage. He looks at him and shouts, "Which pig dares to come bother me?" Rabbit Tooth raises his gun, dare to disturb the big brother. "I'm the one here. I'll rob you," Nan Nguyen shouts. Scar-faced Duong Pham jumps forward with a punch. "If your friend's here, then win quickly." Yan Nguyen tries hard to remember what he just said. Duong Pham said my own advantage. My own advantage. He's already close to her. Die. Moments later, she vanishes in front of him, making this idiot freeze. She disappears and reappears. That's my advantage. Her speed is so fast that when she strikes, it feels like she's split into 4. But he laughs, plotting something. The damage she deals seems to multiply by 4. Scar-faced laughs and says, "Trash. Even if you're fast, what good is it? You're just scratching my itch." She kicks him in the groin. Ouch, that hurts like hell. Nyun Wit laughs fiercely. "Every man has a weak spot, and you're no different." He collapses. "Damn my balls, this woman is ruthless." She kicks him in the head again. Not done yet, she delivers a final decisive kick that sends him flying backward. "Get lost, you scar-faced bastard," coughing up blood. The disciples panic. "Brother, are you okay?" Nyun Wit, covered in wounds, huffs. "This guy's really thick-skinned, but if you hit his weak spot, there's a chance to win." But constantly pushing speed makes even a level 2 body a bit exhausted. She looks at Duong Pham, thinking this time she performed well. Luckily, Duong Pham is here. His expression looks grim again. She worries, why does he look like that? Could Duong Pham be thinking about something else? This scar-faced guy hasn't used his full strength yet. He carries not only an evolved aura. He speaks, "Didn't expect this bitch to have some skill. Even I got hit by you. This guy really has 9 lives. But this duel is about whether I get a triple win tonight or not." He stands up and powers up his body. So now I'm serious. He transforms into a dog to match his level 2 mutant beast nature, growling like a dog. Nyun Nguyen stands there stunned in surprise. Not fear, but amazement at his transformation. "Dog-faced idiot, you have no guts," laughing weirdly. "This is my mutant power. Ha 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 ha." Can't help it. He's more dog-like as he charges forward. I hate it the most when others mock my mutant power. I've changed my mind. I just want a threesome dog-faced idiot. He attacks her, and you go die. Luckily, she dodges fast. His speed skyrocketed after activating his mutant power. He immediately switches moves and kicks her straight. You think you can dodge once, then twice. My speed is already triple what it was before. This kick is so strong, she flies far and crashes hard into the wall. She struggles to breathe. Careless, his mutant speed also increased. He's already in front of her. "Time to take you to see naked chickens." This bastard grabs her by the neck and lifts her up. His other hand is ready to strike. "Don't worry, I'll give your body to the brothers while it's still warm." She knows she can't avoid it anymore. If this punch lands, she'll definitely die. Could it be that she's about to die? Memories from the past rush back. She recalls when she was practicing fake climbing and couldn't do it. Her hands were trembling all over. Nan Nguyen was shaking uncontrollably. I'm going to fall to my death." I shouldn't be stubborn with the coach. I should obediently wear the safety harness. Someone below shouted, "There's someone climbing without a safety harness again." Nyan Nguyen's father was climbing up towards her. Someone else wondered, what does he want to do? "Help her," she stammered, asking her father, "Dad, are you here to save me?" Her father firmly encouraged Nan Nguyen, "If you've decided to climb without protection, you have to take responsibility for your decision." He loudly ordered her to continue climbing to the highest point with perseverance. She felt reinvigorated. "I will take responsibility for my decision." Back to the present, she also gained renewed strength. "I will persevere." She grabbed tightly the arm choking her. "I have a friend protecting me by my side. Absolutely, absolutely must not lose." Then she swung her whole body up, grabbed his arm, and twisted it backward. The dumb-faced bastard screamed in pain, then fell face first to the ground. "Damn trolling Vietnam, damn it!" Duong Pham proudly watched me. Sure enough, I wasn't mistaken about her. Someone from a past life could become an unparalleled powerhouse. No one is ordinary. Nguyen Nguyen mercilessly broke that bastard's arm. "My arm is gone, you idiot!" The other arm tries to punch her. "Damn it, I want you dead." She quickly jumped to dodge the strike, then grabbed his other arm. "You're about to lose your second arm." Finally, she broke it too. He screamed in pain. "Ah!" Nan Nguyen pulled out a knife and pointed it at his face. "Game over, loser." At this point, he was terrified, begging, don't I admit defeat. She demanded, now you can keep your promise and let us go. He immediately agreed. Fine, you let me go first. She hesitated, using such a tactic to defeat the enemy. Dung Pham won't look down on me, right? At that moment, he called her. Non-wit, you did great. Amazing good job, Em. She was so happy she almost cried. Carelessly dropping the knife again, she smiled at him. Yeah, stupid. Taking the chance, he tried to snap at her. Yeah, you lost. She panicked and made up an excuse. Suddenly, a spray of blood burst out. Dung Pham had come down and stabbed him once. My people haven't had their turn yet, Firefly, like you. The life-or-death decision, she was pulled away in time by him to dodge Dung Pham. He turned pale, begging, please, please don't kill me. Please, I won't do it again. One strike turned him into a dog. Put on a muzzle. Since you attacked her, you should have died long ago. Why are you still alive? The place got crowded, and his underlings began to panic. Boss is done for runaway, boss has been killed. The rabbit-toothed monster trembled. How could this be? How could it make the boss? Nyun-wit pointed at him. That short guy has a special power that can put others to sleep. He's the one who put us in danger. Dung Pham hurried up. He had hit rock bottom in society by now. Immediately kowtowing, kneeling and paying respects to the new boss at line 4. We winners can take all the resources of another player's team without any conditions. Dung Pham sheaths his sword. I probably need to get out of here fast. He was flustered. Hey, you don't want me, do you? No way, boss, go send Dao Ba off. I only have this lame power. Later, maybe I won't even have food to eat. The rabbit-toothed guy Tran Du knocked his head, begging the boss, please accept me. Nyun-wit worriedly reminded Dung Pham he's the enemy. Dung Pham thought he has a special power, a butterfly scent that can kill Tiong Ao. Definitely missing a top-level match control expert in the end. You accept him, but remember, if you have any thoughts of betrayal, I will make sure not even your body remains. He gratefully thanked Tran Du, then thanked Dung Pham the boss. He looked at his younger sister and Lum Duojuan, saying, go and wake them up from the coma. You obey immediately, understood. Dung Pham bowed to Non-Wit. She suddenly wondered, what the hell does he want to do? He replied, get on my back, do you still think you can walk? She refused to climb on, saying she could walk, but after 2 steps she broke down. Girls can't just say no, you have to make him feel you're useful. I'm very strong, Non-Nguyet is fine, but fine means lying down, unable to get up. Her brain spun from embarrassment, making up nonsense that flooded the whole hometown river. He stepped forward and asked if she wanted to give up and go home like this. Dung Pham carried her silently. Come on, be a good girl and go. She blushed shyly. Okay. The two walked toward Tran Du. He reassured her as long as he calls Lam Xuan Diu to wake up, she will be treated quickly. He sat in front of his 2 unconscious people and snapped twice. A pink energy flow was inhaled by the 2, then they woke up. Dung Pham smiled happily. They're awake. Sun Jiu was a confused golden deer. Oantweet wasn't fully awake, dazed, asking why she was sleeping like this. Aren't we chasing zombies? Shundeep answered. I remember before the coma. I think I smelled something strange. Maybe it was the scent of forget-me-not. Tranju clasped his hands and apologized to the 2 sisters. That was my special ability. Nyunwit stood bowed and flexed her hand, saying, it's okay now. We defeated 3 level 2 zombies and successfully took the White Spirit Core. Tweet exclaimed, whoa, is that true 0 effect? Only then did she notice Dung Pham. Oh, why are you here? Dung Pham explained he was patrolling to see if everyone was diligent and conveniently recruited him. He would be a member of our team. Trandu scratched his head and laughed shyly. Oh, so you're the boss's sister. No wonder you're insanely cute, just like my 2D goddess. Yundeep looked up at them, guessing the situation. Nanwit was injured when we were in a coma. There must have been a fight. And Trandu is probably an enemy who was subdued by Dung Pham. We still lack a lot of experience. We really should listen to Dung Pham and train more. Suddenly, Dung Pham's gold ring glowed. Nyunwit noticed his unusual expression. What's wrong? He turned away, saying there was something ahead. He stared ahead. Just now, the ring didn't react. The traitor suddenly appeared again. Could it be a rare random traitor? He was alert and ordered Lum Xuandiu to quickly treat Nanwit. Thang Tweet and Trendu were assigned to protect them. I'll go check it out. Trandu was confident, completely different from his earlier attitude. I obey the boss's orders. I will surely complete the mission you assign. If anyone wants to harm these fairies, they have to go through my body first. Shundeep glanced at him. He's flattering a bit too much. Thangtweet hugged her brother's arm again. I want to go with you to see this place. It's very dangerous. It's not good if I'm not there to protect you. He asked her, Are you sure you can protect me? She winked mischievously. Aren't we the same? Dung Pham struggled with his thoughts, deciding to leave. The two brothers had never gone out alone together before. Panicked in this apocalypse, they were indifferent and unaware outside. But inside, their nerves were surely stretched tight. Leaving early to avoid trouble was best. Then he agreed to let her come along. "All right, you can come with me. But if anything dangerous happens, you have to run quickly and leave me behind." She happily agreed. Yasuo was definitely like that. Then the two of them went toward a building. Jungfam went in first, reminding his sister that this was a place she had never been before. "Try to step lightly." She obediently listened. Zephyr in another room was a man wearing a white cloak. Behind him was a magical circle, and he wore a mask covering his face. Jungfam guessed correctly even better than Ms. Venga he was indeed a random traitor. Thang Tweet wondered why this man was a bit different from the others she had met before. He stepped closer to the traitor and explained to her that this was a random traitor. He would appear randomly anywhere. Each place he stayed only for 5 minutes. Thang Tweet excitedly said, "So there really are traitors like this? Aren't they similar to your supernatural powers? Awesome, we're of the same kind." Jungfam pressed the button to start the trade. Thang Tweet pretended to be indifferent and said, "Oh wow, how did I get in here? So this is what it's like inside." He looked at her and immediately knew she was lying. Ben asked her, "Did you steal the essence core again?" Only by having an essence core to interact with the traitor could one enter. She stuck out her tongue and laughed. "That's today's loot, not stolen stuff." Duong Pham just pressed his finger on the sparkling water screen showing 10 boxes at a shocking price of 100 core crystals with a discount after using the ring of 40 core crystals. Such a big discount is too unreasonable. Then he turned to her and said, "Thang Tweet still has one card, you should try it." She also tried raising her hand to grab one and asked if it was really like that. Immediately, the screen displayed the profession card, Level 1 Mechanical Engineer, at a shocking price of 2,000 core crystals, discounted to 800 core crystals after using the ring. Both of them gasped. "The profession card is super rare, Mechanical Engineer." Duong Pham quickly pressed on Thang Tweet's name behind him, curious, and asked, "Is this ability really that good?" Duong Pham immediately replied, "This is the ability that suits your sister Nan Tuyet best." Then he turned to her and urged her to quickly press the trade button. Thang Tweet touched it with one finger and said, "Then I'll gift it to Sister Nan Nguyet." She was sure she would be very happy. Thang Tweet marveled at the transaction ending suddenly being forcibly ejected outside, which made her extremely confused. "Shuka, now you're out now," she said. "Are you cold? Come out here quickly." Duong Pham inside focused on observing the ring in his stomach, silently speculating that the random trader must be forcibly ejected from the trading space after exchanging an item. He said the skill of the new ring hadn't been used yet. He wanted to try it once. He decided to try again and see. He couldn't believe he was unlucky enough not to draw anything. Finally, the item that appeared was a level 4 sound transmission earring set of 9 pieces. He tried touching it, surprised, and exclaimed it was a level 4 market equipment. Duong Pham happily shouted, "This at least can overlay thoughts over 100 kilometers as an auxiliary equipment, and it's a high-tech product that's extremely rare." In another scene, Thang Tweet was pacing back and forth in the room feeling dizzy before realizing this room was actually a library. She saw something on the floor and bent down to pick it up. Dust flew from the book, making her cough several times. The book was old. The cover was half torn. Seeing the haunting equation, she vaguely realized it was mathematics. Thang Tweet's eyes briefly saddened as she thought, "I'm almost forgetting that just over a month ago I was still a normal college student." She recalled that she had originally been inside the university campus. While still thinking, suddenly a hand placed itself on her shoulder. "Thang Tweet, let's go." She glanced at him and asked, "I have a few questions I want to ask you." She said, "Can we still return to being normal people?" Duong Pham's face darkened as he looked at her sad eyes. He began to think Thang Tweet asked me a similar question in a past life, but back then I had no ability at all. Moreover, even I didn't have an answer. But now it's different. Duong Pham, very clear-headed and handsome, replied to Thang Tweet confidently, "As long as we keep living, there will definitely be hope." She hesitated, then leaned into his embrace and firmly said, "I understand. I will definitely continue living well with you. We will wait together for that day." He patted her head understandingly and said, "All right, let's go back. The Nan Nguyet family is still waiting for us." So the two of them left together. Thang Tweet smiled, looking at the card in her hand, and asked, "What expression do you think Sister Nan Nguyet will have when she sees this profession card?" Could she suddenly? Duong Pham grabbed her hand and ran away. Startled, Thang Tweet said, "Wait, you're in such a hurry, don't make any noise." Du Juan was sitting next to Nan Nguyet, who was covered in wounds, worriedly saying, "Nan Nguyet, this time you're badly injured." A girl like you shouldn't fight so fiercely next time. If you can't win, run. Nyungwit frowned and said, Fine, I have my own plan. The guy here was holding a staff preparing to solo the people in front, but he didn't forget to turn back and reassure them, 2 and 8 elder sisters, don't worry, I'll handle them. Duong Pham and Than Teet hid in the bushes observing the situation. She asked him, Hey, aren't we going over there to help? He replied, Wait a bit longer, Tran Du just joined our team 5. I want to see if he'll betray us when danger comes. Lam Duxuan's hand was using healing magic, but because it consumed a lot of energy, that magic cannon made her hand tremble. Seeing she didn't look well, Cho Nuiet lifted her disheveled face and asked Duxuan, Are you okay? Or should I heal you in a moment? I can still bear to ignore Non Nguyen's words. Although she's sweating profusely, her eyes stay determined, signaling that everything will be fine. I can manage a bit more, maybe you all will have to support me. The young guy with buck teeth on the side just took down an enemy with a staple gun. It seems he already feels guilty and apologetic to them. He looks at them and apologizes, saying it's all because earlier he helped those people harm you. That's good to know, brother. But it would have been better if you knew from the start. Even though Non Nguyen was seriously injured because of his mistake, she doesn't blame him but thinks it's all her fault and says he doesn't need to apologize. At that time, we weren't on the same team. Even if you kill me, it's only because my skills are still weak. He seems to be thoughtful, too. To save his life, he denies her words. No, 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 please don't say that. If Boss Duong Pham hears this, he'll kill me. He still has a suspicion because it feels familiar. He asks her, Is that right? I hear your voice. Are you a native of Dia Shuyen? In response to his suspicion, she says, That's right, but we ran here from outside to look for my parents. My family is in Zone 2. Hearing this, he panics and exclaims, Zone 2. In Zone 2, those who survive are already powerful figures. Others. Before he finishes, a large shadow with blazing red eyes appears behind him. Seeing him hesitate and afraid to speak, she interrupts, Oh no, I know, but even if there's only a little hope left, I won't give up. The young guy with buck teeth suddenly has a thought flash through his mind. Nyunwit family name. Nyan is in Zone 2. Could this really be a coincidence? Right now, an image of a dignified, middle-aged man stepping out from blazing flames appears in his mind. That is Non Loy, leader of the Scarlet Rose organization nickname. Thunderbolt Ultimate Move. Lightning vision that pierces through bodies evolved to 3rd level, top-tier, hot-tempered, courageous, and confident in his convictions. He then presses Non Nguyen, asking her father's name. She looks a bit confused, but wanting any clue about her family, replies, My dad's name is Non Loy. He asks why. Just as he thought, he panics, covers his face, steps back a few paces, then shouts, Your dad is Loy. Than right here. Nguyen has no idea what he's talking about. What is this Loy Than? It seems she knows nothing about her father. He then clearly explains to her, Non Nguyen, that's your dad. He's one of the strongest ordinary people in Dia Shuyen City, even ranking in the top 3. She's stunned when he tells her this. Black Sun, Than Tweet, and Duong Pham are hiding behind a wall. It seems they overheard the entire conversation. Thang Tweet asks from behind him, Brother is Non. Nguyen's dad really that powerful? Duong Pham's mind is now flooded with conflicting thoughts, Loy. Then it seems I have changed Non Nguyen's life trajectory. Nyun Nguyen's name was famous in the past life, but I never heard her dad was that skilled. This world is different from the previous one. Seeing him seem to overpraise his father, which seems a bit unbelievable, she speaks up. Although my dad is a retired soldier and I believe he has strong survival skills. I didn't expect him to be this amazing. While they talk, Du Juan continues diligently treating her. Then the buck-toothed guy hands her a photo saying I have a picture of him. In Dia Shuyen City, there are a few people you absolutely can't mess with. I deliberately searched for photos of these people. Take a look, is this your dad? Quickly, she takes the photo along with Du Juan, looks up to examine it closely, repeatedly, checking the photo of a man wandering holding a jacket in his hand. Nyunwit says, This is... It's confirmed that this person is the one I've been searching for all this time. Surprised tears well up, Dad, you're so good. Finally, I found you. Her heart blooms with overwhelming joy. Looks like this trip to Dia Shuyen City wasn't in vain. How wonderful. Though the buck-toothed guy seems silly, he's actually calculating a lot. I thought Boss Duong Pham was an unshakable mountain, but this team has an even bigger mountain, the biological daughter of Loy Than. Duong Then Tweet comes out and loudly says, Sister Nan. Sister Lam, Brother Tran, I'm back. Duong Pham seriously decides with them. Since we found Non Nguyet's father, we will execute Plan B. Non Nguyet looks up curious and asks, "What is Plan B?" His expression serious, his voice firm as he said straight, "Hell mode. Prepare to enter round 2 to find your father Non Loi." Jiu Xuan was a bit surprised and wanted to confirm what he just said. "Duong Pham, are you serious? We haven't even entered round 3 yet." The guy surnamed Tran Jiang Tho walked over to reason with him. "Boss, round 2 is not like round 4. Level 2 zombies roam everywhere there. Level 3 and 4 zombies are mutated plants and beasts, and there are many of them. People with low evolution levels like us will die immediately if we enter." Duong Pham thought, stroking his chin. "I know those with abilities choose to live in round 2, proving that place not only has abundant resources, but is also an excellent training ground." Though he said this, he was thinking differently. Maybe it means getting closer to Tian Gao. That guy, I don't know what level he has reached yet. He has exceptional talent and a strong backing. It's best that I kill him before he matures. Nyun Nguyet shyly said to Duong Pham, "You want me to meet Dad quickly? I understand your feelings, but we should still prepare more." Duong Pham made the decision. "Yeah, Tu Nam is also injured. We have to reorganize the team. Only then will our success rate be higher." Duong Than Tuit warmly congratulated Sister Non Nguyet for finding her father. "I have prepared a gift for you." She looked a bit confused. "A gift?" Quickly, Duong Than Tuit put a strange badge in front of her and said, "It's this." Non Nguyet couldn't believe it. "This is from me." She happily thanked her. "Thank you, Than Tuit." The girl replied softly, "Don't mention it." The brother said, "Mechanical engineer is the profession that suits you best." Looking at Duong Pham, she was secretly grateful, so he never forgot about me. Duong Pham. "This life, I will follow you definitely." Standing next to his sister, who was beaming, Duong Pham knew Non Nguyet's eyes were on him. He lightly scratched his face and pretended to look away to avoid her gaze. Nyun Nguyet took the badge the girl gave her and pressed it straight against her chest. Her eyes closed tightly as she used a spell to merge herself with the badge. Around her body appeared mechanical engineer system machines fused together. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide with a mystical blue light shining in them. Her solemn face showed she had fully activated the badge's command and completed the fusion. Duong Pham explained the mechanical engineer badge's benefit. It allows very fast control of all kinds of machinery. Seeing the fusion was going well, he proposed to her, "Give me your gun, I'll add something for you." Non Nguyet quickly took out her gun and handed it to him. Duong Pham performed a blue spell, putting all his strength into the gun she gave him. Finally, he had something to use this on. These were freezing bullets he previously exchanged from the boss, arriving just in time to use. The young guy, surnamed Tron, watching this performance, seemed impressed, thinking, "No wonder the boss's weapon is so tough. He must be a rare superpowered psychic." After a short time enchanting Non Nguyet's weapon, the gun was finally complete. It became a level 3 gun, a type of ice handgun. The gun now shone brilliantly amid the colorful auras he created. After finishing, he needed to retrieve the gun and give it back to Non Nguyet. He somewhat teased her. "Unfortunately, it can only be refined to level 3, not a mutated weapon." Non Nguyet quickly accepted the gun he made for her. The rabbit-toothed guy was startled hearing that. "So this is a level 3 gun. You say give, but it's actually a gift." He suddenly bent down beside the 2 tables, clenching his fists and pleading earnestly. "Boss, dear boss, I'm also your junior. Your dear little junior, please make me a level 3 weapon too." Duong Pham was a bit annoyed. Get lost, no more materials left. Jiang Tho had no clue what that meant. Hearing materials, he assumed he would still get one. He firmly said he would try to find whatever materials were needed. He seemed determined. Duong Pham reluctantly agreed, but his face clearly showed reluctance. "All right, when we get back, I'll give you a list. Whether you find them or not is up to you. This is already a huge challenge for a mortal like you, bro." Not sure if he can find them. But the other guy seemed to have grabbed a lucky break. He Chumo stepped forward gratefully to him. "No problem at all, boss. I love you." The situation seemed a bit tense. Duong Pham immediately put his hand on his head to keep him from coming too close. Not forgetting his duty, he turned back and said to Miss Non Nguyet, "Try using your ability to control this gun. Normal people can't use it." Hearing this, she was a bit startled. Duong Than Tuit didn't believe a few words from her brother. The girl boldly snatched the gun from Non Nguyet's hand. "Are you lying? Why can't I try to use it?" "You're young and cheeky." Used to holding a gun and ready to use her top shooting skills, she suddenly realized the gun was empty. Huh? Does this gun have no bullets? Ignoring her little sister's rudeness, Duong Pham stepped forward to explain. It's not that there are no bullets, but the mechanism is deliberately designed so only mechanical engineers can use it. Later, I will teach Nan Nguyet to become the unique master of mechanics, fully equipped from head to toe. Nhan Nguyet was a bit surprised. The unique weapon only I can use. Duong Thanh Tuy knew it wasn't meant for her. The clever girl stuck out her tongue, returned the gun to her, and said, Miss Nhan Nguyet giving it back to me really means I can't use it. Receiving the gun, Nhan Nguyet gently said, Let me try. She aimed the gun in one direction and activated mechanical integration. She triggered the key, matching the gun, creating rings of technological light around it. Closing one eye, she quickly fired 3 bullets toward the target with skill. The 3 bullets she fired went straight to the wall ahead, causing a small explosion there. After observing its mechanism, she said, This gun has 3 types of bullets, regular bullets, freezing bullets. The third type is... Here her expression grew serious and her brows furrowed. The last bullet fired caused a big explosion on the wall ahead. She confirmed it was an ice blast explosive bullet. Duong Thanh Tuy found it quite impressive. She was excited. Wow, this move is even scarier than Miss Tu Uyen's ice spirit. A long-range bullet combined with an internal ice blast. Then Zhang Tho on his side flattered, Awesome, the boss who forged this weapon is really amazing. Duong Pham cut him off. He put something on his finger and told him, Stop flattering. Duong Pham also told everyone here, Everyone put on these communication earpieces. Later we can use these to stay in contact. They were a bit surprised. To clear her own doubts, Lam Dujuan asked him, Communication now has no electricity. Electromagnetic power has become an extremely rare resource. Can this really work? Although a bit skeptical, she still listened and put the communication device on her ear. At a glance, it looked no different than a gold wire bracelet. As soon as she put it on her ear, it was like her vision opened. Thang Tuy Tan said, Miss Lam, this isn't an ordinary headset. She pointed and thoroughly explained, This is a level 4 auxiliary device. It doesn't need any electricity. You just use your thoughts to communicate with others within 100 kilometers. To prove her point, Thanh Tuy said, I didn't believe it earlier either, but when he put it on me, I was amazed. The sound is clearer and better than any headset I've ever used. The 3 of them realized its usefulness. Xuan Du agreed. It really is like that. Thanh Tuy's voice sounded like she was speaking right next to their ears. Very clear. Nhan Nguyet added, With this device, we won't worry about losing each other anymore. The kid Zhang Tho was fully impressed. Damn, it's not my first time wearing a level 4 device. Following the boss really is something special. That's right, brother. Following the strong one has to be different. You chose the right path to continue. The sky was dyed a fiery red at dusk. It covered even the clouds glowing pink with dreamy white. But soon, night fell. Though not as bright as daytime, the sky was filled with shining stars in the dark. The cool air created a poetic romantic scene. Earlier, Duong Pham had gathered everyone under the dark night. This was their active time. He said, According to the plan, Tran Du, who had entered the 3rd round and has control-type abilities, will lead the way. We will follow behind him. He added, also, so Tiovan Tu Nam and Tay Thi will stay behind. The 2 will lead the remaining ordinary people at the base. Continue training and searching for supplies. Hearing his decision, So Tiovan felt a little disappointed inside. He still hasn't fully accepted himself, huh? Acting superior over his sister. Xiao Yuan loudly asked him, But why didn't you bring the sisters along? Tu Nam cautiously asked Brother Pham, Is it because I'm too weak? To put it nicely, it's a reasonable division of labor. To be blunt, they really are weak. He spoke with disdain to avoid offending anyone and to clearly explain for them to understand. He said no, actually the opposite. Only 2 people are suitable for working in the 1st guard. Xiao Van has psychic and soul-absorbing abilities. Moreover, being the leader in command is more convenient. Tu Nam is the team member with the strongest defense. Hearing him speak like that, perhaps they realized their strengths and their responsibilities. He added 2 people, 1 for attack, 1 for defense. Even if unexpected situations happen, the 2 have enough strength to respond. Understanding their mission, they were gleeful and excited. Xiao Van replied, So that's how it is. We definitely won't let Brother Pham down. It seemed Tran Du nearby didn't care to pay attention. He looked at the 2 of them with a judging gaze. What is this? Oh my goodness, take it easy, will you? Overdoing it is ridiculous, it's gross. Duong Pham gave an order. Okay then. Let's set off, everyone. Shout together to boost morale. We had held the photo in her hand, silently thinking, Dad, your kid is coming to find you. That's a photo of her dad. Missing Dad and Mom so much. Then Tran Du wandered off alone. The inner circle is more dangerous than the outer one. Boss Duong Pham certainly knows him, wondering why he was given the important task of guiding him. Probably he highly valued his ability and gave him a chance to prove himself. Then he clenched his fist tightly, full of determination. Truly our boss. Such a careful arrangement commands great respect. The road ahead was so ruined he had to stop, unable to continue. Tran Du anxiously thought of a way. Forget it. The path I took before has collapsed. Damn that designer L. If it were up to our boss, it definitely wouldn't be like this. Suddenly, someone loudly called, Hey, young punk, where are you going? He turned to look towards the voice. It was a group including Dien Chan, Tiu Ngao, Kim Trak, and Tong Doan. Dien Chan, tall and dark, spoke first. Wandering around here at midnight. Looks like you're also looking for a trading partner. Tran Du hurriedly shook his hand. No, not at all, guys. I'm just looking for food. His mind quickly calculated. The aura radiating from these guys seemed formidable, even stronger than the boss. He didn't listen further and swung his fist immediately. Your evasive stance shows you're no good person. Damn it! Today I will act as heaven's justice. Eradicate the root of evil. Tran Du couldn't dodge. He took the blow directly, almost knocking his tooth out into the night sky. A strangely quiet ripple. The group of 5 Duong Pham and 4 young ladies also went to inspect Don Mok Dai. Duong Pham said to Nguyen, Most of our current food is already stored in the base, so within controllable range we must quickly stockpile more food and drink. Duong Pham might not worry about this, but we have to worry for him. Nguyen nodded. Understood. At this moment, a scream of terror came from everyone's earpiece. Ah! Duong Pham quickly realized first. Something happened to Tran Du. He dashed forward, ordering everyone to move quickly ahead. Thang Tweet from behind called out, I heard it too. You're running too slowly like that. Use your power. Then she turned to the other 4. I can only take one person with me now. I'll take him there first. Everyone else follow after the wooden platform. Replying, Okay. Nguyen bent towards the wooden platform and climbed up. I'm already a level 2 evolution. I can run faster, but she declined no. You lead Duxuan ahead if we really get ambushed. Then Heen is more useful than me. Meanwhile, Tran Du was so battered he had to be drunk. He lost 2 teeth. Tho Tiu Ngao grabbed his collar. Mei Diep Huang's psychic ability is pretty cool. Too bad the level is too low. In front of us, it's like a bunch of fireflies. He added, you can still resist until now. I'm quite impressed. Tran Du forced a response, yeah. If you're so good, don't run. My boss is coming. My boss can kill Tang Thi from the 3rd tier, you know. 4th tier in the blink of an eye. Wait until I get there. You'll be done for. Jung Pham had arrived, but was hiding in a corner observing. Seeing the situation, Tiu Ngao Tweet Tang behind him said, Brother, don't rush. I have a way to save you, Tran Du. Dung Pham looked at his sister and understood her meaning. Tiu Ngao grabbed Tran Du by the neck and lifted him bosses from the outer circle of society like you. No matter how many come, I've sent that many off already. He used his power to slam him hard onto the ground. Tran Du coughed up blood in pain. He came right up to him. Keep using moves. Want to keep fighting. Still dare to threaten me. I'll put you on the altar to eat chicken first. Wait to reunite with your boss, the turtle who retracts his neck. Suddenly a shout made him stop. Let him go. Tiu now turned to see it was Dung Pham. His face was extremely bad. Than Tweet rushed over to Tran Du, Brother Tran. I'm here to save you. She helped him up. Than Tweet opened a space portal, but Tiu Ngao used his move, trying to block her. You think escaping is that easy? Thang Tweet panicked and fled. Then between their rapid movements, there was about a 1-second delay. He reacted just as fast again, but a sword energy strike forced Tiu Ngao to jump back. Dung Pham laughed. Too bad your skill is still too green and raw. Tiu Ngao looked at Dung Pham's power. Didn't expect to see this kind of thing in the outer circle. Win and become king, lose, and call your teammates. Today's trip really wasn't for nothing. Brothers, let's go to work. Kim Trak was overly confident. Oh, man. Heaven also favors my good looks. Gave me a big gift. Dien Chun boasted, receiving the power that's mine. Thang Tweet asked her, Brother, take Tran Du back first. What next, he answered. Immediately lead him to find Lum Dio Juan for treatment. Leave this to me. Dung Pham looked at Tiu Ngao's group and evaluated. Didn't expect those 4 to team up so early. No wonder that punk Tiu Ngao is riding high like a kite in the wind. In the center of Diasuin City, Tang Tweet helped Trandu up, but these guys all seem crazy strong. Trandu is crippled but not useless yet. Boss, I also want to lend a hand. He coldly commanded like a CEO. Go back. Then he drew his sword. Than Tweet helped Trandu leave okay. Be careful, okay? You should also warn the boss. They're very strong. Already careful, the two of them left using Than Tweet's power. She silently promised the brothers will find Sister Nan and Nguyen to wait for my return. Jung Pham sized them up. These guys are all familiar with the base leader of the Thien Lun Trio base. Also, Tang Duan grinned. That sword really suits me. Don't even think about sucking up. Dian Chan replied, no one cares. But if you can't get it, I'll take it for you. When that happens, remember to pay me a few hundred, no kidding. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Duan dashed off. He attacked from the left. Dung Pham didn't grab it. I'm just afraid of hitting too hard and sending this brat to the afterlife. Jung Pham glanced at him with disdain, the chief martial artist of the Thien Lun Trio-based Tang Duan, known for his evolved physique and speed combined with Dung Duan Bat Dao technique. Even Tu Ngao might not be able to beat him. Then he lightly swung his sword, forcing him to retreat. But too bad I already broke this move years ago. Tang Duan's sword cracked and shattered. This power is truly extraordinary. But this sword is a level 2 forged blade ring, bought at a high price from a dealer. Yet one strike was enough to crack it. Kim Trok put on gloves. Trintung looked surprised. Tang's finishing move was easily countered by this kid. How embarrassing. Let me help you get that enchanting power, kid. A strange red light emitted from his hand. Jung Pham became more cautious. Finally, this is the toughest opponent. Chief Governor of the 3rd Branch Base. His authority is just one level below Tu Ngao. Level 8, violent sound type supernatural ability. Once caused people within 100 meters to become invisible and crippled. A presence that can truly rival Tu Ngao. A large circle of pink-purple lightning grew in his hand. This distance should be okay. Abro, can you dodge the speed of sound? Then he transformed the circle into several lightning bolts running around his body. Finally, a Kamehameha blast hit Dung Pham. He stood still and took it. This move can't be blocked, only absorbed. Kim Trok still doesn't have the terrifying power like at level 8. His current strength probably can't do anything. Suddenly, gunfire broke out. 2 bullets flew straight toward Kim Trok. He was sharp enough to see the bullets and had to turn to dodge. The shots missed and hit the wall. Dung Pham looked toward where the bullets were fired from. The shooter was my boss, Nan Nguyen. You're not fighting alone. Dieu Juan behind also spoke up. And there's me, too. Tiu Ngao looked at the two of them. These 2 girls are really fresh and untested. Let those 2 die. Dian Chan hit the bullseye and obeyed immediately. Don't intervene, leave it to me. Hitting girls is your G-spot. Young Nguyen hesitated before firing. Don't underestimate others in this world. But her 3 bullets didn't even scratch him. A level 3 weapon unfortunately can't do a damn thing. She panicked for a moment. He sneered, always stealing weapons when given the chance. Nice, that broken gun will be mine. She regained her composure and said, Dieu Juan, run fast. This guy is pretty strong, I'll stop him. He dashed forward. Want to run while you still can die. A big clash erupted. He was stunned to be stopped. Dung Pham coolly said, You want to touch me? You're still far from that. You idiot. Those 2 young ladies almost lost their eggs. Dung Pham the boss swung his sword at Dian Chun. He dodged and then kept attacking. This guy's supernatural ability is really fierce. I don't believe he can still stop the second strike. At this moment, Tiu Ngao raised his voice to stop it. Enough, man. He's not your opponent. Then he said to Dung Pham, You're something else. A kid like you shouldn't be on the front lines. Then he charged again. Shukana, you've met me. Today is your death day. Dung Pham used his sword to block the attack. The powerful collision caused a bigger explosion than before. Dust and rocks flew everywhere. Tiu Ngao and Dung Pham both stepped back. Be careful with this guy, just like last life. Too strong to handle. Even Tiu Ngao no longer underestimated him. This kid is not simple. He held one arm and stood up. This kid's strength is very strong. Not only did he block my full power strike, he also made my hand numb. Plus, he has a supernatural weapon. Even I can't be sure of victory. Dung Pham's side is also in trouble. No wonder he's called a genius. In the previous life, he held the position of base commander of a branch base ranked in the top 10 largest bases worldwide. Blocking one of his strikes almost made me drop my sword. I told myself looks like I have to quickly strengthen my body. At least reach level 3 as soon as possible. The only thing we can do now is force them to retreat. If we fight for real, our side will be weaker. Dieu Juan ran up to ask, Han, are you okay? What should we do now? Those guys seem very strong. Nan Nguyen was already ready to say her last words. Even if I die, I won't let them drag me away. If anything goes wrong, Doong Pham, I have something to tell you. Doong Pham snapped, shut up. You'll see none of us will have to sleep. Tiu now at this moment discovered Diozhuan's supernatural ability. He was stunned. That girl is a supernatural saint. 10 times rarer than that supernatural weapon. Kim Track beside him added, Boss, isn't our base missing a saint? If we catch that girl, it'll be a major achievement, right? Dean Chun didn't hesitate and charged forward immediately. He darted straight toward Diozhuan. Don't steal my credit for this. The saintly girl come here to me, all right. Nguyet couldn't react in time. Damn, so fast! Doong Pham stepped forward. Let him know what politeness means. Just relying on your brainless muscle power, and you want to lead my people. The edge of my sword just brushed his hand and it started bleeding. I pointed the sword at Dien Chun's neck. Stand still. If you move, I'll send you to the west to fetch scriptures. Dien Chun also tucked his tail and stood still. No more tough talk from the gangsters. This kid thinks his diva blade is strong. Just with my strength, I can crush you. 4 years' time, Doong Pham ordered. I'll count to 10. If you don't leave by then, I'll put you straight on the altar to eat sticky rice. He started counting. 1. Two now laughed crazily. Let me count for you. 13. They all launched moves to kill him. Just scared you don't have the skill for it. Then 3 of them charged. Go, brothers of Dien Chun. Be patient a little. Once we capture the saintly girl, we'll treat your wounds. Doong Pham calmly said, honestly, we really can't handle you guys. But with an added level 4 Dinang user and a level 3 mutated creature, we're 70% sure to win. Tiu Ngao sneered. Do you think Dinang users are nothing? Now show me if you can transform. Besides, mutated creatures can't be controlled by anyone. At that moment, a stream of ice flew straight over, hitting right between the 3 of them and Doong Pham's group. Tiu Ngao looked up. Damn, are there still people? Doong Pham smiled proudly. Winner takes all, loser calls for backup. Tiu Wien led, 3 people laughing, Big Brother Doong, we're here. Huai Tu Mio cried out. Watan Tweet carried Trundu at the back. Trundu, hang on, treatment is coming soon. She shouted, Sister Lam, hurry and save him. Trundu needs treatment. He's reaching his limit. Lam Ju Sun hesitated, looking at Doong Pham, but Nhan Nguyet said she wasn't suited here. She should go to the back to treat. Letting him go like this will better unleash her power. Only then did she nod. I'm coming right now. Thang Tweet laid Trundu down. It's all my fault. If I'd met Sister Lum earlier, Trundu wouldn't be this critical. Boo-hoo. Diozhuan treated him while comforting. Don't cry. It's not your fault. This wound isn't that serious yet. I can heal it. Tiu Ngao observed both sides unexpectedly. A new Dinang user appeared, and the controlled mutated creature seemed to be on a high level too. Kim Truk said, looks like we're surrounded. Nhan Nguyet aimed her gun at them and asked, now that we're even, do you still want to fight? Tiu Ngao laughed with delight, and Doong Pham began hesitating. These people aren't right. There's no reason a group surrounded by so many Dinang users could stay so calm. Could it be because of a butterfly effect that I came back to life? What other dirty tricks do these guys have? Tiu Ngao ordered to go all out. If there are this many Dinang users, there's no need to hide our strength anymore. Tang Juan called to Dien Chun's group sisters, just wait for this. Dien Chun immediately used his power. With him, damn, this is gonna be explosive, ha ha ha! Finally, I can play hard for once. His body seemed to grow bigger with his power. He instantly threw a punch at Doong Pham. He quickly dodged to the side, then slashed at his arm. But this time, Dien Chun showed no mercy, laughing defiantly. You itching me. Even a level 4 weapon can't cut through this bronze skin boy. Doong Pham was surprised. He really had a layer of skin that couldn't be cut. Tang Juan drew his sword, switched to battle mode, and charged at Mok Dai and Tiu Wien. A Mok Dai panicked. Oh no, their target is us. Tiu Wien created an ice circle. From it, ice drills shot out but had no effect. No way, guys, too fast, can't hit him. Tang Juan blinked and closed in on the 2. Well, it looks like you're done for. But his sword was blocked by something else, Huai Thu Miu's spell. Mok Dai exclaimed Little Huai. What are you bracing against? Thu Miu also struggled to hold back, but still had a branch chopped off. He was knocked back. Xiao Yuan and Mu Dai cried out in pain. The clash triggered another explosion. Their clothes were torn and burned by the fire. She shouted, my clothes! But Tang Doan swung his sword again. It's time to send you off. The 2 had no chance to resist anymore. Doong Pham loudly called out to the Mu Dai group. Tiu Ngao immediately launched an attack on him. Now you no longer have the strength to care for others. Doong Pham turned back to counter Nan. Nguyet had no choice but to point her gun at Xiao Yuan to help her. Kim Trak flew in to assist with the attack she herself was about to collapse girl. Nyun Wit carelessly failed to block suddenly several big bolts of lightning struck down from nowhere. Who dares harm my daughter? A gentle kiss on Kim Trak's cheek made him feel drunk. His teeth fell flat onto the ground. Nyun Wit looked at the person who saved her. At the last moment she exclaimed, "Dad! Dad!" On Mu Dai and Xiao Yuan's side, just as they were about to give up and embrace to head to the afterlife, a sword blocked Tang Don's strike, another tall, strong uncle. "Those two under this sword belong to you. I'm backing you up." Tang Doan was bitter but couldn't do anything. The deputy captain of the Blood Rose Grave Flower Sword. Unexpectedly, he also arrived. Duong Pham and Tu Nao were fighting fiercely. He tried to smile. "Sure enough, this move can't kill you. You're strong." He swung once to separate him, too talkative dumbass. He looked toward the person who just saved Nan Nguyen. Why did Nan Nguyen's dad come? But he came just in time, otherwise today we'd have taken heavy losses. A strong gust blew dirt and stones away from behind. Dien Chan stood right behind. Ha ha ha. "I've been waiting for you underground for a long time. Go to sleep." Another person appeared. An uncle in a shirt blocked his attack. Their auras clashed powerfully. The gentle uncle softly said to Dien Chan, "You're still as thick-skinned as ever." He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Deputy Captain Liu Truyen Fong of the Blood Rose. Duong Pham guessed all the captains of Blood Rose had arrived. Could it be they're all from Blood Rose? Tiu Nao glanced at Nan Nguyen and her father, truly unpredictable. These passing characters have big backgrounds, bringing noise to big figures like them today. Nyun Wit's father spoke up. "If you guys still want to fight, then Blood Rose will join in too." Kim Trak and Tang Doan teleported together to join Tiu Nao. He said, "Of course, the big guy Dien Chan talks faster than he thinks. Of course we have to fight." "What the hell is Blood Rose? I want to send all of you off to heaven." Tiu Nao banged his head on him. "Are you crazy and want to die, idiot? Ouch." Tiu Nao looked at Nan Wit's father. "I respect Lei Shen, but since he's targeting Han VM's team, we won't be easy to provoke today." Tiu Nao remembered clearly, suddenly recalled, "Oh, right, I heard you guys accepted an invitation from Thien Luan. Moreover, if you refuse Blood Rose, how long do you think you can survive?" He responded, "Living longer than you guys is enough. Being alive is better than you all. You can stay inside that nauseating Thien Luan. Be a good dog and bite more people to please your masters." Tiu Nao was very bitter but couldn't do anything. "Let's go." He invited Duong Pham. "You're pretty strong. Want to join our team?" He spoke like a multi-level marketer. "We're preparing to build the strongest base suitable for human survival. We have people much stronger than Lei Shen, and hold over a dozen people. Our ability and resource trades are stronger than Blood Rose." Duong Pham laughed out loud hearing this. He asked, confused, "You're so happy you've gone crazy?" Duong Pham swung his sword again. Flames engulfed his sword. Tu Nao stepped back. "What the hell do you want?" Dien Chan charged forward, but Tu Nao stopped him. "Wait." Finally, he gave up, passing by Duong Pham. "You damn don't know right from wrong. Wait for the day you get judged by Thien Luan and them." Then Tiu Nao ordered the other three, "Let's go." Dien Chan foolishly asked the four Chi who were developing, "Boss, why don't we make a move?" "Open it, isn't it just Blood Rose? In the front lines 1 and 2 we fought them quite a bit. Why be scared?" Tu Nao replied, "We have the skills." He explained, "They have 7 psychic users plus 3 Blood Rose captains. We're definitely no match." He laughed. "What's more, the plan to handle the front-line bases 1 and 2 has already started, hasn't it? By then, we won't even need to intervene. They'll all be wiped out." On the other side, Father Nan happily touched his beloved daughter's face. "Let me see quickly. It looks like you've lost weight." She hugged her father tightly. "Who said that, Dad?" "How long has it been since you last shaved?" He stammered in response. It's been about 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks." Suddenly, she pushed him away. "Where are my parents?" her father awkwardly said. "Well, your mother, she frowned. "What about Mom?" Then everyone went to the base of the Crimson Rose. Her father said, "This place is our base, built from the old anti-aircraft military base. Compared to a regular's base, it's much more secure." Yan Nguyen asked, "Is my mother also here in the base?" Lu Trianfeng replied, "Miss, your mother is not here at the moment." She was worried. "She's not in the base, and it's so dangerous outside. Where could she possibly be?" Her father proudly boasted, "Your mother went to get supplies. She's even more capable than me." Mok Hua Dao next to him added with certainty, "Usually fetching supplies takes 2 to 3 days. She should be back soon." Time quietly passed like that. Now, in the resting room of the Crimson Rose base, Nhan Nguyen stood looking out the window. I still have to wait 2 or 3 more days to see Mom. Her father sat in a chair to reassure his daughter. Don't worry, sooner or later you'll see her. For now, just rest here. With me around, no one dares to harm you. Meanwhile, Truyen Fong led the others back to the resting room so the father and daughter could talk. Follow me, guys. This base was renovated from the old anti-aircraft base. It's spacious, and all of you can stay here. Than Tweet said to her brother, Brother, I miss Mom and Dad too. I really admire Sister Nan Nguyet. Duong Pham smiled to comfort her. Sooner or later we'll meet. He grew thoughtful, feeling that Father Nan was hiding something. Also, going for supplies takes 2 to 3 days. In such harsh conditions, outside 2 or 3 days is like reaching the sky. Either Nan Nguyet's mother is truly as strong as they say, or there's only one other possibility. Hopefully it's not what I'm thinking. Upon arrival, Truyen Fong thoughtfully showed them 2 dorm rooms. I've arranged for people to bring your friends here already. Tran Du picked a room. Then I'll stay here with the boss. Mok Dai opened the room next to the daughters. I'll stay on this side. Than Tweet nodded. Okay. Truyen Fong looked at Duong Pham curiously. Why aren't you coming in? He solemnly said again. Can you tell me about your traders? If possible, I want to trade once. The man bowed his head. You are a friend of the captain's daughter. Logically, there shouldn't be a problem, but traders are still the most precious resource in this apocalypse. Asking like that, shouldn't you show some sincerity? If you don't contribute anything to our base, I'm afraid I can't provide trader information to you. Duong Pham immediately snapped his fingers and produced a smelting furnace through 2 bullets inside, which transformed into a short knife. Holding it in his hand, he explained, My ability is crafting. As long as you provide the materials, I can equip weapons for all the members in your base from head to toe. Lam Truyen Fong examined the knife in his hand. 2 bullets can forge a level 1 short blade. You truly have skill. Then he led him, If that's the case, I won't hide anything. Follow me. He led him to the trader, a person wearing a red cloak and a mask covering their face. This is the new trader our base has just discovered. All previous traders have had their goods replaced by us. He put his hands on his waist. Just remember your words, you can use it at will. Duong Pham approached the trader. Not Flo. He ordered to start the trade while Truyen Fong watched. He teleported into the trading space, silently thinking, Heaven really hasn't abandoned us at such a crucial time, not only bringing back the young lady, but also gifting us such a big present. As long as this brother crafts excellent gear for all members, our Crimson Rose can definitely fight back. Inside the trader's space, Duong Pham selected several items. It looks like the Crimson Rose people really haven't used. This trader never challenged even once. I'll save other stuff for later in exchange for the red-cloaked challenger's fight. I want to test my strength next. He pressed to select the Ice Age Night Challenge, a random 3-on-3 challenge original price. 3,000 Khoi Ting discounted to 100 Khoi Ting chose to exchange. Then Duong Pham was transferred to another cold space filled with ice and snow. What will appear this time? Just as the ice melted, a squad of knights appeared. 2 level 2 shield knights, 2 level 2 sword knights, 1 level 3 spear knight. The ring on Duong Pham's hand glowed again. This challenge is a gang attack again. He drew out the exotic martial sword, blocked the spear knight's attack, then lightly struck to turn him into a half-mounted knight. He didn't pause for the second, regaining his stance and rushing forward to kick the group of mounted knights. Duong Pham swung his sword lightly, cutting down one after another. Duong Pham seemed to face no obstacles, fighting rhythmically like that. Soon, the last one of this group came. He struck down with a sword from above, causing a booming explosion. Duong Pham stood looking at the battlefield, scattered with mounted knight corpses too weak except for their numbers. They had no advantage. But another one from the next group rushed to attack him. He lightly spun and slashed once, cutting it in 2. The ring on his hand continuously emitted light, blinding my psychic giant. It seemed to be changing. It looks like it's broken through to level 3. Apparently, killing these things can accumulate experience to level up psychic powers. He's ready to welcome the next group of knights. Come on, baby, I want to become even stronger. Sparks from weapon clashes and Duong Pham's moves kept flashing continuously. Then finally he felt tired. He stuck his sword into the ground and breathed heavily. But just a few minutes later, Duong Pham regained his spirit and stood up. This level 3 psychic giant challenge made my psychic powers increase another level. Better end it now, otherwise I'll be forcibly teleported to the trading space. He pointed the ring at the knights, and the cramped space instantly cleared up like there had never been a parting. Duong Pham suddenly felt confused. What the heck is going on? Not teleported yet. At that moment, some rustling sounds came from behind. He immediately turned to look. A person in iron armor riding an iron horse appeared before Duong Pham. Duong Pham was cautious. It turned out the previous ones were just fodder soldiers. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. This guy was a bit off. His body radiated something very similar to the dark seed that caused the apocalypse. Just as they were staring at each other, Damtam, suddenly the armored man charged with weapon raised, aiming at Duong Pham. Duong Pham grew alert. His sword was also wrapped in blazing red flames. Here it comes level 4. 2 now at level 3 was already this strong. This guy has no way out. If he can't dodge this attack, he has to take it. Duong Pham grit his teeth to block the axe blade of the armored man. An explosion burst out. He was thrown up and then fell flat on his back. His face was angry. Indeed, very strong one hit made me lose control of my sword. Suddenly, the armored man charged forward on his horse. He panicked. The speed was too fast. Fortunately, he dodged just in time from the wind-slicing strike. With an extremely handsome face, he noted the speed and power were both strong. This kind of monster sneaks close. It can't attack, so there's a chance to turn the tide. The armored man showed no mercy. He continued to madly charge and attack. He aimed the spear tip and fierce aura straight at him. Suddenly, this was a critical move. The armored man stabbed his sharp spear straight at Duong Pham. But this guy didn't anticipate Duong Pham's move. Duong Pham, with a challenging look, faced him. Holding the spear, trying to stab him with one hand, he smiled lightly. Luckily, I managed to avoid the vital spot, otherwise I would have died from that move. Losing the golden snake armor on my body still can't block all his attacks. This guy is really strong. How long has it been since I came close to death? Seems like it was before I revived. He looked at the armored man attacking him and said to him, "Thanks to you, I've regained that heart-stopping feeling." The armored man held the spear with one hand and swung the axe with the other straight at Duong Pham, but he dodged again. He thought that just toughening up against him wouldn't win. Survival chances are almost zero. But if he carries the aura of the dark seed, will pure water have any effect on him? He had to take a gamble. Duong Pham pulled out a bottle of liquid. With one hand, he snapped the spear that was stabbing him. At the same time, the armored man charged like a bull. Duong Pham kept swinging the axe continuously, but didn't hit a single thing. Sensing the right moment, he threw the bottle of water like the divine water he pulled out earlier forcefully at the crazed armored man. The bottle hit the man and then bounced off like a joke. Then the bottle reassembled itself. Duong Pham watched helplessly. Unfortunately, he learned one thing. That guy feared pure water. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered blocking the attack from the water bottle. Given this situation, I can't hold out much longer. He had to plan the next move. Just as the armored man was about to swing his axe at him, Duong Pham noticed an opportunity. Right at that moment, he jumped onto the axe planning something. Duong Pham smiled confidently. I still have one last bottle of pure water. My body can only perform one more move. This is the last chance. He was about to charge when suddenly the armored man rushed forward to attack him. Surprisingly, he lunged and stabbed the spear straight into Duong Pham's right chest. Duong Pham chose not to dodge. He couldn't avoid it. Once he dodged, there would be no more chances. The bottle popped open and poured water onto him. The man couldn't dodge in time, clutching his head with both hands and screaming in pain. Then his head started steaming and vanished. Duong Pham witnessed it all. He thought the pure water in the ring from his past life was the nemesis of mutations. But he didn't expect it to still be usable here today. It seems this challenge battle is somehow connected to the apocalypse's mutations. The Dark Seed Trader. This challenge feels like someone is controlling everything behind the scenes. Duong Pham was surrounded by a series of glowing lights. Looks like the challenge results are in. The reward, Ice Attribute Skill. Defensive Explanation Skill level 4 or higher can be used. You can obtain water from the air to forge weapons. I want the Bone Warhorse Explanation Skill, the Soul Warhorse of the Ice Knight. Extremely high defense, fast speed, no need to rest. A level 3 Evolution Potion Explanation Skill that can evolve a level 2 user to level 3. Cannot be used to surpass level or it will explode. Duong Pham was overwhelmed with so many thoughts, so many good things. Indeed, in this apocalypse, danger and opportunity always exist side by side. Unfortunately, my current skill explanation level is only level 3. Suddenly, he realized something. He exclaimed, "Skill. Explanation is leveling up. Is this upgrade energy from killing the boss? Skill explanation upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Duong Pham was both happy and pained, exclaiming, "Ouch!" He pulled out a bottle of water, probably an elixir, and gulped it all down. Then he touched the card in front of him. Skill Explanation Level 4 upgraded to Ice Creator Level 4. One of Duong Pham's eyes turned emerald green. He realized this was the second mutation of the skill explanation profession. So that's the feeling upgrading won't save your life. I should still exchange this, otherwise I'd almost have bled out and died. Suddenly, the system notification appeared: Level 2 Recovery Potion X3, original price 100, white crystals. Discount for ring holders, 40 white crystals. Duong Pham chose to exchange. He downed the entire bottle of divine water in one gulp. No wonder it's a Level 2 recovery potion, much more effective than Level 1. Duong Pham's handsome face and his fingers looked just like a male god's. He said, "You guys will be me too. I want all of these, plus the chance to refresh the shop once a week. What will it offer this time?" He looked at the glowing ring on his hand. A small window popped up: Evolution Potion X1, original price 100 red crystals. Discount for ring holders, 40 recovery crystals. Level 3, Evolution Potion. Not bad, but I only have 1 red crystal from killing that wild boar. Seems like I should let them join the challenge after all. After exiting the trade, Duong Pham examined all the changes on himself. He realized his clothes seemed to have been slightly activated. Just like in his past life, his physique was now reaching Level 3. The body will also grow. As he walked toward the door, he noticed a man standing with his arms crossed on his hips. His expression was surprised, but not overly so. His face looked utterly indifferent. "You've evolved to Level 3 already. Congratulations." The man noticed your outfit and said, "This outfit is yours. Are you entering the challenge?" Duong Pham nodded in agreement. "Yeah, there are still 2 more challenges left. Can I handle it?" The man smiled warmly. "Of course, as long as you can really craft equipment for everyone in our base. You don't know how hard it is to find equipment sellers. It's been so long and we've only managed to buy 2 pieces of equipment." Duong Pham asked, "But the Level 2 equipment I craft for everyone depends on the materials you guys find. You have to give me an extra 100 red crystals." The man agreed to all his conditions. That's all. Small matter for those stuck at Level 3. But hunting Level 3 and 4 zombies isn't difficult. Lu Trinfong was very gentle and sincere. "Actually, we always collect all kinds of materials. The goal is to someday meet a mutant like you. Then all of us will be equipped from head to toe. But can you guarantee that every piece of equipment will be Level 2? What if the crafting fails?" He immediately proved his talent. Fail. Then watch this. Level 2 craftsman transforming an SMG from fangs. Its special effect causes bullets to tear open wounds that are hard to close. I will have 0 failures. A Level 4 craftsman, when fully supplied with materials, can craft weapons of any desired rank. This is the clearest difference from the first 3 levels. These 50 red crystals are a deposit. As long as you can craft the equipment, I will pay you the remaining 50 crystals immediately. Good, very good. Indeed, Level 2 weapons also have additional functions. Truly good weapons. I agree to start the transaction. Level 2 weapons are really different. Even the Manhwa sword is only a Level 2 weapon. Now the whole team has weapons like these. Even if Thien Lun really attacks, we will have the power to fight back. This will keep everyone alive in the base. Definitely not simple. In the previous life, although rapid growth was possible, one person alone can't do it all. To survive the apocalypse, you have to have a power base of your own. Let's leave the transaction. Let's go to your storage room for your materials. Follow me this way. This is our warehouse. You can use the materials here as you like. There are many items dropped when we kill Level 3 mutated creatures. Also, this is the most precious material. This is the horn of a Level 4 iron-skinned mutated rhinoceros. We paid a very high price to kill it. You can stand guard outside while I craft. No one is allowed in. I need to concentrate. Thank you. Duong Pham focused his energy into one point, gathering energy to craft many Level 2 weapons at once. This is still quite tiring. Next, I should upgrade my own equipment and then pull out the demon sword. Then apply force to the rhino horn, combining 2 high-level materials. Fuse a Level 4 fire attribute mutant weapon with Level 4 bone materials. A bit wasteful. Might lose the weapon's mutation. That would do more harm than good. I should change into new clothes and focus my energy on crafting. It's gradually taking shape. Energy enveloped his body. Level 4 APTV. Special Effect 1 Automatic Regeneration. Special Effect 2 Offensive Form. Possessing 2 different special effects. Looks like I was absolutely right. Next is upgrading my own equipment. When inserting the materials, it immediately shone brightly. Lu Trinfong was extremely surprised. "No wonder you're an amazing brother. Take it. Here are the remaining 50 red crystals. There are also some level 2 evolution potions over there. It's getting dark. Your team still needs these. Thanks, I'm fine too. This thing is worth 100 bak tin. Following Big Brother is definitely the right path. Duong Pham, where did you get so many evolution pills? I just made a deal with Lu Tri and Fong. Drink up. Now everyone has the foundation to use supernatural powers, but their physical qualities are still far behind everyone else. Tilt your head back and chug it. Also, this is a low-level artifact bag I made. The usage is similar to Than Tweet's artifact necklace. Inside are new pieces of equipment I made for everyone. From now on, put your stuff in here. Mobile artillery grade 3 weapon. Independent consciousness control. High difficulty. Only mechanical engineers' supernatural powers can operate it. Attack power comparable to a grade 3 pseudo-supernatural power. New equipment, flying artillery 15, it looks so cute. Special effect hibernates for 15 units, not perfected yet. After using all the explosives, it takes 24 hours to refill. Grade 3. Light feather dagger. Grade 3 weapon, thin and light like a feather. But don't underestimate its attack power. Even if something is as sturdy as a tank, it can be easily pierced by it. Special effect stabbing and slashing with above-level effectiveness, able to break grade 4 defensive tools. Grade 3 speed shoes equipment combining offense and defense. Grade 3 speed can burn at extreme limits, increasing power like lightning. Worn on both feet helps wearer accelerate extremely fast. Special effect. In a rapid state, the lightning feet can kick out electric ring lightning. I also have an attack weapon, a fat speed dagger. Finally, I can join the fight. Didn't expect even I would have wine control powers. The biggest problem with my supernatural power was how to disperse the alluring fragrance. Now it's as easy as candy. Grade 2 wind control cloak can control the direction of wind flow. But because it's too low level, it can't directly use storms to attack others. Grade 3 protective skirt, defensive clothing. Grade 3. Looks like a regular skirt with a bit of added charm when worn. But it can completely neutralize attacks from grade 3 and below. What weapon will Duong give you? This new skirt, he always gives something like this. Oh, shorts. Grade 2 super short ice shard shorts. Looks like sexy cool super short shorts. But in reality, this is a special equipment that can enhance ice element supernatural powers for pseudo-supernatural powers. Also has grade 2 defensive ability. Special effect ice, elemental supernatural power, can increase by 30%. All dressed up now, it's time for Duong Pham to assign tasks. Also, you two should quickly get familiar with the new equipment. Then go to the dealer to join the challenge arena to upgrade your supernatural powers. Our team needs more main fighters. I put some level 2 recovery pills in both your bags. Don't disappoint me. Got it. When you're done, follow Manhwa Dao to pick up Tu Nam and So Tu Van. This operation won't be simple for you two. You must be careful. Understood, sir. What about me? Is there an important mission for me? I want to see if the new equipment fits. I'll go in first, of course there is. Drink this and I'll tell you. You messed up her hair, what is this? Evolution pill. I told you after you drink it I'll tell you. Don't go back on your word. Glug, glug, glug. Her body is transforming immediately. Drink up and tell me, what's your mission now? You're already a grade 3 pseudo-evolver. You can do any mission, don't underestimate yourself. Ouch, you messed up my hair again. Your mission is to try to survive. No matter what happens, you must live, okay? Your brotherly love is touching. The sky is clearing up quickly. A huge noise shakes the base inside the mountain pass. What's happening? An earthquake. Someone must be ambushing the base. The Thien Luan base is under attack. Everyone grab your weapons and prepare to fight. The sky was clear then, 3 slaves showed up. Ha 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 ha! Kill the fairy Buddha, fight like a demon. Who has ever stopped because of me? Tianlun, base, Jang 3, Thunder level 3 special ability. Expert at crafting bullets that retract like blades cutting water. The more the water flows, the more I don't wish for those scoundrels. Even if dragged to the bottom one day, I will rise again. Based on Tianlun Liutani special ability level 4 unleashed like the Sea Nation Demon. I work until no sweat falls, the seedlings fall to the ground. Who knows which grain in the 8 bowls was hard-earned by him. Based on Tianlun Chu Darkluck's level 3 special ability, still trying to fill up useless characters. Who are you to dare come to Blood Red Rose? Am I tired of causing trouble? My boss Yan Lei told me to ask you one last time. So will you join Tianlun or not? If you don't join, you die. Die how? Then we'll see if you have the guts for it. Boss, these guys seem really strong. Don't get so worked up. Liu Chuifeng was quite worried seeing the enemy wouldn't even show their faces. Tianlun will truly treat us like soft fruit. Any trash can climb over me and sit on my head. This boss, I'll plant 8 mines for one big explosion. Looks like there's a lot of gunpowder. Big brother Chu Renlei, it's okay, no need to worry. You all seem to underestimate my Renlei too much. Big brother, save me. What's there to be scared of? People like us have to stay calm. Renly charged forward with a thunderous punch, slamming a henchman flying 10 meters away, cackling painfully in his ears. Renly's attack immediately knocked one of the Tianlun basemen flying. The rest panicked and scattered like ducks screaming, "Run fast! This is the Thunder God's power!" Lam Yaoshuan silently admired, "This is the power of a high-level mutant. They're completely overwhelmed now." Renly excitedly threw a series of thunder punches at the enemy, snorting, "This time I'll show you my Thunder Fist's power." Suddenly, the attack was stopped. He asked in surprise, "What the fuck is this? Why is my attack blocked?" The delicate Liu Tani in a short skirt was lowering her stance before a car. Whatever needed to be shown was already exposed. Her mutated hair grew infinitely long, spreading out to block Renly's attack. Liu Chuifeng suspiciously said to Duong Pham and Than Tweet nearby, "That's a whole bunch of hair with defensive power that strong she's probably level 4. Duong Than Tweet added, "Wow, so much hair, this lady definitely won't worry about going bald." Nam Chin raised his vigilance, saying, "Be careful and don't be curious. This is her special ability, and her level is really high." The 3 top fighters of Tianlun Base were extremely proud. Liu Tani, with her long curly red hair, taunted the Thunder God. "This is the strength of the strongest man in Blood Red Rose Base. Looks like nothing, not even as good as a single strand of my hair. But if you agree to join Tianlun, our leader will give you an evolution drug from level 4 and up, so you can be as strong as me." Zhang 3. Thunder grabbed his hand and taunted Renly, "If you don't know how to be timely, then just swallow this Thunder Hand of the Commander." Boss Renly powered up Thunderlight on both hands and arrogantly replied, "You want to make me your hunting dog? Dream on." He immediately charged at Zhang, unleashing the Thunderflash violent move. Chulu behind watched the bent figure rushing like an arrow, anxiously calling out, "Boss, don't get emotional." Liu Tani's face looked worse than a bear's, smirking. "No matter how many times you try, the ending's the same. Break up early to lessen the pain." Then she immediately unleashed her hair to attack the enemy. That's the hair sea spear technique. The red hair rushed in to bind the bent figure like a sandwich. He shouted, "This isn't good." Zhang 3. Thunder laughed wildly, holding a grenade as he rushed past him to attack Chu Liu, shouting, "If you don't surrender, I'll kill all your little brothers to make you all alone." Liu Chuifeng was attacked by him, frozen for a second before smiling. Blood Red Rose is not just Renly. He ignored that and crazily threw 2 grenades at Chu Liu. Liu Chuifeng activated his special ability, opened his mouth, and swallowed both grenades whole. Duong Pham anxiously shouted in alarm, "Spit it out quickly!" But damn it, he already swallowed it. Trong 3. Loi clenched his fist excitedly and said, "Damn it, swallow this one too!" The 7-chain grenade. After he activated the 7-chain grenade move, Uncle Lu's water barrel suddenly erupted with a series of loud explosions. Nyan Loi furrowed his brow and called out to Uncle Lu. Duong Tan Tweet rushed over nervously and said, "I'm going to save him." Duong Pham immediately grabbed his sister's hand to stop her, saying, "Stop! Uncle Lu got blown up because his power is lower than that green-haired guy's. Do you think you're stronger than him?" Pooh. She immediately retorted, I don't understand other things, but Uncle Lu and Uncle Nan saved us before." The stubborn little sister immediately vanished with a poof. Hearing her brother scream, Than Tweet's figure flashed beside Uncle Lu, lying face down on the ground. She said, "Uncle Lu, I'm here to save you." A Trong 3. Loi seized the moment and threw 2 grenades at her, declaring, "A middle school kid wants to save someone from the commander. How naive, blow up with a grenade full of power for me." The grenades flew fiercely, aiming to send both of them back to childhood. As soon as Duong Tan Tweet touched Uncle Lu, she noticed 2 grenades slicing through the air towards them, thinking, "I can't always rely on him. I have to become his strength too." She immediately summoned the dagger that Duong Pham had given her, aimed carefully, and slashed the 2 grenades before they could explode. Taking the opportunity, she helped Uncle Lu sit up and teleport him to a safe place. Truong Grenade looked surprised at the 2 disappearing figures and said, "If my grenades can be broken, the knife in that girl's hand must at least be a level 3 weapon." Yet he then leered lasciviously, "Didn't expect to find such a surprise here. That knife must belong to the commander." Duong Tan Tweet teleported Uncle Lu in front of the base gate where 2 teammates were guarding. Suddenly her eyes widened as if seeing a ghost, surprised. "Not yet." The old lady Trong 3 Loi came rushing like a torn rag. She charged forward and threw a bunch of grenades at the group. The 2 teammates guarding the gate saw the grenades flying in and were so scared they nearly lost their souls. Duong Then Tweet helplessly could only hold Uncle Lu tightly to protect him as the grenades fell and exploded. Duong Pham immediately acted, drawing his sword while thinking, looks like after my evolution, the first battle is about to begin. Mate. Suddenly, from the base door, a powerful force was unleashed. The grenades exploded into a huge cloud of smoke before hitting the ground. His subordinate guarding the gate was very happy not to have to go sell salt anymore. The counterattack was so powerful that Truong Three Loy had to raise his hands in front of his face and shouted, "Wah!" He grumbled, "Damn, there's a strong fighter non-Nuit Doan Mok in this base." And Little Ho stepped out with authority. Miss Nan even crossed her arms and asked, "Who dares cause trouble in front of our home? Are you tired of living?" Duong Than Tweet happily called out, "Sister Nan, Sister Doan Mok." Duong Pham sheathed his sword, happily thinking, looks like these girls have passed the challenge arena excellently this time and have become much stronger, so I don't need to act anymore. He forgot the red-haired superhuman was still controlling Uncle Nan like a dumpling beside the rubble. She took a drag from a cigarette, silently calculating. Anyway, the enemy's villain hasn't made a move yet. Truong Three Loy angrily cursed, "Damn it!" Watch the commander's 12-chain grenade. I don't believe you can take it. Then a grenade shot out of his hand. Nyun Wheat and Weapon 15-1 entered combat mode. She shouted, "Attack!" A series of grenades exploded in midair right in front of Truong Three. Loy, who screamed wildly as 3 grenades flew toward Nan and Guiat and 3 more die. "Let me explode. Let me..." She smiled confidently and said, "I deliberately saved these because someone else wants to make a move." As soon as she finished, Don Mok D rushed over. Truong Three Loy looked at the girl in a super short skirt on the central stage, raising her foot to kick 3 grenades like Messi volleying. The grenades were kicked back by her legs to their owner. Their destination was the wide-open mouth of Truong Three Loy. Boom, he was immediately blown apart at the mouth. Seeing Zhang Three Lei fall backward, smoke still coming from his mouth, Duan Muchi charged forward with thunderous momentum. She raised her leg, ready to deliver another kick along with a warning, "Trying to hurt my friends." "I don't agree," Yang Fan observed and exclaimed. It seems this challenge match not only boosted their strength, it finally made the girls realize what the apocalypse really means. Apocalypse also means absolutely no mercy for the enemy. Duan Muchi's attack was blocked by a mass of red hair which surprised her greatly. She asked aloud, "What the hell is this? Is this material really hair?" "Hair can block my attack. From a physics standpoint, that's impossible." She needed to retreat and observe, but the hair didn't give her a chance to escape. It tightly bound her feet. It quickly restrained Duan Muchi's whole body. She screamed in fear. Using hair, it dangled both Duan Muchi and Nan Lei on either side. She said, "Are you guys out of your minds to mess with our heavenly wheel?" She threw Duan Muchi to the ground, then stomped on her. Playful and delighted, Yang Than Tweet anxiously ran over, calling for Sister Duan Mu. At the same time, Nan Nguyen flew up to Cao Chung, gripping 2 guns tightly, ordering 15 Mott to launch an attack with her. They coordinated and fired a volley of bullets at Liu Thakni. A stood with arms crossed, confidently declaring, "I'm telling you, are you stupid? How many times have I said it? Useless. 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 Important things are said 3 times. I'm a level 4 here." Liu Thakni immediately used her hair to neutralize the attack from the duo Nan Nguyen. After the attack was blocked by the hair, Nan Nguyen was undeterred, saying, "I don't believe in that evil thing." A 15 Mott positioned on each side, she and 15 Mott skillfully flew to the left and right sides of Liu Thakni. She arrogantly said, "Fine, looks like you only understand when you get hit." Nan Lei sensed danger and shouted loudly, "No girls run fast." She immediately fired 2 bullets, stubbornly saying, "I'm not running, I have to save Dad and Duan Mu." She turned to look at her and spat a curse. Nyun Wit coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her hair had pierced through her body. She asked in panic, "What the hell is this? How can it strike so fast, completely unseen?" 15. Mott was pierced by the hair. It was accumulating energy. It sacrificed itself to save its master, firing a white light that attacked the hair like vines, piercing through Nan Nguyen's body, surprising her greatly. The hair restraining her was instantly cut off. To Nan Nguyen's astonishment, freed from its control, she lay on the ground and shouted loudly. 15 Mott was caught off guard as Liu Thakni stepped forward, raised her leg to deliver a finishing blow to Nan Nguyen. "Ah, I admire your vitality, really resilient. But you met me!" She stomped down like a thunderbolt on Nan Nguyen. Nyanlei was furious but helplessly watched her trample on her daughter. This was the gap in strength. Liu Thakni continued to taunt, "The bloody rose, no one can beat her, and you still dare refuse to join Heavenly Wheel. You're lighting a lamp in the toilet, want to die." Yang Than Tweet heard this and got heated, wanting to rush forward. She said, "Second brother, don't hold me back. I want to save Sister Nan Nguyen, and Sister Duan Mu let go of me." Yang Fan reassured her, "Don't rush, wait. Wait until they realize something," she asked, speechlessly. "Realize what?" He patiently explained, "Realize what it means to rely on others." Nan Nguyen screamed in pain as the woman stomped on her with her shoe. Duan Muchi and Han Nguyen saw this, both angry and worried, calling out her name and daughter's name in turn. Liu Takni, as if injected with steroids, pressed harder with her foot. She looked at Nan Lei and said, "If you dare to call yourself Lei God with just this, don't make others laugh. Better change your damn name to Lei Snake." Then she looked at the subordinates of the Bloody Rose base and shouted to intimidate, "See clearly now, this is your boss. Do you still want to follow such trash? Following a boss like this is really damn stupid." Duan Muchi felt confused, silently thinking about the boss. Then she looked at Yang Fan, wondering, why hasn't Yang Fan made a move yet at this point? What exactly is he waiting for? Seeing Duong Fam's serious expression as he observes Don Mukdi wondered, could he have just been enlightened? "So you finally understand." Then she shouted loudly, "Boss, save me! Save me!" Liu Thakni asked, "You guys still have a boss? How many bosses do you have?" Suddenly an attack struck, making her immediately pale. She quickly controlled her hair to block and said, "Damn it, who dares to attack me sneakily?" Duong Pham suddenly appeared next to her and said, "I am your boss. Surprised, old lady?" A sharp look appeared in his eyes. He said, "In 1 minute I want to kill you." Facing her limited beauty, he had plenty of grenades. He thought to himself this battle would be the one to truly establish his authority. From now on, no one will call me Duong Pham anymore, only the 2 words, boss. Liu Thakni lit a cigarette and said, "I've seen many posers, most have no real skill like you." She took a drag and exhaled a cloud of smoke. She challenged, "If you're arrogant in front of me, you'll pay a heavy price." As she finished, she launched a flying hair attack at Duong Pham. Liu Thakni cheerfully said, "Cut off your 2 hands first." He calmly replied, "To gather a full minute, I can let you attack first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you can't last a minute." Suddenly, an attack emerged from the ground, aiming straight at Duong Pham. Lam Duxuan warned in panic, "Boss Duong, sneak attack from behind." Liu Thakni laughed happily and said, "Still trying to pressure me. Go down and talk to Yan Wang. No one can avoid my attacks at this range. Go sell salt, damn it!" Duong Pham realized with horror that her attack had reached him, no time left to dodge. The attacking hair caused a massive explosive blast. The eerie hair instantly surrounded the male lead. He looked at the hair and said, "Are you guys level 4? My boss's outfit is also level 4. The male lead immediately activated his rhino leather defensive state. A faint red protective ring appeared around him. Seeing this, Liu Thakni frowned and said, "Level 4 defense gear. What's the kid's background? Even a boss would have difficulty obtaining gear of this grade." Chudak Luke gently reminded the boss, "It's not just that kid with level 4 defense gear." Han glanced at the subordinates holding defensive guns opposite and continued, "It seems ordinary people in the Blood Rose base all have level 2 weapons. Could it be that their base has met a god of wealth?" Liu Thakni said seriously, "So what? In the end, it's just additional gear for our Thien Luan. Our specialty is looting burned houses anyway." She arrogantly ordered Chudak Luke, "Use your powers without mercy. I want everyone here dead." The subordinate of the Blood Rose squad responded clearly. Then he slammed his hands on the ground, releasing a purple smoke from both palms. The purple smoke spread rapidly over the ground like a wave. This is the poisonous power called purple poison. The toxic smoke quickly attacked Don Mukdi, who was closest and restrained by the hair. Feeling sharp pain all over, she thought to herself, "It hurts so much. What kind of poison is this? It feels like acid on my skin." Don Mukdi closed her eyes and endured the pain. She was determined that no matter how much it hurt, she would not scream out loud. She couldn't let the boss get distracted. At the same time, Nan Loi was also poisoned. Watching his daughter be infected by the poisonous gas, he blamed himself. "It's all my fault because of me. Nan Nguyet is suffering like this." Suddenly, Duong Pham appeared from above, wielding a sword. He thought to himself, "Nan Nguyet is poisoned. They can't hold on much longer. We can't delay. Kill the poison attacker first." Before he could retaliate, the hare fiercely rushed to attack the male lead from 3 sides. Lu Takni said, "Half the minute has passed. Blah, 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 when I cooperate with him, there's absolutely no mistake. His poison can burn through your defense gear. Even if it's level 4, it won't hold." The poisonous hair pierced through Duong Fam's defense ring. She kindly warned, "Your poison isn't ordinary, it's corrosive." The male lead was shocked to see his rhino leather jacket corroded with holes. The assassin's hair behind had also pierced through the protective layer, aiming at his back. "Damn it, do you think your grandpa's easy to bully?" Duong Fam mercilessly cut it in half. He landed, braced himself with his hands, then said to Lu Thakni, "Even if you break through my defense, it won't matter. Your attacks are useless against me. You're still going to die." Folding her arms calmly, she replied, "Are you sure you haven't looked under your feet? Surprised yet, old lady?" Duong Fam's shoes and knees turned lilac, signaling he was poisoned. The male lead realized why he was poisoned. He said, "So that's how it is." Looking at her with the hair flowing around it was unclear if her head was heavy. Duong Pham analyzed that she used a huge amount of energy to spread her hair across the ground, not just to attack, but to turn this place into her hunting ground. "Bingo, you guessed right," she said, just now realizing, "Too late, kid." Lu Thakni boasted, "I'm a top 5 strategist in Thien Luan. Coordinating with Chudak Luk, even the boss has to be careful dealing with me. What I have is the greatest power the boss gave me." As soon as she said this, she summoned her hair to stand on end, signaling a new attack. Duong Pham cautiously observed, preparing to respond. She shouted, "Die, all of you!" Her red hair glowed with a purple light. It immediately carried out its destructive function, striking directly at the base, causing 2 big explosions. The brothers and subordinates at the Blood Rose base watched the frenzied hair wreak havoc, helplessly accepting their fate. A bald man lamented, "No escape, we can only die here." Another asked, "Am I about to die?" The young man in front said, "Even the boss can't withstand this power." Uncle Lu lay seriously wounded behind the subordinates on the ground, barely conscious. 2 people, Lam Xuan Du and Duong Tan Tuit, were the fastest to run. "I know this girl's ability can do it. You guys have to keep living. You don't need to die with me." Duong Tan Tuit lost her temper and cursed the subordinates. "My brother is still fighting for you all. And you speak like that? Shut your rotten mouth. Let me hold your hand like a lunatic and declare my brother won't lose. Absolutely not." Lam Xuan immediately mimicked the lunatic's gesture and loudly declared, "If you trust our boss, he will definitely win." Behind them, dust rose thickly. The truth proved that the lunatic brain condition can spread. The bald man shouted, "Right, Duong Pham is still fighting for us. The crew-cut hair keeps coming at us. We can't just run away." The young man, a fan of Vu Duong Pham, cheered, "Come on, kill that brat." The male lead jumped forward and slashed directly at the monster hair. His blade blazed like fire, but the hair was unharmed. He thought, "It seems hiding my true power won't work anymore. I need to get serious." Duong Pham sheathed his blade in the ring on his hand while activating his power to transform the hair, which gradually closed in on the prey. In an instant before the attack landed, his power instantly transformed into creative ice power. A cluster of ice crystals appeared, forming a hat shaped like rabbit ears and 2 blue auras surrounding the male lead's hands. He said it was his first time using it and wasn't sure if he was right-handed. The enchantress looked at the dust cloud caused by the hair board and recited a poem. "Not a Taoist, not a demon immortal paradise, time a death force active force. Draw your sword and cut down all these demons. This brat is going to sell salt for sure." Lu Thakni, with a cigarette in her mouth and hands on hips, said to Chudak Luke, standing beside her, "Soon after we wipe out the Blood Rose, I'll add something to your book to read." He smiled slyly and said, "Tonight the moon is bright, the breeze is cool, craving spicy chicken feet." She then acted like a boss, lecturing the subordinate. "Didn't you say to gather enough supplies? This brat is uneducated. If you want to be a gangster, you have to read more books. You can't just eat dirt, kid." While they were still babbling, Duong Pham launched a ring of ice attacking the hair. The ice ring immediately formed a towering ice mountain straight ahead of the male lead. This was the creative divine ice sword mountain technique. Seeing this, they lost interest in gossiping about books. Lu Takni panicked and asked, "What the fuck is this toy?" Chudak Luk stammered, I don't know either. Oh God, what the hell is this?" The crew cut, seeing this scene, said what everyone knew: the hair has stopped, poking at that phrase. "What is it?" The 3 people, Lam Xuan, Uncle Lu, and Duong Tan Tuit behind, were equally surprised, seeing the hair blocked by the iceberg. Than Tuit wondered why an iceberg appeared here. Lu Takni angrily shouted, Who exactly dares to block my strongest strike? Suddenly her face was drenched in sweat as she saw before her the faint silhouette of a young man emerging behind the misty ice block. Surprise, old lady Duong. Pham, hands in her pockets, proudly stepped out behind her head, the image of a 5-pointed ice orb, her eyes shining fiercely. He said, "Only 10 seconds left to make a full minute." I laughed and replied, "So it was you who caused that. Unfortunately, your legs are now poisoned. Even taking a step is difficult. Even if I gave you 10 minutes, you couldn't defeat me. Just obediently accept your fate here." Just as she said Duong Pham's legs were poisoned, the purple toxin had spread up to his knees. His hands summoned golden rings of light happily, and he questioned her, "Who said I can't move?" The golden whirlwind struck the ground, causing a massive explosion. The male lead called out, "Here!" Seung Chi the warhorse immediately appeared with black fur and blazing red eyes. He mounted Duong Pham onto its back and it neighed loudly. He told Lu Thak Ni, "I've come for the last 10 seconds to see if you can create a miracle." The male lead snorted, thinking this move required being close to them, and originally didn't want to use the warhorse. Lu Thak Ni wouldn't let him think further and launched the hair attack on the man and horse in front. She praised, "Nice stuff, isn't it? But once I kill you, everything belongs to me." Seeing her approach, he thought, the distance is right. He raised his hand, activating his inner power, and a bright blue iceberg appeared. Lu Thak Ni panicked and asked, "What the hell is this?" Shuthi Loyal One was more practical. He shouted, "Me!" then created blue ice, triggering a series of icebergs to rise, trapping them like prey in a trap. Duong Pham raised his arm forward, using his power to cast a shield spell that spun around his hand. The surrounding wind howled fiercely under the mighty force. He gave the kill command, and the entire area inside the ice wall was affected. 7 gods screamed loudly, "Ah!" their cries stretching in vain. The people outside heard the screams and all simultaneously didn't understand what was happening. They raised their hands to defend and asked each other what was causing the pitiful cries ahead. I think the screams were female. Could it be those damn Thien Luan guys injured Miss Non Onguit? The fog was too thick, plus this massive ice wall blocked visibility. Duong Then Tweet outside was also very anxious. She rushed straight to him and shouted, "Brothers want to come help." But she was stopped by Lam Xuan Dieu, who advised the girl, "Don't go. We don't know if this sudden iceberg is friend or foe. If you rush in and something happens, how will we explain to Duong Pham?" Suddenly, the confused group looked up at the ice blocks slowly collapsing to the ground. The iceberg sank deeper. More and more ice fragments fell. They shouted in panic, "The iceberg is cracking!" The huge wall completely collapsed, creating a dense smoke cloud covering the entire area. Through the smoke appeared a solid silhouette of someone. The people outside were extremely surprised, mouths agape and unable to close. As the smoke cleared, the figure gradually became clear, Nan Loi and Duong Pham proudly riding on the big horse with red eyes. On the ground below were the bodies of enemies dragging themselves, and the crowd shouted, "Boss Nan Loi!" Leading the way was Duong Then Tweet, very joyful, her face beaming as she said, "Brother, we won, we won." Xuandu couldn't contain her joy either. Boss Nan Loi still had the purple streak on his face, not yet faded. He asked if he should capture that guy. Riding on the warhorse, he raised his hand to create a blue ice magic circle expression, cold and merciless to the enemy. No need, he's no longer worth keeping alive. With a move creating an ice spear, he struck down on the other guy, causing him to cough up blood in great pain, screaming miserably. "Ah!" The sky turned evening pink as the setting sun cast a pale pink glow over the layers of moonlit clouds. The snow is gently drifting. Lam Xuan Dieu is diligently working on her treatment, treating the woman while telling the severely injured man, "I can only heal everyone's wounds, but it seems I can't neutralize this kind of poison." The man looks a bit worried, his face grimacing, sweat streaming down his face. Over here, Duong Pham is holding 2 enemy captives. He approaches and says, "That's why I spared their lives. This is a level 3 toxin, and you're only level 1, so of course you can't cure it." The purple-headed man looks a little worried when he hears him showing clear concern for the girl tied up nearby. "Quickly treat the boss's wound. As long as you treat her, I'll detoxify you. Only I can neutralize the poison in this Dia Shuyen city." Seeing that he seems indifferent to his words, though shaking nervously, he still loudly threatens. "If you don't cure the boss, I won't give you the antidote." This guy seems cocky, so he decides to teach him a lesson using a creative ice injury technique. Duong Pham says annoyed, "Are you threatening me?" Even so, he seems more concerned about the girl beside him than his own life. "If you want to kill me, go ahead. If you don't cure the boss, I won't give you the antidote even if I die." He looks back at the girl in his arms and makes a decision. I will protect your boss even if I die. As he's trying to think of a way, suddenly a sharp knife points straight at him, scaring him. It's Duong Than Tuit. The girl argues with him. You want to save his boss? I want to save mine too. The knife shifts from him toward the girl. Than Tuit threatens him, if you don't cooperate, I'll cut her right in front of you. He snorts, his face turning pale with sweat clearly dripping. He remains silent, ignoring the girl's words. Than Tuit loudly challenges seriously. Do you want to try me? She points the sharp, glowing knife closer and closer to the girl. This time he's really scared and finally makes a decision to protect the girl. Don't touch her. Stop. I'll give you the antidote. Truly love can make you foolish, but since he's Simlo, he'll probably be forgiven. Lam Shundiu insists to be sure you'd better honestly detoxify. If you try any tricks, I can make you taste what it's like to live worse than death. The purple-headed guy obediently listens. He's no fool to harm the antidote, otherwise how would his dear obedient boss survive? Duong Pham feels the deal is settled. With a snap of his fingers, the ropes binding both captives break. Truly the aura of a main character. Then he points at his teammates and orders, let him detoxify them first. Following his order, the man approaches the three teammates, casts a spell, and starts filtering the poison. He also warns the detox might hurt a bit. Despite the pain, Nan-Loi fears delay might cost his life, so he firmly says it's okay, go ahead. The trusty Chu starts using his magic to treat this strange toxin, applying it as requested on Nan-Loi and Don Mok Di. After being treated, he suddenly exclaims in surprise, "Oh, wow!" Though the man's power is still casting spells behind him, his passion for the profession is clear. Don Mok Di is just thinking about the toxic substance. If researched, it could become a very powerful weapon. Nyun Nguyet looks thoughtfully at the broken glass bottle in front of her. I'm not afraid of the pain, just regretful. 15. 1. The trusty Chu pretends to be naive and obediently approaches him, then says, the other poisons have been detoxified, now it's your turn, this dense purple smoke like his dreamy hair color. He places his hands on both legs and starts treatment, but it doesn't seem to match what he said. The face of this trusty guy doesn't look trustworthy at all. He shows a sly expression, lowering his head with a crooked smile that reaches his ears, eyes clearly plotting a nasty scheme. Like he's caught the enemy's weak spot. His true nature reveals in his hands and he sneers directly at Duong Pham. Damn it. I got your boss. Cure my boss quickly or I'll kill him right now. Seeing the situation overturned and his brother in danger, Duong Than Tuit nearby panics and yells. Nyun Loi beside also shows clear worry, but unlike their panic, Duong Pham is very calm, raising his hand to stop them from coming over. The soft entrapment act begins targeting the enemy's weak spot as he moves forward. He asks the other guy directly, you love your boss, don't you? Chudak Look is hit right in the heart, blushing shyly. Your allies are also surprised, chattering with astonishment. But he can't even look up when spoken to like that. Then Duong Pham pats him on the shoulder and says, every time you open your mouth, you beg to cure the boss, valuing her life more than your own. If you say it's just a superior subordinate affection, I doubt anyone would believe it. The other guy is led by the nose, confused but obedient. He nervously says, I know I've been poisoned, you sweet-talk him so he believes. Just as long as you detoxify me, answer a few questions, I'll consider releasing you and your boss. Dujuan's attempt to cure her failed, but following orders, Lum Dujuan stepped forward to accept the task for Lu Tak Ni. He's been played like a joke from start to finish, spun around like a top because he wants to save his love. He replies, wait, just let us go. I'll tell you everything you want to know. And he actually follows through using one hand to remove all the poison from Duong Pham's body. The magic he creates looks deep purple but also very eye-catching with many blotchy spots inside as well. While he's healing Duong Pham over here, Lu Tak Ni coughs a few times, then slowly opens her eyes to wake up. Maybe it's because Yuanjiu detoxified her she recovered quickly, seeing his love awake. Dakluk shouts joyfully, the boss is awake. She just woke up but still has a light headache causing dizziness. Sensing something's wrong, she quickly turns to her subordinate. Seeing him being tricked by the enemy to cure them, she yells straight in his face. What are you doing? You're detoxifying them. Stop right now. Confused by her words, he stammers an explanation. Boss, this is a deal. I detoxify him and he agrees to save his mother. He must be joking to come up with such a ridiculous scam. Lu Tak Ni sneers. Saving me without rose blood essence is just second-rate trash used to nurture the undead. So Tuvan is shocked, mouth agape. Nurture the undead. Her father stays silent. Lu Takni continues. If you spare me, I will kill all of you right here. Nhan Loi says, You're a loser, can't even face your wife's death. Then she unleashes a long hair attack with some glimmers of light toward the two, shouting, If it weren't for the boss seeing your special abilities, you'd never have come here. Go die. Chudakluk is terrified, yelling to stop the boss, don't. Thinking to himself, if the boss fights, we're all dead. Lu Takni's hair strands are flying fast, but Nhan Loi remains silent, so Tu Vun is panicking, seemingly questioning her father. What are you saying? Mom turns out he was pretending to be fine, but inside was drowning in tears. Hearing his daughter ask, he grits his teeth and says, Because I'm useless, I deserve to die. Dung Ten Tweet rushes over in panic, shouting anxiously, Sister Nan, Uncle Nan. Not sure if this has anything to do with India, but Lu Takni's hair attacks take forever to reach Nhan Loi, who doesn't dodge but closes his eyes, seeming to want to fix past mistakes. But it's not over till it's over. You never know what might happen till the last moment. Suddenly, a green light pierces through Lu Takni, knocking her back. Turns out Dung Pham has made his move. Everyone cut the lights and let him show off. Chu Dakluk beside can only shout from the outside, Boss. His name is Dakluk, but he's quite something. Lu Takni is now coughing up blood on the ground. Duindi says, You'll only be an obstacle to the boss. You're dying and still trying to drag others down. She lashes out again, throwing long hair at Dung Pham and Chu Dakluk, shouting, You must die! Suddenly, Chu Dakluk rushes in front of Dung Pham, startling him. C-77. The purple-haired man, Chu Dakluk, stands in front and tells the crazed Lu Takni, Stop, boss, we're no match for him, you'll die. He cried with tears and snot all over his face, shouting loudly, Boss, snap out of it! Thien Lun never cared about us. Two of Loi are dead. I don't want to lose you too. Please think about yourself. Lu Takni was no longer very clear-headed. She crawled on the ground like a spider and whispered, Get away from me or I'll kill you too. I know you like me, but I don't like someone who clings to me. Only he, the sword-bearing man of Thien Lun Ta Lung Vun, deserves me to sacrifice everything for him. Chu Dakluk, hearing this, burst into tears, feeling that heaven no longer blessed his love. He spread his arms and said, If I don't hear it, my heart won't hurt. To his love, he said, I understand. Kill me, I won't let you die in front of me. Before the two lovers could finish their tender moment, Dung Pham interrupted. He's not the one clinging to you. You're the scoundrel. Just die. Saying that, a stream of green energy like a sharp spike pierced her chest and belly. No one had time to react except the purple-haired woman, eyes teary, who lunged toward Lu Takni, repeatedly crying out, No, don't! Unfortunately, man proposes, but God disposes. Before dying, she only thought about the other person still alive. Thao Laodai, because of Thien Lun, hadn't finished his sentence before he received a lunchbox. The purple-haired woman screamed loudly, Boss! Boss! Then just as she was falling, she caught herself and mumbled, Why are you so foolish? Thien Lun only sees us as tools. Dung Pham was not interested in this crying and whining scene. He asked sharply, Tell me why Thien Lun wants to deal with all the bases in Dia Xuan City. Only when you tell me can I let you pick up her body. The purple-haired woman answered honestly, Because at the center of Line 1 a rare random traitor appeared. He has a very strong duel arena, and in his memory, the other party never showed their face, so their identity is unknown. You only see the duel arena surrounded by green electric sparks. He continued, There are rich rewards in that duel arena, but relying on just one Thien Lun base, you cannot complete the challenge. That's why Thien Lun needs shields, a large number of shields. This is the reason Thien Lun is handling all the remaining bases. Finished, he said to Lum Dioxuan, Good, heal him. The reply was, Okay, boss. Turning around, he saw the purple-haired woman emitting purple smoke. He said, No need. Don't bother. Just bury me together with the boss. This one phrase surprised Dung Pham. The witnesses were equally shocked, summed up in one sympathetic sentence, He's dead. The green-haired girl with glasses stared at the two hugging and exclaimed, In this world can there still be such pure love? Thang Tweet also thought, If one day he's in danger, maybe I would go with him, right? Dung Pham turned his back and left, leaving only one sentence. Bury them together. Then the group continued into the tunnel with a voice reminding, Almost there, just ahead. They walked from dusk till night to arrive. The green-haired girl held Nan Nguyet's hand, comforting. "Stay strong. You still have us." She replied understandingly, "I know." He thought silently that the atmosphere was too tense now, so finding something to do to relax was necessary. You get what you deserve. Just then, Lum Dio Xuan spoke. "Boss, your clothes are torn. Do you want me to mend them?" Jung Pham looked over his clothes, confirmed no tears at critical spots, then put his hands in his pockets and said, "No need." Than Tweet stepped forward and whispered, "Brother and Sister Lum, Sister Nan won't get into trouble, right?" The answer was a firm voice, "No, they won't. Young Wheat is not that weak." He was also secretly glad because Ten Tweet seemed to be maturing after everything they had been through. She was beginning to care about others. The group stopped in front of a steel door. Nyan Nguyen's father spoke, "We're here. This is the place." He turned to his daughter and said, "Your mother is here. Do you really want to see her? If she's still alive, she surely wouldn't want you to see her in this state." Nan Nguyen's face was resolute, and she said, "Open it. No matter what happens to Mom, she will always be my mother." The heavy door slowly opened. First, a skinny foot with iron shackles appeared. Then a corpse missing patches of skin and flesh appeared with a growling sound that almost made hearts stop. Seeing the clothes it wore, Nan Nguyet could only utter, "Mom." As Nan Nguyet ran toward the corpse, her father shouted loudly, "Daughter, don't go there." While running, one of her legs froze, causing her to halt. She agitatedly said to Dung Pham, "Let me go. You saw this girl eager to meet her fate, so you scolded her harshly. Do you want to die? Or do you think turning into a zombie will save your mother? Has her head been infected by the Jiangxi virus?" Nan Nguyet was only able to mutter incoherently after being enlightened. Duong Pham held a test tube, preparing to act. If it's infected to this extent, it's only a matter of turning a dead horse into a living one. Purified water can cleanse those infected in the early stages. I'll just have to try. Than Tweet also explained to Nan Nguyet's father and the chubby uncle that the water in Duong Pham's hand could purify the Jiangxi's poison. Don't worry too much. They will do their best to help everyone. After all, Nan Nguyet is their friend. Hearing this, Nan Nguyet blushed happily and called out to the boss. He stepped toward the Jiangxi and splashed the holy water onto it. Very quickly, the sound of burning flesh and its screams were heard. Nyan Nguyet's father looked on dumbfounded and mumbled, "Wife, is this purification?" She chimed in, "That's right. Come on, Mom. You're about to get better." But at that moment, Duong Pham noticed something unusual and whispered, "This isn't right." The three of them looked toward the Jiangxi, who was emitting waves of blue energy. It started going crazy, screaming with each second. Nan Nguyet's mind began replaying scenes from when Nan Nguyet was born. She was talking to her husband, who was lying bloated on the bed. "I'm so tired, so sleepy. I want to sleep. Honey, can you help me?" When Nan Nguyet grew older, he drowned himself in alcohol and scolded the two of them. "Damn it! You only know how to make things hard for me to drink. Damn it." Ba Mongche also pointed and scolded Nan Nguyet's mother. "Is it that hard to give birth to a son? I gave birth to you, you useless waste, didn't I?" The Jiangxi clutched her head in agony and growled, "I'm so tired. No one can help me." She was still crying uncontrollably. "I'm a waste." A waste. It struggled to break free from the chains. Its eyes turned even more bloodshot. Seeing the situation was stable but dangerously so, Duong Pham shouted, "She's undergoing mutation, about to evolve." He quickly warned, "Purified water cannot level up the Jiangxi. It's the dark seed stirring her negative emotions. Everyone fall back quickly." He looked at the Jiangxi and thought silently, "When facing loved ones, that bastard seed doesn't just have love but also malice. The dark seed's best trick is amplifying malice 100-fold. It roared, evolving into a level 4 Jiangxi. Lam Rushuan's group hurriedly warned each other to escape outside quickly. Thang Tweet looked at Duong Pham hesitantly and said, "Brother." She hadn't finished when he interrupted. "No time to explain. Hurry up. This isn't an opponent anyone can handle." Nan Loi and Nan Nguyet still stood there. She anxiously called her mother. "It's me and Nguyet Ni." Nan Loi also shouted loudly, "Wife, wake up!" Just saying that, but waking up was impossible. She raised her fist toward her beloved husband without mercy, delivering a direct punch to his cheek that sent him sprawling to the ground. Nyan Nguyet sensed something wrong and loudly called her parents, "Mom, wake up! Trouble comes from the mouth." The Jiangxi turned toward her, unleashing power. Duong Pham rushed to help. He said, She's no longer your mother. She regained consciousness. Let me continue. I will kill her. As he prepared to finish the Jiangshi with bandages, Nan Nguyen stopped him. She firmly persuaded the boss, I know she's a Jiangshi, but she's still my mother. This action of Loi Nan Nguyen made Duong Pham grit his teeth in helpless silence. The Jiangshi child didn't care about him or Loi Nan Nguyen. It placed its hand on its rib, summoning a surging blue power. From the palm, a power orb gradually appeared. Looking at the power orb, Loi Nan Nguyen's eyes welled up with tears of emotion and voiced her heart, Mom, I'm sorry. The Jiangshi was stiffened by her words, eyes wide with surprise. But that state didn't last long. The Jiangshi child returned to its usual state, throwing a straight punch at her face. Its hand was almost at Loi Nan Nguyen's neck. She cried even louder, her voice choked. Now I'm visiting you, Mom. I'm sorry I love you once again. The Jiangshi child stopped its action. In the end, the Jiangshi child still chose to listen to her heart rather than reason. A power orb shot straight toward Loi Nan Nguyen. However, then, two rare tears suddenly appeared at the corner of its eyes. Duong Pham stood there like a light bulb, watching the affectionate bond between Tam and her mother, unable to hide his surprise, then paused. So even like this, is there still a chance to save her? This is a situation that never appeared in the previous life. A faint glimmer of hope is seen. Loi Nan Nguyen was determined to hold on to the end. Mom, have you remembered me yet? I am Nguyen Nhi. The tender scene lasted only briefly before returning to the usual cold condition. The zombie's sharp gaze looked at her like an enemy. At 15, it summoned a familiar power orb, growling. Loi Nan Nguyen stood facing it, of course, noticing its action. Then came the sound of cracking. Loi Nan Nguyen closed her eyes, letting herself be swept away by the current of life. After waiting and feeling no pain, she opened her eyes and saw immediately the figure tightly bound by several layers of ice was the zombie who could only growl in anger. Duong Pham was the one behind those ice shackles. He stepped forward and scolded her. You need to fix that stubborn attitude of yours. She couldn't wake up just because of one call of Mom from her. Did you think this was some cheap movie? Even though the zombie was controlled, it still managed to slash him once. Who's afraid Duong Pham was not? With just a shake of his body, he dodged. You hit, you get hit back. Duong Pham summoned an ice stake, injuring the zombie. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward and pulled the unconscious man up. He repositioned the man, then dragged Loi Nan Nguyen along and rushed straight ahead without looking back. As he walked, he said they should get outside. Staying here was meaningless. But this time you made me see a possibility. His words turned Loi Nan Nguyen into a bewildered golden deer. What possibility? At that question, Duong Pham turned back to answer, the possibility that your mother can become human again. Hearing this, the flame of hope flared up. Loi Nan Nguyen eagerly asked if it was really true. The three quickly escaped that room. They were out. Duong Pham confirmed it was true. The key to bringing her mother back as a human lies in obtaining the reward in the challenge arena at the center of Dia Shuyen City. No, while the people behind were blocking the door. Duong Pham glanced at her, his voice terrifying, the very thing that the heavenly wheelbase would stop at nothing to acquire in the Jiao Duke's challenge arena. Randomly, all possibilities could happen as long as they had that. Loi Nan Nguyen was excited. If that's true, then let's go there. Boss, the old man is carrying the lightning bag on his shoulder. Agreed if there really is hope to save my sister-in-law. The Blood Rose base. I am willing to risk anything to cooperate with you guys. The boss will definitely agree. Duong Than Tweet also agreed, with 2 legs and 2 arms. Let's go quickly. Seeing their excited looks, Duong Pham seriously spoke the reality. Don't celebrate too early. Even the heavenly wheel cannot take the challenge arena. With our current strength, going there would only make us cannon fodder. To be the last player standing, the most important thing now is to increase our strength. Duong Than Tweet's face drooped like a soggy noodle. I also want to increase my strength, but it's not that easy. Right now, we don't even dare to go outside. Without traders, we can't find evolution medicine, let alone increase strength. Duong Pham already had a plan in mind. He assigned tasks to everyone. Evolution medicine can actually be self-made, but I need Miss Doan Mok's help. When called, she still didn't understand. Mi Duong Pham repeated, and she quickly packed her gear. Tonight, take Xiao Hui with me and go out. The others stay behind to guard the base, wait for Tran Du and So Tiu Wien to return with Tu Nam and So Tiu Van. They all responded in unison. Understood, boss. In Duong Pham's mind, now the image of the city was empty like Badan's temple in the previous life. Thon Fei Chi area famous in Dia Shuyan City's public park of Yihua. Thinking of this, he was determined to clean it out this time. In the 3rd district of Diashuyen City's public park, there wasn't a single human figure, only zombies wandering everywhere. Duong Pham and Doan Mok hid by a nearby wall, observing the situation. A message came through the earpiece from the base. Brother and sister Tu Uyen have brought brother Tu Nam's group back. They got injured in a few spots along the way. Sister Du Xuan is treating them. Nothing serious. Duong Pham and Doan Mok knelt quietly to one side, watching the calm courtyard ahead, sensing the situation looked promising. Duong Pham quickly ordered Doan Mok to sense any plant mutations at the entrance of the public park, so they could prepare to enter. Doan Mok responded immediately without hesitation. Understood, she knelt down and placed her hand on the ground, which was instantly covered by a gentle blue energy. That energy grew stronger and stronger, showing no signs of fading. This was Doan Mok's exclusive spirit perception technique. She sensed something, and her face suddenly turned unusually serious. After a moment, Doan Mok turned back and reported to Duong Pham boss within a 5-kilometer radius of this park. There are no mutated plants above level 4. But then she hesitated, and her hesitation made Duong Pham curious. But what, in the end, Doan Mok chose to speak up. But there is an area inside with psychic energy that I cannot probe. That area feels like a life black hole. Not stopping there. Doan Mok added more information. I guess there are 2 possibilities either. There are no living creatures or plants there, or there is a strong mutated host species feeding on the surrounding life. Hearing this, Duong Pham immediately knew what it was, clearly leaning toward the latter possibility. Hearing this, Doan Mok's willpower dropped to half. She hesitantly asked him, "So are we still going in? Anyone afraid can turn back." But Duong Pham wasn't afraid. He was actually quite excited. His eyes darkened, voice hinting, "Of course, how would we know if it's trash or treasure inside unless we take the risk?" After saying that, he moved forward. Doan Mok and Tiu Hui sprinted after him, his confidence fueling her energy. "Boss is right. If we stop now because of unknown troubles, our team's abilities won't improve." The 2 walked side by side on the empty path, with only Tiu Hui happily fluttering around everywhere. After walking a bit further, Doan Mok spoke up. "Boss, this place is very quiet. It seems to be the first possibility. Just now I mentioned Chow Chow. Cow's here." Duong Pham turned alert, looking at the bushes. "Not right, he's here." Below, a black and red striped body was slowly crawling forward. Finally, that thing appeared in front of them. The creature that arrived was a giant snake, flicking its tongue at the small figures before it. Seeing this creature, Doan Mok immediately guessed. The snake before her was a red flame snake. According to the book, it could grow up to 1.5 meters. A snake this big must be mutated. While she was still standing still, Duong Pham seized the opportunity and charged. At times like this, forget studying, just act. Not even a few steps in, the snake lunged straight at the 2. It came, but before it could attack or do anything, Tu Hui suddenly flew in like a deity. Tu Hao took a deep breath through her mouth, then advanced to send the snake back to its ancestors. Watching its body fall, Doan Mok clapped and praised, "Tu Ho, you're amazing!" At the praise, it was proudly elated, observing Tu Ho still striking various proud poses. Duong Pham once again refreshed his impression. This guy just entered level 4 and could kill a level 3 mutated red flame snake with 1 hit. It seemed Doan Mok D had trained him very well. Doan Mok D, without knowing when, was beside the snake's body, pointed at it, and said, "Boss, is this snake venom? Why does it not look normal? It's a bit like diamond." Duong Pham quickly stepped forward and took out a stone from its body. This was snake venom, but this venom had mutated and crystallized. It's not a bad material. I can blend it into your gear to increase poison attributes. Hearing this, Doan Mok was overjoyed, really. Then Tiu Hui really made a big contribution this time. It seemed to understand human speech and shared the joy. Faced with this situation, Duong Pham could only feel 30% helpless and 70% proud of these 3. "I'll keep a record. Let's keep going. We still haven't found any of the evolution medicine ingredients we need." After he finished speaking, the 2 continued moving forward. Duong Pham touched a tree trunk and exclaimed, "As expected, inside this park is just as rumored. There are countless rare flowers and herbs. We've come to the right place." Doan Mok D also began examining the plants. "Why have I never seen these as ingredients for making evolution medicine?" At this moment, he remembered the main issue, his eyes gazing into the distance. "I'm not sure if these can be used to make evolution medicine. We have to rely on you." "Me!" She was puzzled, took a test tube out from Duong Pham's shirt pocket, handed it to Duan Mok Dui, and instructed, "This is a sample of the evolutionary medicine that I kept. You analyze its composition. Now I will go get those plants." As long as you understand the components of the medicine, the synthesis will be simple. Duong Pham raised his hand forward, creating a dazzling light, and ordered, "You guys come over here." Duan Muk Dai on the other side also fell into thought. The secret to making everyone stronger is hidden in here. I have to give it my all. Meanwhile, Duong Pham continued shining light on the mutated plants. Facing the large mutated plants, he still stood firm against them. Duan Muk Di lightly lifted her glasses to re-examine the data system. She said, "Scan successful. The combined factors of this medicine are indeed formed by components in the mutated plants. With the looting method like the boss, I'm sure I can make it." At this moment, Muk Di glanced at Duong Pham, seeing his eyes fixed on the blackened, deformed branches. She whispered in admiration, "The boss is paying attention to a good opportunity." She glanced down at the vial in her hand, thinking silently, "This is the purified water the boss spilled. I quietly collected it. I originally planned to keep Xiao He for research later, but now this purified water is related to Nan Nguyen's life or death." Xiao He nearby looked a bit confused by her actions and exclaimed, "Huh." Duan Muk Di didn't hesitate anymore. She quickly lifted her glasses once more to examine the data, feeling a little guilty toward Duong Pham. "Boss, sorry, I only want to help Nan Nuit." Her actions were fully within Duong Pham's sight, but he did not stop her. "If you want to know, then I'll let you know." Duan Muk Di still hadn't realized she was discovered and kept diligently studying the contents of the vial. Suddenly a noise came from somewhere that startled Duong Pham. It turned out the sound came from the mutated plants resisting. He looked at them impatiently and said, "Looks like you don't want to come with me then? Sorry." No sooner had he finished speaking, a wave of power radiated from his hand and the plants began attacking him. But Duong Pham wasn't afraid. He coolly spread both arms to create ice blocks to block the attacks. Unexpectedly, they were able to pierce through his defense. Seeing the power caused by the attack, Duong Pham quite praised them. "You guys are interesting. Hidden among you are level 4 mutated plants, but you think you can hurt me. Not that easy." Then Duong Pham prepared for the next attack, showing a disdainful expression, and said, "What should you do in front of Dao Nan?" The ice blocks shot forward like arrows on his command. They quickly cut off the roots of the plants, causing the roots to fall heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Duong Pham coolly swept past them and challenged, "Still won't come out. You scraps aren't a match for me." As he finished, the ground began shaking violently, and a huge tree with a face 3 parts scary and 7 parts cute suddenly charged forward. It was the tree spirit. The tree spirit roared angrily. Duong Pham was not afraid and asked, "Are you the king of this place? I've been waiting for you a long time." Then he braced himself and stomped hard on the ground, rushing at the tree spirit. Duong Pham quickly raised his machete and shouted fiercely, "You're level 4 treasure from head to toe. Killing you takes more effort than killing 100 brats." Many tree spirits didn't back down either, immediately swinging their giant roots at him. Suddenly, Duan Muk Di shouted loudly to stop both sides. "Please stop!" This made Duong Pham, who was in the heat of the moment, hold back. At this moment, Duan Muk Di stepped forward and placed her hand on the tree spirit, speaking gently to it. "They mean no harm. They just want to ask for permission to take some materials." But the tree spirit showed no intention of compromise, roaring loudly as if to threaten and resist. Then Duan Muk Di used her power, channeling it into the tree spirit while saying, "Please, sir." Then a loud sound erupted, and the tree spirit returned peacefully to the earth. Seeing this, Duan Muk Di politely thanked the tree spirit. At the spot where the tree spirit had stood suddenly appeared a huge egg-shaped rock. While Duong Pham was still wondering what that thing was, to their astonishment, the egg gradually floated up, emitting a dazzling golden light before slowly cracking open to reveal a winged creature flying out of the egg. This was the tree being. Seeing this, Don Mok Di spoke up about the previous conversation. The ruler had allowed them to take related materials, but on the condition that they must not harm the lives of these plants. The tree being appeared to supervise their actions. The tree being then spoke, "Human. Although you are strong, there exists here a being stronger than you. If the two of us fight to mutual destruction, it will seize the opportunity to swallow us whole." The tree being wants to find a way to suppress it. So if such a battle happens and it manages to escape from here, humanity will likely be doomed. Duong Pham understood the situation clearly and agreed to the tree being's request. "I understand. I will follow your request." After saying this, Duongfam fell into deep thought. Maybe it's referring to something that Don Mokdi couldn't probe. In the previous life, that place was called the Carnivorous Land. Perhaps it's related. If this tree being can suppress it, it means it hasn't yet reached an invincible level. If I kill it now, I might gain unexpected rewards, but first I must gather all the materials. The important thing now is to improve my strength. Without strength, nothing is possible. Thinking this, Duongfam stepped closer to the mutated plants and raised his hand with the ring to harvest materials. The tree being noticed the ring and thought, that ring seems to hold unseen power. This friend makes someone like me who has lived 700 to 800 years feel threatened. So she thought cooperating with him to kill it might really be possible. At this moment, Duongfam was calculating inwardly. From past experience, the level of psychic power is even more important than evolutionary rank. If I keep some of the psychic upgrade potion for analysis, using these materials to create psychic upgrade potions would be even better. Duongfam looked around and guessed perhaps no one has entered this part of the park yet. I wonder if anyone is trading here. Duongfam turned to Don Mokdi and said, that's enough. We can move on to the next place. Let's go. The tree being became urgent and flew forward to block Duongfam's path. Please wait. I have something to negotiate with you. If this succeeds, all the plant materials in this park you can take as much as you want. I will absolutely not stop you. Hearing this, Duongfam revealed his true face. Ha! I didn't expect to show the power of the ring so quickly. Having received the answer, the IQ of these mutant plants was indeed as easily manipulated as in the previous life. Still, outwardly, Duongfam feigned innocence. Offering such good terms, I'm afraid this will be difficult. Go ahead and speak, I'll consider it. Then the tree being began to explain everything. I hope you can join forces with me to eliminate the carnivorous monster at the center of the park. After killing it, you can take whatever materials you want here. Furthermore, I will give you a special gift. Don Mokdi was curious about this gift and asked, what is the special gift you mentioned? The tree being didn't hide it and revealed, it is a mutant wisdom core within me. Hearing this, both Duongfam and Don Mokdi were very surprised that the gift was a wisdom core. The tree being then continued. I know you are a psychic sculptor, so you surely understand how my wisdom core will help the items you create. Meanwhile, Don Mokdi looked at Duongfam in surprise and thought to herself, why does the boss look so astonished? Could that wisdom core be something very powerful? I wonder if I can research it. At this moment, Duongfam finally spoke seriously, asking the tree being, are you sure you will give me a wisdom core? The tree being firmly replied, yes, because I have lived too long. Even my mutation is different from other plants. I have 3 mutant wisdom cores. At this point, Duongfam relaxed a bit and said, I understand. I can cooperate with you, but you have to show me exactly what you really possess. Moreover, I have one more condition. Saying this, Duongfam gritted his teeth and said clearly, if we eliminated all the treasures on it, including the brain core, will belong to me. Duongfam and Don Mokdi followed the plant being, who turned around happily and said, no problem, let's set off immediately. But Duongfam was still doubtful and asked the plant being again, are you using that clone to follow us? If something happens, you'll run away the fastest. Hearing this, the plant being turned back to explain, plants like us don't overthink things. The whole park has my roots. I will cooperate wholeheartedly, because if we fail, I'll also be eaten by that thing. Don Mokdi felt curious and asked, boss, what exactly is that wisdom brain core? Even you value it highly. Duongfam quickly answered when she asked, the wisdom brain core is a divine-level artifact. It can actively evolve the artifact and grant it intelligence. Don Mokdi was very surprised. An artifact that grants intelligence and helps active evolution. Isn't that unnatural? Duongfam slowly explained to her, only high-level mutated creatures have this. This is also why high-level mutated creatures have intelligence like humans, because their heads are replaced by the wisdom brain core. But obtaining a complete wisdom brain core is extremely difficult, because the wisdom brain core disappears when the mutated creature dies. To get a wisdom brain core, you have to kill the mutated creature. Hearing this, Don Mokdi finally understood the importance of the wisdom brain core and was surprised. So it's a deadly cycle. Don Mokdi's expression gradually became serious. The wisdom brain core is the brain of the mutated creature. It uses one of its own brains to bargain with us. Now she came to a conclusion that even shocked herself. How powerful exactly is that monster that devours everything? But Duong Pham was very determined. No matter how strong it is, we have to win. I won't give up this chance. The plant being stopped and reminded them, here we are about to enter its territory. Don Mokdi looked around and said, the mutated plants here are becoming sparse. Even the ground has cracks. Duong Pham coldly reminded, don't just look at the ground. Look ahead. The monster we have to defeat is right there. Duong Pham pointed forward and said, look at the scene in front. Don Mokdi widened her eyes in surprise. Is this it? Could it be such a wide swamp? The mutated creature inside finally... Before she could finish speaking, the plant being behind shouted loudly, ah! Still. The water surface started to ripple gently. Don Mokdi was surprised. That's the plant being. She quickly cut her off. Don't make noise. It's awake. Now we have to kill it with one strike. If we fight it head-on, even if all of us join forces, we might not win. The plant being asked Duong Pham again. Are you ready? If you have no more issues, then let's go inside. Duong Pham was ready, but he still wasn't finished with one thing, so he said, all right, but I have to hand over a task. Suddenly, from the ring on Duong Pham's hand, appeared a giant ice horse. The horse let out a loud neigh. Seeing the horse come before her, Don Mokdi was surprised. Ah! The horse suddenly licked Don Mokdi's cheek. Smack. Duong Pham saw nothing happened and then calmly turned to instruct Don Mokdi. It's very familiar with your scent now. You wait on top. If any danger comes, just ignore it. Ride it and run. Don Mokdi hesitated a bit upon hearing this, but Duong Pham didn't let her object. He immediately ordered, this is the boss's command. Don Mokdi knew that no matter what she said, she wouldn't change Duong Pham's mind. She could only quietly obey. I understand. After handing over the task, the plant being and Duong Pham together advanced to the black hole in the middle of the lake. The plant being spoke. I've only fought it once. I haven't seen its full appearance. Only know it's huge with a shell as hard as iron, extremely sturdy. But its underside where I hit it before is a bit weaker. Duong Pham replied that he understood, then both jumped into the lake. Where Duong Pham jumped in, a loud splash echoed. Duong Pham was slowly approaching the black hole, swimming there while thinking about how, after evolving, his body no longer needs much oxygen underwater. But what exactly is the monster down there? Thunyan suddenly warned Duong Pham to be careful. I can sense its presence now. Suddenly, a giant creature appeared there, a level 5 mutated giant crab. Seeing that creature, Duong Pham couldn't help but be shocked. It's waking up. Such a giant mutated creature has probably evolved mutant abilities, which is why no other creatures around have dared to act first. Thunyan saw Duong Pham preparing to attack and hurriedly stopped him. Don't move, it's still sleeping. Its vigilance means it won't close its eyes, but in reality, it's fast asleep. Last time when I fought it, I didn't realize this and suffered a great loss. Thunyan gritted his teeth and said tensely, besides, if we attack it with no effect, it will be bad for us. Thunyan began his plan, telling Duong Pham, you follow me and attack its weak spot, then we'll have a chance. They hid behind a large rock, and Thunyan explained, look, that's its weak spot, the wound I inflicted when I fought it last time. I was seriously injured too. I was level 5, but that battle dropped me to level 3, and I even lost one of my intelligence cores. Thunyan continued, today is the best chance for revenge. You attack its wound fiercely, I'll be responsible for restraining it. After saying that, Thunyan summoned branches growing from the ground, rushing toward the giant mutated crab. Then I should make a move too, Duong Pham said, showing his technique creating the mountain fish sword. Thunyan rushed to Duong Pham, shouting loudly to urge him to start the attack. The branches Thunyan created flew swiftly toward the mutant crab, wrapping around its body and restraining its huge claws. Duong Pham's sword in hand also advanced toward the mutant crab. Suddenly, the mutant crab woke up, opening its sharp eyes. Duong Pham, rushing forward, was startled and stopped shouting loudly. No, it's awake! Thunyan's branches were soon broken by the mutant crab. It angrily attacked wildly. Duong Pham shouted to Thunyan, again, Great Thu, you restrain it! But Thunyan was powerless. I can only do my best, its power is above mine now. The battle below shook the surface of the water. Don Mokdi was full of worry. What's happening down there? What kind of monster is down there, boss? You must come back safely. Below, after escaping Thunan's restraint, the mutant crab charged toward Duong Pham. Seeing the monster charging and feeling powerless, Duong Pham began to panic. "No, I'm no match for it. I can't control it." His sword pierced the mutant crab's body but seemed to have no effect. Thunyan saw this and shouted a warning to Duong Pham. "Get away quickly, it's noticed you." But at that moment, the mutant crab rushed to Duong Pham, raising its two huge claws to grab him. Duong Pham couldn't just stand still and wait to die. He jumped onto the mutant crab, drawing his sword and shouting loudly, "If you want to kill me, you better have the guts." Duong Pham tried his best to pull out his sword, but before escaping the crab's grip, the crab's claw clamped tightly on his sword. The sword shattered instantly. Duong Pham couldn't have predicted this, "You bastard!" Then the mutant crab clamped onto Duong Pham's leg, gripping him tightly and pulling him down. Seeing he was in danger, Duong Pham used his last move. "I have no choice but to use this." His legs were trapped, so he could only move his upper body. He summoned another sword. The mutant crab was slowly pulling Duong Pham toward its mouth. Thunyan panicked and shouted loudly, "Humanity, think fast, if it swallows him, it's over." At this moment, the giant mutant crab opened its mouth wide. Thunyan shouted anxiously, "Humans?" But the only reply was the growl of the mutant crab. This situation made him panic. Damn it, he's going to be swallowed by that crab. Whatever it swallows gets digested by its mutant flesh-eating power. Nothing can escape once inside its belly. While muttering this, one of the mutant crab's claws suddenly crackled with dangerous lightning. Then it quickly sprang up high, splashing water everywhere, aiming straight at the monster with the annoying habit of talking too much and not running away. Seeing it lunging toward him, he panicked, mouth agape. "If you're going to run, then just run. Why are you standing still whining? Am I going to die here?" Suddenly, a huge hole appeared on the shell of this mutated crab. Water poured out rapidly through the hole in the shell, along with blood spurting out, causing it to roar in pain. Seeing this, Thunyan couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Is this the power of humanity? Is it possible he's still alive?" At that moment, someone appeared, exhaled deeply, and calmly said, "Success." Duong Pham stood proudly in the water and cheerfully said, "Looks like tonight we can improve the food for Than Tweet. Everyone can enjoy a good meal." Seeing him alive and unharmed was unbelievable. Thunyan exclaimed in astonishment, "No way, this is impossible." "I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing this, he smiled proudly at the power blazing in his hands and explained, "I'm not an ordinary craftsman. I can use welding and ice to create anything I want, but I just can't move." Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, and a shadow identical to him appeared beside him. Then he said, "What it swallowed earlier was actually me." Moreover, he told Thunyan one more thing earlier, only she became its attack target. That's how I could guess its attack direction, a one-hit kill, so I hid away. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. It turned out the crab beneath his feet was showing signs of moving, waking up. Seeing that, Duong Pham quickly jumped down and said, "We should finish it off completely, don't hesitate anymore." They joined forces against the monster. The other immediately agreed without hesitation. He used the branches on his body to turn into ropes and tied up the crab's claws. But at this opportunity, he quickly produced 3 ice swords and said, "My limit is only 3 creations, but this is enough. Let's finish this." His overwhelming power made Thunan stand in a corner, silently marveling inwardly, "Humanity really makes me open my eyes wide." Not long after, a loud shout rang out, "Go!" Instantly, the 3 swords pierced straight into the mutated crab's body, making it look like a fruit stuck with forks. At the same time, on the shore, Don Mok Di saw a sudden black hole appear on the water's surface. She panicked, led her horse along, and shouted loudly, "Hurry, don't get separated, we have to find a way down there to help the boss." This isn't good. Suddenly, the mutated crab from before splashed out of the water. Seeing it, she startled and muttered, "Is that really a crab?" The mutated crab was preparing to land on the ground. Thinking it was about to attack her, she quickly got into defense and prepared to shout. However, it fell smashing its shell onto the ground and lay still. This surprised her. She wondered if it was immobilized or already dead. After a moment, a head popped up from the water. Seeing this person, Don Mok Di was a bit startled. Then she anxiously asked Duong Pham, who was climbing up, "Boss, are you okay?" He sat on land, soaked, complaining, "Yeah, my clothes are all wet. If there's something to change into, that'd be great." Doan Mok Di, with her so-so intelligence, quickly suggested, "Boss, you can wear my clothes," saying that she started taking off her dress. This action made Teo Hoe let out a surprised, "Ah!" Meanwhile, Duong Pham was terrified. He panicked, blushed, pointed at her, and shouted, "You think I can wear that? Stop!" Besides, she was wearing that dress. How could I wear it? feeling it was inappropriate to sit any longer. He stood up and asked her, "We still have to go somewhere to get spoils." While walking, he suddenly stopped when he saw something sprouting up from the ground. It turned out to be Thunyan. She gently invited him, "Please follow me. My true form not far from here, the core mind of wisdom has been prepared for you." After a moment, he and Don Mokdi followed her to where Thunyan's true form was residing. When Thunyan saw him, she said, "Finally, I meet humanity again." Wasting no more time, Duongfam asked directly, "I've arrived. Where is the core mind of wisdom?" At this moment, Duan Moody was engrossed in admiring this golden candle tree and silently marveled. The tree is so big compared to the spirit tree, it seems even several times bigger. These mutated trees seem to have unlimited lifespan. If we could extract their core genes for research, that would be great. After a while, the fairy emerged from the tree holding something glowing in her hand. She slowly handed it to him and said, "This is my promise to you, take it. This is my intellectual core." Upon seeing the glowing so-called intellectual core, Duan Moody was very surprised and exclaimed, "This is the intellectual core." He wanted to study what elements it was made of. Suddenly, Xiao He happily called out twice as if signaling something. After hearing it, she was a bit surprised and thought silently that Xiao He also had this thing. Seeing the two whispering behind, Yang Fan spoke up to remind them, "Both of you calm down, don't act like you've never seen the world before." As soon as he finished speaking, he calmly stuffed the intellectual core into his pocket. This action of his made the fairy feel uneasy. Sister Ho Quin Huang widened her eyes, looking at her, and her tree form angrily growling, "That's the intellectual core. Carelessly stuffing it into your pocket is probably not right. That's a treasure of wisdom." Hearing them say this, he smiled calmly and explained, "Don't think I just stuffed it into my pants pocket. Actually, I put it somewhere more discreet." Then he took it out from his pants pocket again to prove his point. His words made Duan Moody blush with impure thoughts. And she even thought, a discreet place, just as they say, like owner, like pet. Xiao He also looked at her and blushed darkly. Suddenly, a knock on the head sounded. It was him knocking each of their heads once and scolding, "What nonsense are you two thinking about again? Let's go, this trip was fruitful, so let's head back." Seeing him coldly turn his back and leave, the tree spirit hurriedly stopped him. "Human, wait, I still have a deal." Hearing that he was curious, "What deal?" It looked at the glowing thing in the tree spirit's hand and said, "Take a look at this." It turned out to be a medicine vial, and it explained the origin of the vial. "This is something I got when expelling invading humans from this area. It's something he just exchanged from a trader. But I killed him and got this. I think you'll like it." Upon seeing the vial, Yang Fan recognized it as a level 5 evolution medicine. Duan Moody was startled and said, "Level 5, the strongest in our group are only level 3. He himself was also interested in this vial, so he didn't hesitate to ask the tree spirit straight away, "If this is a deal, what do you want?" It didn't even bother to hide and said, "I want your protection because I have a strong intuition. You will become this place's—" Its voice grew louder and more determined, "king of this place." This assertion made him smile with amusement, and of course he agreed to its request. "You have good eyes. With a younger brother like you, I accept." After receiving his approval, the tree spirit immediately handed him the vial. He also understood clearly why the tree spirit proposed that. On the surface, this tree spirit flatters me, but actually, it's because it saw the extraordinary in my ring. But since it took the initiative, I won't refuse. Suddenly, Duan Moody curiously asked the leader, "If I remember correctly, you currently have a level 3 evolved physique. Won't there be any problem if you take this now?" He also didn't hesitate to explain clearly to her, "Of course there will be. Using an advanced evolution medicine will cause intense pain as joints shatter and then mend. If the willpower can't endure it, death will come except in special cases. Otherwise, I wouldn't take the risk." His answer made her worried, and she said, "Pain as it shatters and then mends. Just thinking about it is scary." Deep inside, he also recalled this from the past. In a past life, some ordinary people didn't know this info and died immediately after taking level 2 evolution medicine. The tree spirit made another proposal. "Also, this tree spirit carries one of my intellectual cores. I want it to be with you. It will spiritually connect with me. If there's danger at our place, we can promptly notify you for backup." Izungfam agreed without hesitation. His eyes looked at the fairy named Tu, like Thun Yun, and thought silently, "I think it's fake. If it wants to monitor me, sure, but since it got my stuff, there's no reason to refuse it following me." First, the sky gradually turned to night. The wind blew through the big branches, and Duongfam's group had left this place. Duan Mokdi said happily, "We've gathered all the materials. Let's go back quickly." He coldly replied, "Yes." Suddenly, a voice came through a distant transmission near his ear. Hello, brother. Can sister? Doan Mok, hear me? The panicked voice on the other end made him worried and asked back Than Tweet what's going on. Zung Tang Tweet hurriedly reported in panic. The Thien Lun base people are coming for revenge. That Tiu Now guy from before is leading people to surround the base. Everyone is fighting desperately, but these people seem stronger than before. Sister Nan Nguyen and Sister Tiu Vun have already been injured. Upon hearing that name, he clenched his teeth in anger and spat out Tiu Now. Duan Mok Di said worriedly, "The Thien Lun base people really are here." Suddenly loud booming sounds and the laughter of the Thien Lun base people came through the line. "You tiny base! I want to wipe all of you out." Then came Dung Tang Tweet's screams, and finally the connection was lost. This made him extremely alarmed, shouting loudly, "Hello, Tan Tweet!" Thang Tweet Tay, ominous silence from her side made the fury inside him flare up fiercely. He angrily tensed his body, radiating power in all directions. He clenched his teeth and said word by word, "Tiu Now, you're dead for sure." Duan Mok-di saw he seemed so angry he was about to lose control, so she comforted him. "Boss, let's go back quickly. Without you, the base certainly isn't a match for them. Besides, Than Tweet said that guy is stronger now. Maybe he's already got some treasure from the Thien Lun base. So we can't rush, we have to think of a plan." Without further thought, he took a new vial of medicine from his pocket. His action startled her, and she said, "Boss, what do you want to do? Didn't I say?" Despite her confusion, he drank the medicine while saying, "There's no time to waste now. In the past, I only reluctantly fought Tiong Gao evenly. Although I'm stronger now, that red-haired girl once said the Thien Lun base has a huge amount of resources. Tiong Gao definitely obtained something, so I have to put all my assets on the line." After drinking the vial, his power surged like fire. His tone deepened as he declared, "Because in this battle, even if I'm torn apart, I will not lose." Then he roared loudly. Veins began to appear on his face. The power exploded, accompanied by the rising hatred inside him. The hatred from the past life must be settled in this life. Duan Mok-di saw him in pain from afar and worriedly shouted, "Boss!" But he stopped her. "Don't come over. Trust me, there's no other way." She could only stand aside anxiously and replied yes. The little clown beside her also made a sound, but she didn't understand what it meant. On Dung Fam's side, his power kept surging, making him roar loudly and struggle to hold on. The power was so great that the ground beneath him cracked into pieces, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. "In my past life, everything went smoothly. I never suffered such pain. Now the pain is so intense I'm about to pass out. No wonder many have died from this kind of pain." And because of the pain, he knelt down. This situation made Duan Mok-di panic and shout loudly, "Boss!" Although he knelt, his will remained strong. But in the past, some people endured this pain and became great powers who could call storms and rain. If others could do it, then I, Dung Pham, can do it too. Dung Pham stood up. As soon as he stood, his power sent rocks flying everywhere, even hitting Duan Mok-di, who shouted in shock, "Boss!" Suddenly a growl sounded, making her startle and turn around. Behind her was a legion of zombies swarming forward. This scene made her panic and shout to inform, "It's the Tang Thay?" Then she quickly got into a ready-to-fight stance and also ordered her pet little clown. As soon as it heard her call, it let out a sound signaling that it had received the order. Next, she delivered a beautiful flying kick to the face of a zombie. Little Clown sent a blast of power straight through another zombie's head. While both were fiercely engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies, the fairy maiden stood calmly observing from a distance. She coldly thought, "I'm only responsible for Yang Fan's safety. The others are none of my concern." Meanwhile, Duan Mu-di was ambushed by a zombie sneaking up from nowhere, leaving her no time to react. Moreover, she noticed the zombie had a mouth like a black hole of the universe. What level is this A-level 3 zombie? At this point, both she and Little Clown continued fighting tensely, but the number of zombies didn't decrease at all. They seemed even stronger and faster than normal zombies. Duan Mu-di yelled loudly, I didn't expect it to be this fast." Fortunately, Yang Fan had already successfully awakened thanks to the medicine. His eyes flashed red light as if he had been triggered, entering a berserk state. He suddenly charged like lightning, lifted his leg, and delivered a sky-high kick to the head of the zombie approaching Duan Mu-di, puncturing a hole in its head. The core also fell out from that lightning-like kick. Yang Fan approached the zombie and picked up the core stone. Seeing Duan Mu-di coming near, he said, "A level 3 zombie scares you that much? Look closely. Don't hesitate when dealing with trash." After saying that, he took a stance and took a deep breath. Air filled his chest. He clenched his teeth tightly. His muscles tensed and tightened. After feeling his body had reached its limit, glowing with red aura like fire, he threw the core stone with all his strength at the zombies. The red core stone flew like a bullet, passing through 7 zombies in a row, instantly wiping them out. Faced with the bloody, violent scene and witnessing Yangfan's terrifying power after taking the medicine, both Little Clown and Duanmu were utterly stunned. The two stood frozen, as if struck dumb. She couldn't utter a word in front of such terrifying ability. After successfully dispatching the zombies, Yangfan approached, picked up their core stones, and walked toward Duanmu, saying, "Done. Let's head back to the base immediately." Duanmu snapped out of her daze and smiled softly with relief. She thought silently, "The boss has reached level 5 now. That's great. Even if Xiao Gao is strong this time, we still have the strength to fight back." The good news didn't last long. The situation at the base was extremely dangerous at this moment. The base's protective wall had been blown apart by Xiao Gao's attack. The buildings kept collapsing one after another. Inside a ruined building at the base, Nan Nuet was seriously injured. She tried to endure the pain, using the last bit of her strength to stammer, save her first. "My physique is much stronger than hers." Though stubborn, her fresh blood had already soaked a large patch on her shirt. Her complexion gradually turned pale. Although Lam Duxuan's strength was nearly gone, she still tried to transfer energy to save her. Nhan Nguyen struggled on. "Give me more time." Weak and fading, her friend seriously added to Nhan Nguyen, "I can't fight. I have to heal you quickly or we'll die before the boss returns." Although Nan Loi had lost one arm from a blow, he still charged forward, holding a shield to block Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao arrogantly stood in the middle of the battle, looking at Yangfan's people like they were writhing maggots trying to escape. Seeing Nan Loi rush forward, he looked down on him even more. He also tightened his grip around Than Tuit's neck. Seeing this, Nan Loi stood before Xiao Gao and shouted, "Xiao Gao, release the girl now or I—" Before he could finish, Xiao Gao arrogantly replied, "Or what? You're going to kill me, or want to die together with me?" "Just you alone." Nhan Loi didn't dare act rashly in response to Xiao Gao's words. He could only grit his teeth and say bitterly, "You." Then he ignored everything and unleashed his strength to attack him. Tiu Ngao sneered and said, "You don't know your own limits. Do you think I'm still at level 3? Then he gathered a static charge in his palm, forming a powerful blast aimed at Nhan Loi. Nhan Loi had already been knocked down. He was scorched black and charred. Tiu Ngao felt very pleased to see Nhan Loi like that. He arrogantly said, "I have already been granted level 4 peak by that great man. What about you, level 3, Thunder God, standing in front of me? You're no better than a stinky ant."